Hey everyone, welcome back to another awesome project. So in this project, we'll be building a full stack dating app in React Native using the Expo framework and the MongoDB as backend. And if you find this interesting, please hit the like button and also subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So firstly, let's look into the demo of the application. So over here towards my right is the first screen that's being shown. This is basically the home screen. So inside the home screen, we'll be showing basically all of the user profiles to the user based on the user details that they've given. So if at all the user is a female, then we are only going to show the male profiles to the user. And if at all the user is a male, then we are only going to show the female profiles to the user. So currently I've logged in with the male user profile. So as you can see, you're able to see only the female user profiles to the male user. So over here in the design of the profiles, we have designed it differently, as you can see, which is in alternative manner. So for the first profile, we have the description being shown and then the image. And for each profile, you can scroll it horizontally as well to see the full image and to see the full description for the second one. So for the second profile, we have done it in the opposite way. Firstly, we're going to show the image and then we're going to show the description of that particular user. So everything is horizontally scrollable. You can scroll through each profile and you can go through it. So currently these are basically all of the female user profiles for the male user that is currently logged in. So if at all you press on any one of the like button over here, so these two buttons are for liking. If you press on the heart button, automatically this particular profile is going to get filtered from this list and the information is going to go to this particular person that we have liked them. Right, so that's it about basically the profile screen. So the next thing we have is basically the chat screen. So here in the chat screen, you can only chat with the other person if at all you have matched with them. That is, if at all both of them have liked each other. And at the top, basically, you're going to show people who have liked you. So currently, this person has 3 likes. So let's go check that out. So as you can see here, we're going to show the proper details of each person who has liked us. Okay, so you can go through it. So basically, we're going to show the description and the image of that particular person, and we're going to show the turn-ons for that person and the looking for that particular person. So based on all these details, we're going to filter the conditions and then we're going to show it in the profile screen. So again over here we have given basically the like button. If at all this particular user, that is a male user who's currently logged in, presses on the like button, we are automatically going to go back to the previous screen and then we're going to create a chat room for those two people who have liked each other. So over here basically these 5 or 6 profiles are currently my matches, so you can go ahead and chat with them. Okay, so let's go with, let's say, the second person. So this time basically we have made use of WebSockets to make it look real time. So let's go and send a message. So let's say good morning and then let's press and send. So as you can see, it's gonna be sent to the user over here. So yeah, we have done the real-time chat messaging for this time, and yeah, we can also delete the messages as well. We'll be looking into that in the build. So yeah, that's it basically about the chat screen. So now the next step we'll be looking into is basically the profile screen. So in the profile screen, we have 4 kinds of tabs. Basically the add tab, that is known as a description, and we have the photos. Okay, so currently this user has added only 1 photo. So currently I have added a link to add the image to the backend. So if at all you want to change this particular part, you can even add an image picker and then add it to the backend. So currently for this particular user, they've added only 1 image and it is horizontally scrollable. So you can add n number of images and it's going to show up over here. So currently we are seeing the 1 of 1 images. Okay, so after that we have basically the turn-ons for that particular user, so you can select and deselect as well. So these are the 5 turn-ons I've given, and after that we have basically the looking for. So over here inside the looking for, basically we have 4 options, that is casual, long-term, open for anything, or virtual. So based on whatever each user selects in these 2 categories, that is turn-ons and looking for, and based on that we're going to basically filter out the conditions and then we're going to show to the user in the user profiles, that is the main screen. So we'll be building this much in this particular application. So if you find this interesting, please hit the like button and do subscribe for more such content. And apart from this, we also have the login screen and the register screen for the user to log in as well as register. So this is basically a login screen and this is our register screen. So let's get started with this project. So if you find this interesting, hit the like button and let's get started with the project right away. So before moving on, I'd like to talk about CodeCrafters. So basically CodeCrafters is an amazing website to learn different kinds of programming concepts. So on CodeCrafters, engineers learn better by solving real world challenges by creating from scratch. So they have different kinds of real world challenges set up which will help you to level up your skill. So if you check out over here, They have n number of challenges, that is build your own kind of X, like your own HTTP server, your own BitTorrent, or even your own Redis. Or apart from this, they have different kinds of challenges, as you can see. So for each challenge, they have different kinds of stages set up. So if you check out over here, and along with this, they have their own kind of instructions set up for each kind of steps. So for each step, as you can see, they have proper instructions given along for you to follow. So you can use that and you can build your solution just like this. And apart from that, they also have different kinds of language stacks, like basically Go, Rust, Python, JavaScript. So you can basically master JavaScript as well over here by pressing start track. So they have defined the required steps to follow along for you. So if you find this interesting, please check out the first link in the description. You would get a 40% off if you join along through my link. So try exploring about the website, try out different kinds of challenges they have. So thank you for watching. Let's move ahead. So now the first step is to create an expo manage project. So let's go do that. So over here inside my terminal, first of all, I'm going to go into my build folder, and over here I'm going to say npx create expo app, and I'm going to press on enter. So this should basically ask us to choose a project name. So here I'm going to say dating app YouTube, and I'm going to press on enter. So this should basically take in some time to initialize our project structure, that is dating app YouTube, inside of a build folder. And then later we're going to go into that project structure and then look into the files that expo is given us. So let's give it some time. So as you can see, we have this message which says your project is ready. So now let's head over to that particular folder, that is by hitting cd dating app YouTube, or you can manually open it. So I'm going to press on file and then open folder. Then I'm going to go into my build folder over here and select the first one, that is dating app YouTube. So this is basically the project structure or the file directory that expo is given us when we initialize a bare expo project. So this is basically the main app.js, but in our app we'll be making use of the expo router. So now the next step is we're going to inject expo router into the dating app YouTube. So let's head over to Chrome and then follow the set of steps that they've given us. So I'm going to search for expo router. I'm going to go into the first link over here and I'm going to press on manual installation. So we have performed this step, that is create an expo project. So now the next step is we need to install the required dependencies. So let's copy that code, and then over here I'm going to press on terminal, new terminal, and I'm going to install it over here. So let's give it some time to install. So as you can see, all of the required dependencies have been installed. So now let's head back and follow the third step, that is basically we need to set up an entry point. So let's copy the main over here and we need to make the change in the package.json. So yeah, let's make the change over here. Save the file. So apart from that, we're going to make another change, that is we need to modify the project configuration by adding the scheme value. So let's copy the scheme. So we need to make this change in the app.json. So you can paste it over here, and instead of your app scheme, I'm going to give the app name over here. So I'm going to say dating app YouTube and save the file. And yeah, apart from that, we're going to we're going to add in the plugins into the babel.config.js. That is, we need to copy this particular line and let's head over to this particular file, babel.config.js, and below the presets, we're going to add it over here. Okay, so now we have set up everything. So now we need to create our main app router. So let's press on app.js, that is at the root level. Let's press on new folder and I'm going to say app router. So inside the app router, I'm going to create my first file, that is index.js file, that is going to represent the /, that is basically the home screen. And here I'm going to enter rnfes to get the shorthand snippets. So to get the shorthand snippet, you need to have installed ES7 inside your system. So basically, if you check out the extensions tab over here, so you need to have installed this one, that is ES7 React or Redux or React Native snippets. So this will basically give you all of the shorthand code snippets that we're using in the app, right? So let's head back to the file directory over here. So this is basically the main index.js file that opens up when the app loads, because this is basically going to represent your /, because this is considered to be the initial home directory or the home route when the app opens up. So now the next step is we're going to run the app. So let's come to the terminal, and here I'm going to say npx expo start, and I'm going to press on enter. So this gives us a bunch of options to see the app. So as you can see over here, we have three options: to open on Android, to open on iOS simulator, or to open on the web. So in my case, we have the iOS simulator. So I'm going to press on I, and for Android users, you can press on A to open on the Android emulator. Or if you want to open on the web, you can press on W. So I'm going to press on I. So this should basically install the app into the iOS simulator, and we should be basically seeing this particular index file, that is whatever the content is present. So basically we should just be seeing this text, that is index. So let's give it some time to install. So as you can see, the app has been loaded and you're able to see the correct output which says index. So basically whatever contents are present inside of this particular index file, the same thing is being shown on the iOS simulator as the output, because this is basically going to represent the forward slash. That is, whenever you reload the app or refresh the app, this is the screen that's going to open up as the first screen. So we have finished setting up the expo router. That is, the first step is being completed. So now the next step is we're going to head over to mongodb.com and then create a new project, and then we're going to connect that particular project to the front end part. So now I'm going to head over to Chrome and then I'm going to search for mongodb.com. So now let's sign in with Google over here. So basically after sign in, it will take you to this particular page, and over here in the drop down, it's going to basically show the recently used project. So I'm going to press on drop down and then we're going to create a new project. So scroll down and then press on new project over here. So it's going to ask us the project name. So here I'm going to say dating app YouTube, and I'm going to press on next over here. So as you can see, I myself am the project owner, and I'm going to press on create project. So now I'm going to press on the create button. So over here, make sure to choose the free version, that is M0, and apart from that, these details I'm going to leave it as default, and I'm going to press on create over here. So now we need to create a user over here. So here I'm going to say username is my name, and the password also I'm going to give the same thing, and I'm going to press on create user over here. So now we need to add the IP address. So I'm going to say 0.0.0.0/0, and then I'm going to press on add entry. Alright, so now I'm going to press on finish and close over here. Let's press on go to overview. So as you can see, this is going to take in a couple of minutes to initialize our backend. So now let's head back to the VS Code and then create our API folder. So I'm going to open up the file tree. Let's press on app, new folder, API. So let's create our package.json inside of the API folder. So let's come to the terminal, new terminal over here. So here basically I'm going to say cd API. So here I'm going to say npm init to create the package.json file. So that's going to be the package name. So for the description, I'm going to say backend over here, and for the other things, I'm just going to press on enter. So as you can see, the package.json has been created into the API folder. So now we're going to install some dependencies that are required for writing the backend code. So here I'm going to say inside of the API folder, yarn add cars. We're going to make use of express, and we need access to JSON web token. We need access to mongoose as well. So I'm going to say mongoose. We need access to node mailer. So I'm going to write node mailer. We need access to node mon as well. So node mon, and we also need access to socket.io. And we need access to the body parser as well. So let's press on enter and install all of these dependencies. So as you can see, all of the dependencies have been installed over here inside of the dependencies object, right? So now the next step is basically over here, we're going to write the start script now itself. So I'm going to say start. So it's going to be nodemon index.js. So now let's create our index file where all of the backend code is going to go into. So here I'm going to press on API and then a new file, index.js. So now at the top of the file, we're going to initialize or import some required dependencies. So here I'm going to say const express equals to require of express, and I'm going to say const body parser equals to require of body parser, and we're going to initialize our mongoose. So I'm going to say const mongoose equals to require of mongoose, And apart from that, we're going to initialize our crypto as well. So I'm going to say const crypto equals to require if crypto. That's this one. And apart from that, we're going to initialize our node mailer as well. So I'm going to say const node mailer equals to require of node mailer, just like this. And I'm going to create the instance for the app. So here I'm going to say const app equals to express, and here we're going to choose a specific port. So I'm going to say const port equals to 3000. I'm going to initialize my cars now. So I'm going to say const cars equals to require of cars. So require of cars, just like this. And I'm going to say here app.use of the cars. Alright, so here finally I'm going to say app.use the body parser dot URL encoded, and the extended is going to be false. And next we're going to make use of body parser dot JSON. So here I'm going to say app.use body parser dot JSON. And here we're going to initialize our JWT that is required while logging in. So here I'm going to say const JWT equals to require of the JSON web token. Okay, so now with the help of the connect method in Mongoose, we're going to connect to the backend part. So here I'm going to say mongoose.connect. So this connect method is basically going to take in the URL to connect. So to get the URL, let's head back to mongodb.com. And as you can see, our database has been deployed. So let's press on connect method over here. So we're going to choose the third option, that is MongoDB for VS Code. And we're going to copy this particular URL. So now I'm going to paste the URL over here into the connect method, and we're going to make one change for the password. So just give the password whatever you have chosen earlier. So in my case, it was my name itself. So I'm going to give that. So let's save the file. And after executing this, we're going to apply the then method. So I'm going to say dot then. It's going to take in a function, and we're going to give a console message. So I'm going to say console.log connected to MongoDB. Okay, so if at all there is any error while implementing this, I'm going to catch the error. So I'm going to say catch of error. So here I'm going to say console.log error connecting to MongoDB. Okay, so that's it. So now we have the final thing, that is to make use of the listen method. So here I'm going to say app.listen. We're going to choose a specific port over here. So this in turn is going to take in a function, and we're going to give a console message again. So here I'm going to say console.log server is running on 3000 over here. Okay, so yeah, that's it. So now let's give this a try. So let's save the file once. Let's come into the terminal. Make sure you're inside the API folder. So here I'm going to say yarn start. So if everything works out correctly, you should be seeing this message that is connected to MongoDB, and then servers running on 3000. So let's press on enter. So as you can see, you're able to see both the messages, that is servers running on 3000 and then connected to MongoDB. So we have successfully connected this particular front-end app, that is dating app YouTube, to the backend part, that is the MongoDB project in the backend. So yeah, the second step is completed. So now the next step we'll be looking into is we're going to initialize the models, that is two models. One is a user model and the second one is a chat model that is required to build up this application. So now I'm just going to open up my file tree and then create a new folder that is for our models. So I'm going to press on API and then new folder. I'm going to say models over here. So inside the models folder, let's create our first file that is known as the user.js. So here let's start defining our schema required to define our user model that will be required in the app. So first of all, over here, I'm going to initialize my mongoose. So I'm going to say const mongoose equals to require of mongoose, and I'm going to initialize my user schema. So I'm going to say const user schema equals to new mongoose.schema. So here we're going to write the first value, that's going to be the name. So this is going to be a type of string. So I'm going to say type is going to be string, and here I'm going to say required is going to be true. So that's the first one. So after the name, we have the next one that is going to be the email of the user. So I'm going to say again type of string required is going to be true, and we're going to say unique also is going to be true. All right, so after email we have the next thing that is going to be the password. So password, again the type is going to be of string, so I'm going to say type is string over here, and I'm going to say required is going to be true. So after password we're going to access the gender. So here I'm going to say type, it's going to be a type of string, and we're going to initialize our enum, which is going to take in an array of strings. So they can either be a male or a female or basically a other category. So that's it about the gender. So now let's move on to the next one, that is going to be if at all the user is verified or not. So I'm going to say verified. So again this type is going to be boolean this time, and by default they are going to be in the false state, that is they are not verified. So after verified we are going to have the verification token. So I'm going to say verification token, which is going to be in the form of a string. So I'm going to say string over here, and apart from that we're going to have the crushes array. So this is basically going to contain the IDs of people you like. So this is going to be basically type of mongoose.schema dot types dot object ID, and the reference is going to be to the user. So that was it about the crushes array. And similarly we have the next thing that's going to be the received likes array. So here I'm going to say received likes. So this type is going to be mongoose.schema dot types dot object ID, and this reference is going to be to the user again. So after the received likes we're going to have the matches. So here we're going to have the matches array. So I'm going to copy down the same thing, that is for the type and the reference. So that was it for the matches array. So the next thing we have is the profile images of the user. So I'm going to say profile images. So the type is going to be of string. It should be inside of an object. Okay, so that's it. So after the profile images we're going to have basically the description of the user. So here I'm going to say description, type is going to be string. So after description we're going to have basically the turn ons array. So here I'm going to say turn on. So here it's going to be a type of string. So just to give a message over here we're going to say it is an array of strings for turn ons. So after turn ons we are going to have the next value, that is looking for. So here I'm going to say looking for. This too is an array of objects, so the type is going to be string. Alright, so let's format once, and here also I'm just going to give a message which says this is going to be an array of strings for what they are looking for. Okay, that's it. So now let's export the required values over here. So here I'm going to say const user equals to mongoose dot model is going to take in the schema over here, that is going to be basically the user schema. Let's say module dot exports equals to the user. So let's go from the first. We need access to the name, the email, the password, the gender of the user, whether or not the user is verified. For that we need the verification token, we need the crushes array, the received likes, the matches, the profile images, the description, the turn ons, and then basically the looking for. and we've exported the required values over here. So now the next thing we'll be looking into is we're going to define the next model. That's going to be the chat model. So now I'm just going to open up my file tree and then create a new file that is known as message.js. So here I'm going to say message.js. So let's start defining the message model over here. So here firstly let's initialize our mongoose again. So I'm going to say const mongoose equals to require if mongoose. Okay, so here I'm going to initialize my chat schema. So I'm going to say const chat schema equals to new mongoose dot schema. So here we're going to start defining the required things. So the first thing we want inside of the chat schema is the sender ID, that is whoever is sending the message. So I'm going to say sender ID. So this is basically going to be a type of string, and we are going to say required is going to be true for this. Alright, so apart from sender ID we need the receiver ID as well, that is the person who is receiving the message. So receiver ID, so type is going to be a string over here as well, and we're going to say required is going to be true. So after the receiver ID we need the message. So here we're going to say message. This is going to be a type of string, so I'm going to say type of string over here, and I'm going to say required is going to be true. So after the message we have the timestamp, that is when the message was created. So here I'm going to say timestamp. So type is going to be of type date, and by default it's going to be date.now. Alright, so these are the required things for the chat schema, that is a sender ID, the person who sends the message, receiver ID, the person who receives the message, and then the message itself, that is of type string, and then the timestamp, that is when the message was created. So now here I'm going to say const chat equals to mongoose dot model. The name is going to be chat for this, and here we're going to pass in the schema, that is basically our chat schema, and here we're going to say module dot exports equals to chat. So yeah, that's it. We have defined both the schemas, that is the user schema and the message schema, or the chat schema, which is this one, I mean this particular file. So now the next step that we'll be looking into is we're going to design basically the tabs, that is the 3 tabs that we have: the chat, the profiles, and then the bio tab. And then after that we'll be designing 2 screens for the user to register as well as login. So now I'm just going to open up my file tree and then create the directories required, that is one for authenticate and one for the tabs. So let's press on app. I'm going to press a new folder. First one is for authenticate. Alright, again press on app, new folder. This is for the tabs, so I'm going to say tabs. So inside of the tabs we're going to create 3 folders. One is for basically the profile, so I'm going to say new folder, profile tab, and inside of the tabs again new folder. This is for the chat tab, I'm going to say chat. Again press on tabs, new folder. This is basically going to be for the bio. So now for each of the 3 folders that we have created, that is bio, chat, and profile, we need to have a separate layout.js file and the main file, that is the index.js file. So let's press on bio, new file, index.js, and rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Save the file. So let's press on bio again. Let's create the layout for this. So I'm going to say underscore layout.js. So here I'm just going to paste in the code, that is first of all import stack and export default function layout. So basically we're going to say initialize stack over here, and we're going to initialize the first screen, that is the index screen itself. So save the file. It's going to be pretty similar for all of the 3 screens. So again let's come back to the second thing, that is chat. So new file over here, I'm going to say index.js. So rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. So save the file, and again let's press on chat. I'm going to say new file underscore layout.js. Just paste in the same code that we pasted earlier for the index, for the bio part. So save the file, and again let's come to the profile. So let's press on new file over here, index.js, that's the main file. So rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Save the file, and let's create one more file for the profile, that is underscore layout.js. So let's paste in the code. It's going to be pretty similar for all of the three profiles. So save the file. So yeah, now the next step is we're going to create the layout for the tabs. So now let's press on tabs over here and then create a new file that's going to be underscore layout.js. So here let's start defining the tab layout. So first of all, here I'm going to import my tabs. So I'm going to say import tabs from expo router, just like this, and let's come down over here. Here I'm going to say export default function layout. So here basically I'm going to return the tabs itself. So I'm going to say return tabs. So here we're going to initialize the first screen, that's going to be the tabs.screen. So the name to this is going to be profile, because we have the profile inside of the tabs directory. And apart from names, apart from the name, we're going to give few options to this. So I'm going to say options over here. So basically it's going to have the title. I'm going to say profile for the title. So apart from the title, it's going to have header shown. So header shown, I'm going to give it as false for this. And apart from header shown, we're going to have the tab bar icon. So for the tab bar icon, basically we're going to take in a value that is focused, and based on whether it's focused or not, we are going to write the condition. So here I'm going to say if it is focused, we're going to show some icon, else it's going to be a different icon. So if at all it's focused, we're going to show the feather icon, that is from I. So let's go over here. I'm going to search for expo.icons.fii. I'm going to go to the first link and search for I. We're going to use basically this one. So make sure you import the icon family first, and we're going to paste it over here, and we're going to copy the render component code. And if it all is focused, we're going to make use of this one, and the color is going to be black itself. And if it's not focused, it's going to be the same thing, but it's going to be in gray color. So let's format once and then save the file. So that's it about the first tabs.screen, that is the profile screen. If you want, you can add S over here, that is profiles. So now let's look into the second one. So here I'm going to say tabs.screen, or we can just copy paste this one and then later make the changes. Alright, so the name over here is going to be chat. It should be the same name, that is whatever you have given over here. So the first thing, it's going to be profile, so the same spelling over here as well. So the second thing, we are giving chat, so again we have the same spelling with the chat. So yeah, that is the change required. And over here for the title, I'm just going to say chat with C capital. And now let's make the change for the icons. So here basically we'll be making use of the chat bubble outline icon. So let's head over here and then search for that. So basically we'll be making use of this one. So let's copy that out. So first of all, let's import the icon family, and I'm going to paste it over here, and copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it over here and over here as well. So if it all is not focused, we're going to give it the gray color to this. So let's say gray over here. And finally, let's design the final one, that's going to be for the bio. So copy this out and then paste it over here. So again, the name is going to be bio in this case, because it should match the same spelling. And the title, you can keep it whatever you want. I'm going to keep it as account over here. And let's make the change for the icon. So this time it's going to be the guy mask icon. So let's search for that. So it's going to be this icon. So let's import the icon family first, and let's let's copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it over here. So if at all it's not focused, it's going to be in gray color. Yeah, so that's it. We have finished designing the tabs screen, the tabs component. So now we can implement this. We can check out the output. So basically, to do that, I'm going to head over to the index file. So even now still this particular page is only being seen, but I do not want that. So whenever I reload or refresh the app, I want the profiles to be seen of the tabs component, that is this particular index.js file. So let's just make the change over here. I'm going to say profile screen, just like this. Save the file. Let's head back to the index.js, the main thing. So here we have something known as the redirect method. So let's make use of that. So here I'm going to say redirect, import redirect from expo router. So this is going to take in the href value. So in this case, I'm going to say move to / tabs whenever the app loads, and then go into the profile. So let's check for the correct spelling. So go into the tabs and then go into the profile. So this will automatically go into the layout, and it would check. So since this is a stack, it's gonna show up the first screen, which is in this case index. So if you go to the index, we have this particular content, that is the profile screen. So it should basically show up the profile screen. So let's give this a try. So let's come back over here and then let's save the file. So as you can see, currently we have the profile screen being shown. I think there is a kind of warning over here, no root named bio exist. Let's check that out. That is in the layout.js for the tabs. Yeah, over here bio does not exist because we've given as B capital. Let's give it as small. Yep, so as you can see, now that's working absolutely fine, and even the tab design is showing perfectly right. This is the profile screen, this is the chat screen, and this is the account screen. So we have successfully completed the tab design by initializing the tabs from the expo router. So now the next step we'll be looking into is, as I told, we'll be designing two screens, that is basically the login screen as well as the register screen for the user to login as well as register. So now I'm just going to open up my file tree and then create two screens inside of my authenticate folder. So I'm going to press on authenticate, new file. The first one is going to be login.js. So rnfes together should run snippet. Save the file, and again let's press a new file over here. This is going to be register.js. Again rnfes together should run snippet, and then save the file. Okay, so now let's create a layout for the authenticate. So I'm going to press new file underscore layout.js. So I'm just going to copy down this particular code and then make the changes. Alright, so here the first screen is going to be login, and here I'm going to say stack.screen. The name is going to be register. So now to test and look into the design as we build, I'm going to save the file first. I'm going to go into basically the index.js file, the main file over here, and instead of tabs to profile, I'm going to say go into authenticate and then show me the login screen. So here I'm going to say authenticate and then login, and let's make the change for login over here. So here I'm just going to say login. Yeah, it's correctly changed. So let's come back over here and then save the file. Okay, so let's refresh once. Yeah, so as you can see, you're able to see the login screen because you have made the change over here in the redirect method. So now let's head back to the login.js file and then start designing the screen. So first of all, I'm going to make use of my safe area view. So copy that, and we're going to use it instead of the normal view. So now let's give some basic styling to the safe area view over here. So I'm going to say style. So it's basically going to have a flex of 1, and it's going to have a background color of white, and it's going to have a align items of center. Alright, so now inside the safe area view, I'm going to initialize my view. So this view, I'm going to give some specific height that initially had the background color, the pink background color. So that is for this one. So I'm going to say height of 200, and it's going to have a background color of pink, and it's going to have a width of 100%. So inside this, basically we're going to initialize another view. So I'm going to say view over here. So this in turn is going to have the image. So here I'm going to say source URI. So here I'll just be pasting the URI for the image. So I've just pasted the URI for the image. I'll be sending the image link in the description. that is in the form of a drive link. You can just check that out. So make sure now you import image from React Native, and let's give the style for this. So here I'm going to say style. So basically it's going to have a width of, let's say, 150, and it's going to have a height of 80, and I'm going to say resize mode of contain. So let's save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see the background color as well as the image. So now let's center the image to the center part of the container. So go to the view. I'm going to say style over here, and I'm going to give justify of center, align items of center, and I'm going to give it a slight margin top value. Let's say margin top of 25. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now below the view, I'm going to initialize my text field, which says match mate. You can give any name you want to. So here I'm going to say match mate, and let's give the style for this. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a margin top of 20, and it's going to have a text align of center, and we're going to give it a font size of 20 as well, and a font family. So you can pretty much copy the font family. That's Gill Sans Semi Bold. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now after that, we're going to come after this view, and then we're going to initialize basically the keyboard avoiding view. So I'm going to say keyboard avoiding view. Make sure you import that from React Native just like this, and inside the keyboard avoiding view, I'm going to initialize my another view. This in turn is going to have a text which says login to your account. So let's give the style for the text over here. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a font size of, let's say, 17, and it's going to have a font weight of bold, and it's going to have a margin top value of 25, and it's going to have this particular color, that is F9629F. So let's save the file. So yeah, for the view, I'm going to give a text align of center. Let's format once. Yeah, so for this particular view, I'm going to say style. It's going to have a text align of center, or instead of text align, I had to give align items of center. So align items of center. Save the file. All right, so now after basically the view, I'm going to initialize my another view which is going to contain the image. So I'm going to say image over here. So for the view, I'm going to give pretty much the same kind of styling to make it come to the center part of the screen, that is basically the image. So I'm going to say justify content of center, and I'm going to say align items of center as well, and I'm going to give it basically a margin top of 20. So I'm just going to bring in the URI for the image over here. So I've added basically the image link and basically the style. I'll be sending the image link in the description. You can check that out. So for the style, I've given a width of 100, a height of 80, and a resize mode of cover. So let's just save the file. So as you can see, we are able to see the image coming just below the text which says login to your account. So now after that, I'm going to initialize my another view that is basically for the input fields. So I'm going to say view over here. So I'm going to give some margin top to the view. So here I'm going to say style, margin top of, let's say, 20. All right, so initialize the view over here. This in turn is going to have the material icon, that is basically the email icon. So let's get that. So I'm going to head over to the expo icons and search for email. So we're going to use basically this one from material community icons or material icons. So let's search for material icons. Yeah, this particular one. So let's import the icon family first. And I'm going to copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it over here. All right, so apart from that, of course, we need the text input. So I'm going to say text input over here. Make sure to import from React Native. So for the text input, we're going to give some style. So basically, it's going to have a color of white. So I'm going to say color white, and I'm going to give it some margin vertical of, let's say, 10, and I'm going to give it a specific width of 300. So let's format once, and let's save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see the icon. So for the text input, let's give the placeholder so that we can see it on the screen. So I'm going to say placeholder, it says enter your email. And apart from that, we're going to give the placeholder text as well. So I'm going to say placeholder text color. In this case, it's going to be white. So let's save the file. So currently you're not able to see anything because the background is white. So now let's give the style for the outermost view, that is this one. So I'm going to say style over here. We're going to give it basically a flex direction of row, some align items of center, and I'm going to give it a gap of 5 between the icon and the text input, and I'm going to give it a specific background color, that is FFC0CB, and I'm going to give it some padding vertical spacing. So I'm going to say padding vertical of, let's say, 5, and a slight border radius of 5, and a margin top of 30. So let's save the file over here. So as you can see, that's looking good, and this is the design for it. And for the icon also, let's give it white color instead of black, and I'm going to give it a margin left to this. So here I'm going to say style margin left of 8. Alright, so after the first input, we're going to design the second input. So I'm going to initialize my view over here. So to this, I'm going to give some margin top. So here I'm going to say style, some margin top of 10 over here. And inside this, again, I'm going to get the icon. This time it's going to be the lock icon. So let's search for lock, that is resembling the password. So I'm going to say lock from and design. So make sure you import the icon family, and we're going to paste it over here. And then we're going to copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it over here. Alright, so after that, again, I'm going to initialize my text input, and we're going to give the placeholder for this. So it's going to say enter your password. So for this, we are going to give one more option, that is secure text entry is going to be true, because this is the password field. So apart from that, I'm going to copy down the same style that we gave to the previous text input, and I'm going to say placeholder text color is going to be white. Alright, so now apart from that, I think let's also initialize one more view similar to the same thing. So here I'm going to say view, and put both the things, that is the icon as well as the text input inside this, and just copy down the style that we have given previously to the top view, that is this one. So I'm going to paste it over here, save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking good. If you want, you can remove the margin top if it is looking a bit more. Yeah, I think that's looking better. So now let's give the color for this, that is color of white. So now also let's give the margin left, it's almost touching the left part of the container. So I'm going to say margin left of 8. Alright, yeah, that's looking better. So now the next step we'll be looking into is, so as you can see, the font size is currently small, it's not that good looking. So now we're going to initialize some state to hold whatever the user is typing inside of the input field. Alright, so now here I'm going to say const, I'm going to initialize my state. So basically I'm going to say email comma set email equals to use state, and initially we're going to pass in an empty string. Also make sure you import use state from React. So next, similarly, I'm going to say const password comma set password equals to use state, and again it's going to be an empty string. So now let's head over to the text input, that's the first one where we have the email. This one, let's give the value for this. So value is going to be whatever the whatever is stored inside of state, basically that's going to be email itself. And then next we have the onChange text method. So here basically we're going to set whatever the user is typing into state. So access the text whatever the user is typing inside this function. Here we're going to say set the email to be of that particular text, that is whatever the user is typing in the email input field. So copy down the same thing and then make the changes for the password as well. So in this case, value is going to be password, and here instead of set email we're going to say set the password. Also let's make one change for the style, that is for the font size. So I'm going to say font size, if at all we have the password, then I want it to be 17, else also I want it to be 17. So as you can see, the font size of this got increased. So I'm just going to copy down the same thing and enter it over here. Yep, so as you can see, that's looking better. So yeah, we have designed both of the input fields, that is the email as well as the password. So now the next thing is we're gonna design one more piece of design that's gonna come over here. So I'm gonna say view over here. This in turn is gonna take in two things, two texts, which says keep me logged in. So the second text is gonna say basically forgot password. So now let's give the style for the view over here. So I'm going to say style. It's basically going to have a margin top of, let's say, 12, a flex direction of row, and it's going to have an align items of center, and we're going to give justify of space between. So as you can see, we are able to see both the text coming on the screen. So now let's give the style for the second text. So here I'm going to say style. So here it's going to have a color of 007 FFF, and it's going to have a font weight of 500. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now after this view, we're going to initialize basically the button to login. So let's come over here. Let's initialize pressable. Make sure you import that from React Native, and this in turn is going to take in a text. This text is going to say login, and let's give the design for the pressable. So I'm going to say style over here. So basically this is going to have a width of 200. It's going to have a background color of this color code, that is FFC0CB, and it's going to have basically a slight border radius, so border radius of 6, and margin left of auto, and we are also going to give margin right of auto as well, so that it comes to the center part of the screen. And apart from that, we're going to give it some internal spacing, that is known as padding. So that is padding of 15. So here I'm going to say padding of 15 and then save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now let's give a margin top. So for that, I'm going to initialize a self-enclosing view. So here I'm going to say style. So I'm going to give it a margin top of, let's say, 50. Okay, that's looking better. So now after the pressable, let's style out the text over here. So I'm going to say style. So it's basically going to have a text align of center. And apart from that, we're going to give it a color of white instead of black, and we're going to give it a font size of 16, and we're going to give it a font weight of bold. So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now apart from the login, we're going to have one more pressable, that is if at all you do not have an account, you need to register first. So initialize a pressable and put in a text over here which says don't have an account, then we need to sign up. So for the text, I'm going to give a text align of center, and it's going to have a color of gray. So here I'm going to say color of gray, and it's going to have a font size of 16. So let's save the file and let's give some margin top as well. So here I'm going to say style over here. So it's basically going to have a margin top of 12. Okay, yeah, so that's it. So that's the design for the login screen. I think it's looking good. So now let's save the file. So now if at all you press on this particular pressable, that is don't have an account sign up, you need to be navigated to the register screen. So for that, let's initialize our router first of all. So here I'm going to say const router equals to use router, and make sure you import use router from expo router, and we're going to initialize the on press event on this particular pressable that we have. So I'm going to say on press. It's going to take in a function, and here in this case we're just going to say router dot replace to / register. So let's save the file and then let's give this a try. I'm going to press on this. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the register screen. So now let's start designing the register screen. It's going to be pretty similar. So I'm going to copy down everything that is in the login screen, and then I'm going to make the change inside of my register screen. So copy down basically the safe area view, and then we're going to paste it over here. So make sure you import the required things, that is safe area view. We need access to image. We need access to basically pressable, also the text input. And apart from that, we need access to the keyboard avoiding view. So this one, and let's look into if we need anything else. Yeah, we need the states and we need the icons as well. So let's copy down the icons required. Now we need access to the states as well. So copy down this particular thing along with the router, and we're gonna paste it over here. Make sure you import use state and our use router as well from expo router. So in this register field, we have one extra field that is for the name. So let's initialize that as well. So here I'm going to say const name comma set name equals to use state. So initially it's going to be empty. So yeah, I think let's save the file once. So let's press on this. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking better. So instead of login to your account, here it should say register to your account. And let's scroll to the bottom part, and here it should say register. So here also we are going to make a change which says already have an account. Then we're going to sign in. So here instead of register, it's going to be login. So now we need to add one more file that is for, one more input that is for the name of the user. So let's copy down the email field once. That is, yeah, this one, and we're going to paste it over here. Save the file. Yeah, so now let's make the change. So now instead of enter your email, it's going to be enter your name over here. All right, so for the value, instead of email, it's going to be name. And over here, instead of set email, it's going to be set the name. So format once. And yeah, over here also instead of password, it's going to be name. Let's also make the change for the icon as well. So it's going to be the person icon or the profile icon. So let's search for that. Yeah, so basically this one, ion icons. So ion icons is already imported, I guess. Nope, let's import ion icons. And instead of the email icon, we're going to make use of that. That is in the first one. Yeah, this one. And let's make the change. So here it's going to be white, and we're going to give the style. It's going to be a margin left of 8. Yeah, so now let's give this a try. Yeah, so as you can see, our register screen is also successfully designed and it's looking good. Let's remove this part that's not required. That is where we have keep me logged in and then forgot password. Yeah, this particular view. Yep, so as you can see, we are able to switch between both the screens, that is login screen and this is a register screen. And we've also stored whatever the user is typing inside of state in both the screens. That is with the help of name, email, and then password. So now the next step that we'll be looking into is we're going to define few endpoints for the user to register as well as login. So let's head back to the index.js file where we're going to define the endpoints. That is over here. Okay, so here I'm going to say endpoint to register a user to the backend. So here basically I'm going to say app.post method. It's going to take in /register, and it's going to have of course the async function with the request and the response inside of the callback over here. And basically we're going to initialize first of all the try and then catch block. So inside the catch block for the error, first of all I'm going to say console.log error registering the user. And we're going to send the result.status of 500 dot JSON with a message being registration failed. Okay, so now inside the try block, first of all, to register a user we need access to three things. That is basically the name, the email, and the password. So let's first of all access that. So here I'm going to say const name comma email comma password equals to, it's going to come from the requested body, so I'm going to say requested body. So first of all, we're going to check if at all the email is already registered. So here I'm going to say check if the email is already registered or not. So to do that, here I'm going to say const existing user equals to, I'm going to say await access the user model. We have the find one method, so here I'm going to say find one with that particular email, whatever the user has entered. So here I'm going to say if at all there is an existing user, then we're going to send the result dot status. So here I'm going to say result dot status of 500 or 400 dot JSON with a message being user already exists. So if at all the email is new, then in that case we're going to create a new user. So here I'm going to say create a new user. So to do that, here I'm going to basically initialize const new user equals to new user, access the user model, that is this one. Over here we're going to pass in an object for passing three things basically, that's the name, email, and the password. So here I'm going to say name, and then we have the email, and we have the password. Okay, so that's it. So after doing that, we are going to basically generate the verification token. So here I'm going to say generate a verification token. So to do that, here I'm going to say new user. So to access the verification token, so we have already initialized our model over here. So that is this one, that is verification token. So we're going to make use of that over here. So let's basically copy that. So here I'm going to say new user dot verification token is equals to basically crypto. We have initialized that over here, that is const crypto equals to require crypto. So here we're going to say crypto dot random byte we are asking for 20 characters, and here I'm going to say dot toString to this particular value, that is hex. So this is basically going to give us a set of 20 characters that is considered to be the verification token. Alright, so basically after doing this, this is going to be random bytes, not random byte. So after this, we're going to save the user to the backend. So here I'm going to say save the user to the backend part. So we have the save method. So here I'm going to say await new user dot save. And now we're going to send the verification email to the registered user. So here I'm going to say send the verification email to the registered user. So to do that, here I'm going to say send verification email. It's going to take in two things as parameters. First of all, the username, of course, that is the email. So to access that, it's going to be, of course, new user dot email, and it's going to be new user dot verification token as a second parameter, that is this one. All right, so yeah, this is basically the function to register a user to the backend, right? First of all, we are checking if at all there is any existing user with the help of this method. If there is no existing user, we're going to create a new user just like this with the help of new user method, and we're going to generate a verification token with the help of crypto, that is by getting 20 random characters, and then we're going to save the user to the backend. After saving, we're going to send the verification email to the registered user with the help of this function. So now the next step is we're going to define the send verification email. So here I'm going to say const send verification email equals to a async function. It's going to take in two things inside of your function over here, that is as parameters, that is which we pass, that is new user.email and then new user dot verification token. So here I'm going to say just access email and then the verification token. So to send email, we're going to make use of the node mailer. That's why we have imported it over here. We have installed it at the starting point of the video as well. So yeah, with the help of this node mailer, we're going to send the email to the registered user. So here I'm going to say const transporter equals to, here I'm going to say node mailer dot, we have to first of all create a transport. So create transport, we have this method. It's basically going to take in an object. I have to pass the service for this. In my case, I'm using Gmail, so I've passed in Gmail over here. And apart from the service, we have to pass in the auth object. Okay, this is basically going to take in the user. I'm going to pass in my username, my user email, because the email is going to come from this particular email to the registered user. And here I'm going to pass in my passcode. So basically, to get the passcode, let's head over to Chrome over here. Let's press on my Google account and then press on manage your account. So you would be taken to this particular screen. So here let's search for app passwords. So after searching for app passwords, it would take you to this particular screen. So as you can see, we have n number of node mailers created over here. I've created it previously, as you can see. So now if you want to create a fresh one, just enter node mailer over here and then press on create. That would give you a random set of characters. That is only basically your passcode. Okay, so I'm just going to copy down my previously used passcode and then close the auth object over here. So basically I've just pasted my auth passcode and then I have saved the file. Okay, so now the next step is we need to initialize the mail options. So here I'm going to say const mail options equals to, you're going to say from, let's say matchmake.com, and we have to pass the to value. To is going to be of course the email, because we are sending the registration, the verification email to this particular username, that is this particular email. And subject is going to be this one. I'm going to make use of email verification over here. And after the subject, we can pass in the text value. Here I'm going to make use of my back text. Here I'm going to say please click on the following link to verify your email. That's going to be this one, http://localhost 3000 /verify, then /. This is going to be dynamic for each user. That's going to be the verification token. That's going to come from your second parameter of the function. So this is basically the mail options that is required to send the mail. So now the next step is we have to send the mail. So let's go do that. So here I'm going to say send the mail. So first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block over here. So catch of error. Here I'm going to say console.log error sending the verification email. Okay, so basically inside the try block, I'm going to say await, access the transporter. We have the send mail method. So send mail method is going to take in the mail options. So here I'm going to pass in the mail options. So that's it. So this would basically send the verification email to the registered user with this particular subject and then text. So now the next step we'll be handling is, if at all you press on the verification email, we need to verify that particular user. So here I'm going to say verify the user. So here I'm going to make use of the get method. So app.get. So it's going to be the same endpoint, that is /verify /verification token, which is going to be dynamic. So here I'm going to say verify, and this is basically going to be token. So this is going to have the async method with the request and the response inside of the callback. So first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So here I'm going to say try and then catch of error, basically. So I'm going to say console.log error with that particular error message, whatever it is, and I'm going to send the result.status. So result.status of 500.json with a message being email verification failed. Alright, so now inside the try block, first of all we need access to the token. So here I'm going to say const token equals to request.params dot token. So here I'm going to initialize my user. So I'm going to say const user equals to await access the user model. We're going to say dot find one method, and here we're going to say the verification token should match the token that the user has got in the email. Okay, if at all there is no user found, then we're going to say return result.status of 404.json with a message being invalid verification token. Okay, so if at all the token is matched with the token that has been sent to the user, then we're going to mark the user as verified. So here I'm going to say mark the user as verified. So here I'm going to say user.verified equals to true. So if you would check out the model over here once, so initially by default the user is false. If the user presses on the verification token, then the user is going to be marked as true. Okay, I mean if the user presses on that particular endpoint, that particular link in the email, that is this one, /verify and then /verification token, then automatically this is going to get triggered off. This endpoint is going to get triggered off automatically, and we're going to mark the user as verified. And after that we're going to make the and after that we're going to make the verified as undefined. So here I'm going to say user dot verification token, after marking it as true, is going to become undefined. So basically we are going to filter this out from that particular user object in the backend. After that I'm going to say await user dot save, so the changes will get reflected in the backend as well. So here I'm going to say result dot status of 200.json with a message being email verified successfully. Okay, so yep, that's it. Yeah, so we have written a couple of endpoints and a function. So the first one was to register a user, and this function was to send a verification email to the registered user with the help of node mailer, and this was basically to verify the user if they press on the verification link that comes to their email. So now the next step that we'll be looking into is basically we're going to initialize on press function on this register button, and after entering all of the three values, let's check if at all we have done everything correct, right? So yeah, let's come to the register.js, and we're going to initialize an on press event on basically the register function, as I told, that is over here, that is for this particular pressable. So here basically I'm going to say on press equals to handle register. Alright, so now the next step is we're going to go up and then we're going to define this particular function, that is handle register. So before that, let's initialize Axios into the system. So let's come to the terminal over here, new terminal. So here I'm going to say yarn add Axios. So let's give it some time to install. Okay, so now Axios has been installed. So let's just check that once in your package.json. Okay, so as you can see, it's installed. So now let's come back to the register.js file, and then here I'm going to initialize my, yeah, so here I'm going to say const handle register equals to normal function over here. So here first of all we need three things to register as we previously discussed, that is the name, the email and the password. So for that I'm going to create my user object. So here I'm going to say const user equals to an object. So I'm going to say name is going to be equals to the name and email is going to be equal to the email and password is going to be equal to the password. Okay, so all of the three values are coming directly from the state, that is these three values. So now here I'm going to initialize my Axios. So I'm going to say Axios. Also let's make sure we import Axios from Axios. So here I'm going to say import Axios from Axios. So here I'm going to say Axios. We have the post method for this. So I'm going to say Axios.post and this is going to be the URL, that is http /localhost 3000 and then /register. So this is going to take in some data, that is basically the user object itself. So let's pass in user over here. And after executing this, I'm going to apply the .then method, which is basically going to give us the response. And if you want, you can just console.log the response. Alright, and over here, first of all, we're going to show the alert box if at all the user has been successfully registered. So I'm just going to go over to Chrome and then get the type alert box. So here I'm going to say alert React Native. Let's go to the first link over here and I'm going to just copy the code for the alert box, that is a 2-button alert. So just copy down this and we're going to paste it over here. Also let's make sure we import alert from React Native. So the first title over here is going to say registration is successful, and here we're going to say user has been or you have been registered successfully. Alright, so that's it. So now we're gonna handle the catch block. So before that, after everything's been successful, we're gonna set all of the fields to be empty, right? So here I'm gonna say set email to be empty and then set the name also to be empty. Also set the password also to be empty, just like this. So let's format once and then let's also handle basically the catch block. So after the .then method, here I'm going to say .catch of error over here. So over here I'm just going to say console.log error while registering the user with that particular error message, whatever it is. Alright, else here I'm going to say alert .alert. I'm going to say registration has been failed. Here I'm going to say an error occurred during registration. Yep, so that's it. So let's give this a try. So let's format once. So this is basically the function to register a user to the backend part. You can go through it once more. So now let's give this a try. So basically I'm going to enter my name over here and I'm going to paste in my email over here and I'm going to enter my password and I'm going to press on register. So as you can see, registration successful. You have been registered successfully. So basically this is basically my response. You can check that out in the console over here and let's go check out the backend once. I'm just going to refresh over here. So as you can see, our first user has been created and this is the verification token, and by default verified is false for this particular user. So now let's go check out the email of this user, that is my email itself. So I'm going to go over here, press on my mail, So as you can see, we have this particular text which says, please click on the following link to verify your email, which says 0 minutes ago. So let's press on this particular link and automatically this particular endpoint should get triggered off. That is this one, app would get verify and then / token, and we should basically verify my user profile. So let's give that a try. So as you can see, message which says email verified successfully. Now if I go back to MongoDB and then if I refresh the app, you should be seeing the user is verified. So as you can see, verified is true and we have successfully verified the user and we have created our first user profile. Alright, so now many people are getting this error, that is Axios network error while trying to register. That is when they're running on their phone. So to make that change, we need to replace the local host with the help of your PC's IP address, and also your PC, that is your developing machine, as well as your own phone should be connected to the same network. So previously we had used a two button alert box while adding the function. So you can remove that and you can just use this thing. So I just made the change for this particular alert box similar to the bottom one that is in the catch block, and everything worked fine and no changes being made. And the same thing is there inside of my index file also, that is in the connect method of MongoDB. It's going to be the same thing, the same name, the same password, and this is going to be the same URL that I've pasted. So the only change I made was in the alert box. That is, if I go back over here, yeah, that is this one, and apart from that everything remains the same. And as I told, if you want to run this app on your own phone, then you need to make one change, that is, instead of localhost you have to just paste in your PC's IP address. And apart from that also you need to be connected to the same network, that is your PC's, that is your developing machine as well as your own phone which you are seeing the output in. Then only it's going to work. Yeah, so that's it. So we have successfully finished the registration part. So now the next thing we'll be looking into is we're going to define few endpoints to log in, and then we're going to create an on press event on basically the login button that we have in the first screen, and then we're going to implement that. So here we're going to write the endpoints to login. So here I'm going to say endpoints to login. So save the file once. So here I'm going to write app.post, and it's going to be / login over here, and it's going to take in of course the async method with the request and the response inside of the callback. And first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block over here. So I'm going to say catch of error first of all, and here I'm going to say result dot status of, let's say, 500 dot JSON with a message being a login failed. All right, so now inside the try block to login we need access to two things, that is the email of the user as well as the password of the user, as you can see over here. So here I'm going to say const email comma password equals to request.body. all right, so now you're going to check again if the user exists already. So here I'm going to say check if the user exists already. So here I'm going to say const user equals to wait user dot find one method, and we're going to find based on the email. So I'm going to pass in the email. So here I'm going to check if at all there is no user. Here I'm going to say return result dot status of 401 dot JSON with a message being invalid email or password. Alright, so now we're going to check if at all the password is correct or not for that particular email in the backend. So here I'm going to say check if password is correct. So if at all basically the user dot password that is there inside of the backend is not equals to the password that the user is written, then in that case we're going to send the result dot status. So here I'm going to say return result dot status of 401 dot JSON with a message being that this is an incorrect password. So I'm going to say invalid password for this. And if at all the password is correct for the particular email in the backend, then in that case we're going to generate a token and then we're going to send it to the front end part. So here I'm going to say const token equals to, we have the JWT initialized already. We're going to make use of the sign method. So I'm going to say jwt.sign, and for the user ID here I'm going to say user underscore ID is going to be user dot underscore ID. That's going to come from the backend, and we're going to pass in basically the secret key. All right, so basically we're going to send this token in the response. So here I'm going to say result.status of 200.json, and over here we're going to send the token. So now let's define this particular secret key. So here I'm going to initialize my function. So here I can say const generate secret key equals to a normal function over here, and we're going to generate it basically with the help of crypto itself, like the way we did previously. So here I'm going to say const secret key equals to access crypto. We have the random bytes method, so make use of that. So random bytes of 32 this time, and we're going to convert it into to string of the value that's going to be hex. And here basically we're going to say return the secret key. So this is a function that is generate secret key is a function that's going to return the secret key. So I'm going to initialize my value over here. That's going to be this one, the exact same thing. So copy that, and here I'm going to say const secret key equals to generate secret key. I'm going to basically initialize this to a function. So this function is basically returning a value that is secret key, as you can see. So this particular value, whatever it's returning, is going to be stored inside of this variable that is basically the token itself, which we are sending in the response over here. So yeah, that's it. So let's save the file. So now let's come to the front end part and then define a onPress function on the login button. So here let's scroll down. So here basically I'm going to say onPress equals to handle login. So let's scroll up and then let's define the function. So here basically I'm going to say const handle login equals to a normal function. Also let's make sure let's install async storage, because we need to store the token, and then based on that we're gonna redirect the user to the login screen or to basically the main screen, that is the profile screen. So I'm going to search for expo async storage, the first link over here, and let's install with the help of this particular code. So copy that, let's come to the terminal and we're going to paste it over here. Alright, so async storage has been installed. So now inside the handle login function I'm going to create my user object. So here I'm going to say const user equals to an object. So we need access to two things while logging in: the the email and the password. So I'm going to say email is going to be email, that is stored inside of state, and of course password is going to be password, that also is stored inside of state. So now I'm going to initialize my Axios. So let's format once, and here I'm going to say Axios. Let's try to import it, or let's do it manually. So here I'm going to say import Axios from Axios, just like this, and over here we're going to make use of the post method. So I'm going to say axios.post, it's going to be http /localhost 3000, and it's going to be /login, that's the endpoint, and it's going to take in of course the user. And after this has been finished executing, we're going to apply the then method to this. I'm going to say .then of basically the response over here. All right, and first of all I'm going to get the token, or if you want you can console.log the response. So I'm going to say console.log of the response, and here to access the token, so I'm going to say const token equals to response dot data dot token. So if you would check out the console log message, you would be seeing that this particular value would be equal to the token, that is response dot data dot token. So after that I'm going to say async storage. So let's try to import async storage at the top of the file, just like this, and here I'm going to say async storage. So first of all, we are going to set the item. So we have the set item method. So I'm going to say set item. So while setting, we are going to, choose a key, and then for that particular key, we are going to set the data. So in this case, I'm going to choose auth, and the data is of course going to be the token itself. So after setting, I'm going to say router. So let's first of all initialize our router. So I'm going to say const router equals to use router, and make sure to import use router from expo router. I think it's already initialized, so let's remove that. Okay, so now let's come back over here. So now after pressing on login, if at all the username is correct, I mean if at all the email is correct and the password is correct, we are going to navigate the user to the next screen, that is the select screen, where the user has to select their particular gender, either they are male or a female. And let's create a particular screen for that. So let's open up the file tree. I'm going to press on authenticate, and then new file, I'm going to say select.js. So rnfes to get the shorthand snippet, save the file. So let's include this particular file into our layout file. So I'm just going to copy down this, and I'm going to paste it over here. So here I'm going to say select. So let's save the file once. So for the time being, whenever I press on login, automatically I'll just push the user to the select page. So once the endpoint has been set up, that is if at all the user presses on any one of the gender, that is male or female, and then presses on next, they will be automatically navigated to the profile screen. And in the backend also, we should be reflecting all of these changes. That is, we need to modify the gender's value, that is whatever they have selected. So now for the time being, I'm just going to comment down the Axios part. So let's write the statement as well. So I'm going to say router.replace, it's going to be / authenticate and / select. So now for the time being, I'm just going to copy down this, and I'm going to paste it over here, and I'm going to comment down this particular line. So first let's design basically the select screen, and then we're going to design the endpoints to choose a specific gender for the user, that is whatever they're selecting, and the same thing, and the same thing should be reflected in the backend. And after that, we are going to log in, and then we're going to try and see if everything works fine. So now let's save the file, and let's press in login. Instead of replace, I'm just going to say router.push, then save the file. So now as you can see, we are coming correctly to the select page. So yeah, now the first thing we'll be looking into over here is we're going to start designing the top portion of the select page. So let's come over here, and basically let's give some basic style to the view. So here I'm going to say style. It's going to have a flex of 1, and it's going to have a background color of white, and it's going to have some internal spacing, that is a padding of 12. Alright, so basically instead of the text, I'm going to import my pressable. So I'm going to say pressable over here. Also, let's make sure we import pressable from React Native at the top. So pressable just like this, and this in turn is going to contain the text, which is going to say I am a man. And below the text, I'm just going to get my image for this particular gender. So I've just pasted the code for the image. You can check out the URI. I'll be sending the URI in the description, that is in the form of the drive link. You can check that out. So let's import image from React Native, and this is the basic style I've given, that is a width of a width of 50 and a height of 50. So let's save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see that on the screen. So now I'm going to give some basic styling to the pressable that contains the text and the image. So here basically I'm going to say background color of this color code, that is F0, 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 some internal spacing, that is padding of 12, and I'm going to give justify content of space between, and I'm going to say flex direction of row, and then align items of center. Okay, so after that, we are going to give some margin top. So I'm going to say margin top of 25, and I'm going to give it a slight border radius of, let's say, 5. I'm going to save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now the next step we'll be looking into is I'm just going to paste this pressable a couple of times, and then I'm going to make the change for the image. So before that, let's give the style for this particular text. So here I'm going to say style. So style over here I'm going to write font size of 16 and a font weight of 500, and I'm going to save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking better. So yeah, let's paste this 2 more times. So over here I'm going to say once more and once more. So yeah, as you can see, that's looking better. So now for the second option, we're going to say I am a woman. And for the third option, we're going to say I am a non-binary. That is this one. So yep, let's save the file. And I'm just going to paste in the images for the second one as well as for the third one. Alright guys, so I've just made the change for the images, that is for both the images, for the second one as well as the third one. I'll be sending these 2 images as well in the description, you can check them out. So let's save the file. So as you can see, I've just kept the same thing for the first and the third one. I've just changed for the second one, that is for the woman. Yeah, so that's it about the design of the select screen. So now the next thing we'll be looking into is we're going to initialize some state, and we're going to find out that which particular option did the user pressed on. So for that, here I'm going to initialize my state. So I'm going to say const option comma set option equals to use state, and initially it's going to be an empty string. So also let's make sure we import use state from React. So here I'm going to say use state. So here, if at all we press on the pressable, we're going to set the state for that particular gender. So here I'm going to say on press, taking a function, and here I'm going to write set the option to be male. Alright, so let's come to the second one, that is for the female. So here I'm going to say on press, taking a function, and here I'm going to say set the option to be female. And let's come to the final pressable. So here I'm going to write on press, let's take in a function over here, and here I'm going to say set the option to be non-binary. So now based on whatever option is selected, we should be showing that particular UI change to the user. So now let's come back to the first pressable, and over here I'm going to write the condition, that is for the border color. So I'm going to say border color, if at all my option equals to male over here, then in that case I'm gonna give this particular color, that is D0 D0 D0, just like this. And if at all it's not selected, I want it to be transparent itself. So here I'm going to say transparent. So that's the change we're going to make for the border color. So now basically after the border color, we're going to target the border width as well. So I'm going to say border width, and it's pretty much going to be the same thing, that is if at all option selected equals to male for the first option, then I want the border width to be 1, else I want it to be 0. So now I'm just going to copy down these 2 particular styles, and then we're going to paste it for the remaining pressables that are present, that is over here as well as here. Now let's make the required changes. So for the second one, here instead of male it's going to be female, and the same thing over here as well. And for the third one, it's going to be non-binary. Alright, so now based on whatever is selected, we're gonna write a final condition at the bottom part, that is over here. We're gonna say if at all any option is selected, so I'm gonna say option, and we're gonna show the button. So let's initialize a pressable. This in turn is gonna have text which says done, and now I'm gonna give the style for the pressable over here. So I'm gonna say style, it's gonna have some margin top of, let's say 25, and it's going to have a background color of black, and it's going to have some internal spacing, that is padding of 12, and a border radius of 4. So for the text, let's give the styling. So I'm going to say style over here. This is going to have a text align of center, so text align center, and it's going to have a color of white, and it's going to have a font weight of 600. So let's save the file. Nothing should happen because currently there is no option selected. So now if I press on the first option, that is I am a man, so it would go to this particular pressable, that is on press. We have so here we have an on press. So here we are basically setting the option to be male. So as soon as we press on that, of course these two is going to get triggered off, that is the border color, because option is currently male, and we should be seeing this particular border color, that is D0 D0 D0, and even the border width as well. And at the bottom over here, since option is equals to male, we're gonna show the button automatically. So let's give that a try. So as you can see, currently male is selected and we are able to see the done button. So here basically whenever a user selects a particular gender and then presses on the done button, we're going to make the change in the backend for that particular user profile, and we're going to match the gender. I mean, we're going to basically select the gender and we're going to store it in the backend for that particular user profile. So as you can see, let's press on second one, that is also changing correctly. And as you can see, we are able to select any one of the gender. And now the next step we'll be looking into is we're going to define the endpoint to choose or select a gender for that particular user in the backend, such that the same thing will be reflected for that particular user profile as well. So here I'm going to say endpoints to change or select the gender for a particular user profile. So here basically I'm going to make use of the put method. So here I'm going to say app.put. So it's going to be /users / the user ID, and it's going to be /gender, and it's going to be basically the async method with the request and the response inside of the callback. So first of all, I'm going to initialize my try and then catch block over here. So first of all, catch of error, I'm going to say result.status of 500.json with a message being error updating the user gender with that particular error, whatever it is. And inside the try block, so to basically set the gender for a particular user, we need access to two things, that is basically the gender itself, that is whatever they've chosen among these three options, and the user ID. So here I'm going to write const user ID equals to, it's going to come from the params, so I'm going to say request.params, and here I'm going to say const gender equals to request.body. So here I'm going to write const user equals to await user dot, we have the find by ID and then update, we're going to use that, and we're going to update that particular object which matches this user ID. So I'm going to pass in user ID over here, and here I'm going to say gender, we're going to update the gender, so I'm going to access the gender property, and we're going to access, and we're going to say gender over here. So whatever option the user has chosen, we're going to set that property for that particular user in the backend. So after setting the gender, here I'm going to say new equals to true. So yeah, that's it. So let's format once. So here we're going to write the condition that if at all there is no user, then we're going to say return result.status of, let's say 404 .json with a message being user not found. Okay, if at all we have done everything correctly, that means we have set the gender for that particular user. So we're going to send the result.status of 200.json with a message being user gender updated successfully. So yeah, let's save the file once. And I have made one more change in the previous endpoint, that is in the login endpoint. So previously we had written this particular bracket after the secret key, so that reason this was not coming into the picture, that is secret key. That means this was not giving the value to this particular sign method. So make sure you add this particular bracket just after the ID. So yeah, basically just try to add this particular bracket after the underscore ID and not after secret key. So previously we had added it before this, I mean after the secret key. So make sure you add it before, so that this particular value is considered, and we're going to pass it as the token to the front end part. So yeah, so now the next step is we have defined this endpoint. So we're going to go to the select file, and then we're going to initialize a onPress function on the done button that we have. So let's open up the file tree. So select file. So here I'm going to say onPress equals to update user gender. All right, so let's define this function at the top over here. So I'm going to say const update user gender equals to an async function. So I'm going to write async over here. All right, so basically inside this function we're going to initialize a response where we have to give the dynamic user id, that is the user which is currently logged in. So before that, before we define this function that is update user gender, we're going to define a use effect so that we are going to fetch the user id for this particular person. So here I'm going to say, first of all, use effect, we're going to call it one. So an empty dependency array. Make sure you import use effect from React, is already imported. So inside the use effect, I'm going to initialize my function that is fetch user. So I'm going to say const fetch user equals to async function. Let's write async over here. And here, first of all, I'm going to initialize my token. So if you would remember, in the login file we had currently uncommented, we had commented this particular piece of code, that is the Axios code. So here, if you would remember, we are setting the item, so the value is going to be token. So here we're going to get the item. So to do that, here I'm going to say const token equals to await async storage dot, we have the get item method. So we are going to pass in the key with which we used to set it. So the key was auth. I'm going to pass in auth over here. Also, let's make sure we import our async storage just like this. All right. So after getting the token, I'm going to initialize my decoded token. So here I'm going to say const decoded token equals to. So now we are going to make use of basically JWT decode. So let's install two dependencies for this. So here I'm going to come to the terminal and I'm going to say yarn add JWT decode, and we're also going to install core.js. So let's press on enter and let's give it some time to install. So yeah, both the packages have been installed. So let's import the required things at the top. So first of all, I'm going to import core.js /stable and /atop, and we're going to import our JWT decode as well. So I'm going to say import JWT decode from JWT decode, just like this. So inside this statement, that is const decoded token equals to access that method JWT decode, and we're going to pass in the token to this. So let's initialize some state to hold the user ID. So I'm going to say const user ID comma set user ID equals to use state, and initially it's going to be an empty string. So after initializing the decoded token, I'm going to say const user ID equals to the decoded token dot user ID. After this, we're just going to set the user ID into state. So set user ID of that particular user ID. So yeah, let's call this function over here, that is fetch user. So currently, if I even save the file, nothing should happen because I've not logged in currently and nothing is stored inside of async storage. So now let's define the function that is update user gender over here. So first of all, I'm going to initialize my try and then catch blocks. So I'm going to say try catch of error. I'm going to say console.log of whatever that error message is with the particular error. So inside the try block, I'm going to initialize my response now. So I'm going to say const response equals to await. I'm going to use Axios dot, it's going to be the put method. Let's make sure to import Axios. So import Axios from Axios. All right. So here we're going to say Axios dot put. So the URL is going to be this one, http /localhost /3000 /users. It's going to go to the user ID next. So user ID, and it's going to be /gender. So this is going to take in the gender itself. So I'm going to pass in an object over here, and gender is going to be whatever is stored inside of the option that is stored inside of state over here. Yeah, so that's it. So you can, if you want, console.log the response.data. All right, so now if at all the response.state is equals to 200, which is a success status code, then only we're going to navigate to the profile tab. So here I'm going to write the condition, that is if at all response.status equals to 200, then here I'm going to say router. Let's initialize a router first of all. So here I'm going to write const router equals to use router imported from expo router. All right, so here I'm going to say router dot replace /tabs and then /bio. So we are navigating actually to the bio screen because we want the user to update the required description, that is whatever they want to enter, and also add their profile images. So here I'm going to say /tabs and then bio, just like this. So yeah, let's save the file over here. So yeah, we have set up everything now. So now let's come back to the login.js file, and then I'm going to uncomment this particular piece of statement, that is Axios, and I'm going to remove this. So basically over here we're going to post to this particular endpoint, that is /login, and we're going to set that particular token, whatever is going to come from the API folder, that is the index file, into async storage with the help of this, and we're going to navigate to the select file. So I'm going to reload the app now once. Okay, so as you can see, we are correctly seeing basically the login file, that is the login page. So now let's try and login. So I'm going to paste my email over here. So now after the email, I'm going to paste in my password. So if at all the password is correct for this particular email, we would press on login, and if at all everything works correctly, we have to navigate to the select page. So let's give that a try. So I'm going to press on login. So as you can see, we have come correctly to the select page, and this is basically our response that we are getting, and this is the token, as you can see. All right, so now I'm just going to press on the gender I want to select, that is I am a man, and we have the done button, which is being displayed over here. So so for the done button we have on press initialized, that is update user gender. So if at all everything works correctly, we should be setting the gender as male for this particular user profile, and we should be navigated to the bio screen. So let's give that a try. So as you can see, everything worked fine, and we have come to the bio screen. So now let's check out our backend once and check if at all the gender has been updated for my user profile. So I'm going to go into mongodb.com. So I'm going to press on database, and then I'm going to press on browse collections, and I'm going to check my user profile for the gender. So as you can see, the gender has been updated for my user profile. So now the next step which we'll be looking into is we're going to start designing basically the bio screen or the account screen, whatever you may call it, for the user, so that the user can update basically four things, that is the turn ons array, the profile images of that particular user, and also they can enter the description, and they can also choose the options for whatever they're looking for in the app, right? So now let's look into the design of this particular screen, that is the account screen or the bio screen. So for that, let's head over to our index.js and then start styling this out over here. So here basically instead of the view, first of all, I'm going to make use of my scroll view. So I'm going to say scroll view over here. So copy that, and we're going to make use of the normal view that is present. So now inside the scroll view, first of all, I'm going to initialize my view over here. So this view is basically going to contain the image. So I'm just going to get the link for the image. Alright guys, I've just pasted the code for the image. So I'll be sending the image link, that is the URI, in the description. You can check that out. So let's make sure we import image from React Native. And this is the style I've given for the image. There's a width of 100%, the height of 200, and the resize mode of cover. So let's just save the file once. So as you can see, you're able to see that coming on the screen. So now after that, after the image, I'm going to initialize my another view, that is over here, which in turn is going to have one more view. So this view in turn is basically going to have a pressable. So let's import pressable from React Native, and this pressable is going to contain basically an image. So I'm just going to get the code for the image. Alright guys, I've just pasted the code for the image. So this is basically the profile picture of the user. So currently I've just hard coded any particular image that I found it on Google. So you can take your own image and then you can put it over there. So let's save the file. So as you can see, this is the outermost image, and this is the profile picture of the person who's currently logged in. So currently I've just hard coded it, and once we set up the entire screen, then we're gonna put the original image of the logged in user. So now let's come to the pressable, and we're going to give the outermost styling for this. So here I'm going to say style. So to this I'm going to give some internal spacing, that is a padding of 10, and we're going to give it this particular background color. So I'm going to say background color of DDA0DD, and we're going to give it a specific width, let's say width of 300, and I'm going to say margin left of auto, and then margin right of auto as well. So as you can see, it's come to the center part of the screen. So now apart from this, we're going to give justify content of center and align items of center as well, and we are going to say border radius of 10. So border radius of 10, and after border radius I'm going to give a position of absolute, because I want this particular container should come over here, that is almost over here, that is to the bottom part of the top image. So here I'm going to say position of absolute, and I'm going to give a top value to this. So I'm going to say top of -60, and I'm going to say left of 50%, just like this, and I'm going to give a transform value. So I'm going to say transform, it's going to be an array. So here I'm going to say translate x, it's going to be -150. So let's save the file. So as you can see, for every device it's going to come to the center part because of the width that we have given, and I'm going to give a translate x of -150. So yeah, that part is working absolutely fine. So now let's come basically to the next part, that is below the pressable. We're going to have the text over here. So here this text is going to say a place name, I'm going to say Bangalore, and it's going to give the age of the user. So currently these we are going to hard code it. So let's say 22 years and 110 days, just like this, and save the file. Okay, I think they should come inside of the pressable, so copy that, and we're going to paste it let's say after the image over here. Okay, so let's format once, and basically we're going to give the style for the text that is present. So for this one I'm going to target it, I'm going to say style over here. So I'm going to give it basically a font size of 16 and a font weight of bold. So let's save the file. Let's give it some margin top as well. So margin top of 6, let's make it a 600 instead of bold. Okay, and for the next text we're going to give a margin top of 4 and a font size of 15. So I'm going to say margin top of 4 and a font size of 15. Save the file. Okay, so that's looking good. So yeah, that part is finished. So now the next thing we'll be looking into is as you saw in the initial part of the video, we had 4 tabs, that is the add tab, the profile images, the looking for tab, and then the turn ons tab. So yeah, let's start designing them. So we're gonna minimize this, and we're gonna initialize it over here, or we could do that I think after the view as well, that is over here. Alright, so this is basically going to contain different kinds of pressables. So I'm going to say pressable 1. This pressable 1 is going to contain an internal text which says add, or a description. You can pass in description as well. So let's give basically the style for the add over here. So here I'm going to say style. So it's basically going to have a font size of, let's say, 16 and a font weight of 500. Okay, so let's format once and save the file. So as you can see, it's coming over here. So let's give some margin top to the outermost view. That is going to happen over here. So I'm going to say style. So margin top of 80. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now I'm just going to copy down this pressable a couple of times, and then we're going to give the style for the view. So yeah, just make sure you have it 4 times. So after the add, we have the next option, that is going to be for photos. So I'm going to say photos over here, And after photos, we have the next thing that's going to be turn ons. So I'm going to say turn ons over here. After this, we have the looking for. So let's write that out over here. So looking for. And now we're going to go to the outermost view and then we're going to give the style for it. So apart from margin top, I'm going to give it a margin horizontal space as well. So margin horizontal of 20. I'm going to say flex direction of row and then align items of center. I'm going to give a gap of 25 between all of the 4 children like this, and I'm going to say justify content of center and align items of center is already given. So let's save the file. So as you can see, we have 4 things, that is 4 tabs basically: the ads, the photos, the turn ons, and then the looking for. So let's format once. So now we're going to initialize some state to check which option the user has pressed on, whether it's add, photos, turn ons, or looking for. So yeah, let's come over here, and here I'm going to say const option comma set option equals to use state. So initially I'm just gonna pass an empty string because at the initial state it's going to be empty, or you can pass any default state. You can pass add or looking for. So let's pass add in the default state. So here let's make sure import use state from React. Okay, so now let's come down and then we're going to initialize a on press event on the first pressable over here. So I'm going to say on press, taking a function, and here I'm going to say set the option to be add. So let's copy this and then we're going to paste it for all of the remaining pressables, that is over here and here as well as here. So for the second, we're going to set it to be photos, and for the third, basically we're going to set it to be turn ons, and for the fourth, we're going to set it to be looking for. So just like this, let's save the file. So now we're going to come to the text and then we're going to give the style for the color. So here I'm going to say color. So here I'm going to write the condition, that is if at all the option equals to photos, add, then I want it to be in black color just to specify that it is currently selected, else I want it to be in gray color. So let's format once. So I'm just going to give pretty much the same kind of styling for all of the remaining texts that we have, that is photos, turn ons, and then are looking for. So let's format once and let's make the change for the text. So here option equals to add, here option equals to photos, and in this case option equals to turn ons, and in this case it's going to be looking for. So let's save the file. So as you can see, it's working correctly fine because add is currently selected. So if you go over here inside of a state, so we have given add by default. So since basically in the initial state option equals to add, and for that reason you're able to see add in black color. For the remaining ones, it's in gray color because it's not currently selected. So let's say I press on the second tab, that's photos. So as you can see, currently photos is selected. Let's press on the third tab, turn ons, and similarly everything's working absolutely fine. So now based on whatever condition the user is pressed on, we're going to show the UI for that particular condition. Okay, so yeah, let's scroll down over here. That is where we have written looking for, the last one. So here we're going to apply some conditions and then we're going to style it out. So I'm going to initialize my view over here. So for the view, I'm going to give some styling, basically some margin horizontal of let's say 14 and margin vertical of 15. So here I'm going to write the condition that if at all my option equals to add, which is true in the first case because in the use state we have given it as add, and I'm going to return this particular view. So inside this view, first of all, I'm going to initialize my text input. Make sure to import that from React Native. So this is going to have basically a placeholder which says write your ad for people to like you. So let's save the file. So as you can see, currently since add is selected, you're able to see that on the screen. That is the text input with the placeholder. So now let's give some style to the placeholder text that is present. I mean, not the placeholder, the text input. So I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have a font family of Helvetica. All right. So yeah, let's give the style for the outermost view. So I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have a border color of this color code. That's 202020. It's going to have a border width of 1, and we're going to have some internal spacing, that is a padding of 10, and a slight border radius, so border radius of let's say 10, and it's going to have a height of let's say 300. So that's the styling for the text input, I mean for the view. Let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So now let's initialize some state so that whatever the user is typing inside of the description box, we're going to store that, right? That is required to set the description for that particular user in the backend. So here I'm going to write const description comma set description equals to use state. In the initial state, it's going to be an empty string. So let's come down to the text input and then let's give the value to that. So here I'm going to say value, it's going to be description, and here I'm going to say on change text. This case is going to take in the text whatever the user is typing in the function, and here we are basically going to set the description to the text, that is whatever the user is typing. So by this we can keep track of whatever the user is typing inside of this particular input box. So yes, let's save the file once. And now basically below the text input, I'm going to initialize my pressable. So let's say pressable. So inside the pressable, I'm going to have two things. One is the text publish in feed, and apart from that, we're going to have the mask icon. So let's head over to expo icons, that is over here. Search for mask. So we're going to make use of the endtypo icon, that is this one. So import the icon family first over here, and let's copy the render component code. We're going to paste it just after the text. So let's give basically the style for the pressable over here. So I'm going to say style. So basically we're going to give it a flex direction of row because I want it in the row fashion. That is the two things, the text and the icon. And I'm going to say align items of center, a gap of 15 between the two children, and I'm going to give it a background color of black. And after that I'm going to give border radius of let's say 5. I'm going to give justify content of center. Align items of center is already given, and I'm going to give some internal spacing, that is padding of 10. So currently we have given background color of black to the outermost pressable. Let's come and change the color over here to the text. So here I'm going to say color of white, and we're going to give it a text align of center. So text align center, and we're going to give it a font size of let's say 15 and a font weight of 500. So for this also I'm going to give it white color for the icon. So yeah, let's save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, you're able to see the publish in feed button coming just below the text. Okay, but I want it to come towards the bottommost part. So for that we're going to give basically the style to the pressable that is present over here. I'm going to say margin top of auto. So here I'm going to say margin top of auto. Save the file. So as you can see, it automatically comes to the bottommost part. Yeah, so now that's looking better. So now let's make one more change, that is for the font size of the text input. So here I'm going to say font size, if at all the description is there, I want it to be 17, else also I want it to be 17. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking good. So let's save the file, and let's make sure the placeholder text color is set to be black. Okay, I don't think black is looking that good, so let's remove that, or if you want you can keep it. I'm just going to comment it down for now. Save the file. Yeah, so now the next step we'll be looking into is we're going to target the photos. So yeah, let's minimize this, and we're going to write the condition over here. So here I'm going to say view. First of all, I'm going to give some styling to the view, that is margin horizontal. So here I'm going to say style margin horizontal of 14. Here I'm going to write the condition that if at all my option equals to photos and I'm going to initialize a view over here. Okay, so basically we are going to make use of a carousel over here. So for that, first of all, let's install a dependency that would be required over here. So let's come to the terminal over here. So here I'm going to say yarn add React Native snap carousel. So let's press on enter. Alright, so as soon as I save the screen, you're able to see currently the login screen, which we do not want it, because if at all the user is logged in, we should be able to see the profile screen or the bio screen. So let's come back to the login.js and then initialize a function, which we used to do it earlier as well. That is check login status. So here I'm going to say use effect. So make sure you import use effect from React. So here I'm going to write const check login status equals to an async function. So here I'm going to initialize my try and then catch block. So catch of error. I'm just going to give a console.log error with that particular error message. So basically inside the try block, I'm going to access the token with the help of async storage. So I'm going to say const token equals to await async storage dot get item of the auth. That's the key. So here I'm going to write if at all the token is present, then we're going to write over here router.replace to /tabs /bio or profile. Okay, so let's save the file. Use effect has already been declared. Let's remove this and let's call the function after we have defined it. That is over here, check login status. Save the file. So as you can see, the token was present, so it automatically navigated the user to the profile screen. So now let's come back to the account over here. As you can see, that's looking better. So for photos, right, so we installed that particular dependency, that is React Native snap carousel. So let's come to basically index.js of the bio folder, and here I'm gonna initialize my carousel. So here let's initialize our carousel over here and make sure you import it from React Native snap carousel. Okay, it's not imported. Let's try to import it over here. Okay, not sure why it's not importing. Right, you can just import it like this. Okay, so now I'm just gonna paste in my profile images for the carousel. So I've just pasted the profile images array. I'll be sending this array in the description. You can use that. So again, these are basically hard-coded images that is present in the form of an array of objects with the image and the URL link. So with the help of this, we're gonna design the carousel. So yeah, let's come down over here. So this carousel is gonna take in, of course, the data. So here I'm gonna say data is gonna be profile images, and we have the render item method which we need to define. So here I'm going to say render image carousel. Okay, we're going to define that as well, and I'm going to say slider width is going to be 350, and we're going to give item width over here. Item width is going to be 300, and here I'm going to say on snap to item, basically going to take in a function that is basically the index value. Here I'm going to say set active slide to be the index. So now let's basically initialize the state to check that is which particular slide is active for the image carousel over here. So here I'm going to say const active slide comma set active slide equals to react.useState. Initially it's going to be 0. So now the next step is basically we're going to define that render image carousel component at the top of the page over here. So I'm going to say const render image carousel equals to normal function. It's going to take in the item, that is the image itself. So here basically we're going to return a view. All right, this view in turn is going to have the image. Let's give the source to the image. So source is going to take in the URI. It's going to be the item itself. I mean, it's going to be the item dot image, because if you check out the profile images array, to access the image, it's going to be item dot image. Okay, so yeah, let's give the style to the image over here. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a width of, let's say, 85%. So I'm going to say 85%, and it's going to have a resize mode of cover. It's going to have a specific height of, let's say, 290, and I'm going to give it a border radius of 10. And also, apart from the border radius, I'm just going to slightly rotate the image. So I'm going to say transform translate x, or you can give it rotate over here, rotate to -5 degree. Okay, so that's it. So let's try to save the file once. So let's head to the account screen for the photos. So as you can see, you're able to see all of the profile images. Okay, that's looking better, and it's slightly curved or slanted just for the look purpose. We have given that. Okay, if you do not want that, you can pretty much remove the transform so that the image remains straight itself. So now let's target the view over here. I'm going to give the style. So let's give the width to this. I'm going to give it 100%, and currently the image is not centrally positioned. So let's do that. So here I'm going to say justify content of center, and then align items of center. So yeah, let's save the file once. Let's come back to the account photos. Yeah, so now as you can see, the image is currently centered and it's looking better. So now yeah, the next step we'll be looking into is we are basically gonna initialize a text over here to show the current active slide. So let's say this is the first slide. Here we're going to say 1 out of the total number of images that is present. So over here I'm going to say active slide +1. We are writing +1 because initially it is 0, and we are going to say divided by, to access the total images, total number of images, we are going to say profile images dot length, which is currently 3. So let's save the file. Let's come to the photos tab. So as you can see, we are able to see that this is 1 of 3, this is 2 of 3, and this is 3 of 3. Okay, so yeah, that's looking better. So now let's give this a correct position. So let's target the style over here. So I'm going to say style. So position is going to be absolute. So position of absolute, and we're going to give it, let's say, a top of 10, and we're going to give it a right of 10, and the color is going to be black. So all right, let's save the file. Let's come back to the photos tab. So as you can see, that's looking better. Okay, all right, so now basically after the carousel, so this is just hard coded, but when the user enters their own image, I've just given in the link format. So let's put that design for that. So yeah, after the carousel over here, I'm going to initialize my view. So this view is going to have basically a margin top. So let's say style over here. Let's write that correctly, style. So margin top of, let's say, I'm going to give it 25. So inside this view, I'm going to have a text which says add a picture of yourself. So add a picture of yourself. So if you do not want this particular link method of uploading the photo, you can actually make use of image picker that we have used previously in the previous project, and you can implement it. So yeah, let's save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, you're able to see the text coming on the screen. So yeah, after the text, I'm going to initialize my view over here. This in turn is going to have the image icon. That is basically the eye icon or the image icon. Let's search for image over here. So let's get it from ntypo. This one. Ntypo is already imported. All right. Yeah, so apart from the ntypo icon, we're going to have the text input where we're gonna paste the image link. So text input, it's gonna have a placeholder which says enter your email. So here I'm gonna say enter your email. So yeah, let's basically give the style to the text input over here. So I'm gonna say style, it's gonna have a color of gray. So color of gray and some margin vertical of 10, and it's going to have a width of 300, and we're going to give the style for the outermost view as well, that's containing these two things. So I'm going to say style over here. This is basically going to contain a flex direction of row, and then align items of center, and it's going to have a gap of 5, and it's going to have basically a padding vertical of 5, and it's going to have border radius as well of 5, and it's going to have a margin top of 10. So yeah, let's format once and let's save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see this as well, and we are able to see the text input for the image. Alright, so now let's give the background color for the view. So here I'm going to say background color, it's going to be DC and then DC. Save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking better. And for the icon, let's give some margin left value. So here I'm going to say style, so it's going to have a margin left of 8, and this also color we're going to give it to be gray. Alright, so now beneath this particular view, we're going to have basically a button which says add image. So import button from React Native. Let's make it a self-enclosing tag. So here I'm going to say title is going to be add image, and we're going to save the file. Button does not exist. Okay, it's not imported. So button. Yeah, so as you can see, you're able to see that coming on the screen. Okay, so yeah, that's working absolutely fine. If you want, you can give some margin top to the button, or you can design the button in a different way. So let's try to give some margin top. So here I'm going to say style, margin top of 5. Okay, yeah, so that's looking fine. So yeah, now the next step we'll be looking into is we're gonna implement the next two things, that is the turn ons and the looking for. So let's come over here, and then we're gonna initialize the view for that. So the ad is done, the photos is done. This is for the next one, that is for the turn ons. So here I'm gonna write the condition, that is if at all my option equals to turn ons and so first of all, at the top I'm gonna import my turn ons array, okay, that is below the profile images. So I've imported both of my arrays, that is the turn ons array and the data required for the next tab, that is looking for tab. So basically I'll be sending both of the arrays in the description, that is in the drive link, you can check that out. So over here again, if this is an array of objects, so basically we have different kinds of turn ons, that is with the name, the description and the ID, you can use that. So yeah, with the help of this data, we're going to design the turn ons tab. And similarly for the data required for the looking for tab, again it's an array of objects, we have different kinds of name, description and then ID for each object that is present. So with the help of these two arrays, we're gonna currently style it out. So let's scroll down over here, and over here I'm going to say if option equals to turn on and here I'm going to initialize my view. Okay, so inside the view I'm going to map over, so inside the view I'm going to map through my turn ons. So I'm going to say turn ons dot map. So for each item and then index, I'm going to return a pressable. So inside this pressable I'm going to have a view. So inside this view I'm going to have a text. All right, so yeah, inside the text I'm just gonna access my name. So to do that I'm gonna say item dot name. So let's check that out. Let's go to the account over here, the turn-ons. As you can see, you're able to see all of the turn-ons being shown on the screen. So yeah, over here let's give the key to be index, and below the view I'm gonna initialize my text. This is for our description, so I'm gonna say item dot description. Save the file. As you can see, you're able to see the turn on as well as the description being shown on the screen. So now let's target the pressable and start giving the style to it. So I'm going to give it a background color of FFFDD0, and I'm going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and I'm going to give it a margin vertical. So I'm going to say margin vertical of 10, not 2010. Save the file. Let's look into it once more. So as you can see, that's looking good. So let's format once. All right, so for the view, let's give the styling. So here I'm just gonna say margin top of 3. Okay, I don't think that's looking that good. Let's remove that. So let's style out basically the text that's there inside of the view. So style over here, it's gonna have a text align of center, and we're gonna have a font size of 15 and a font weight of bold. Save the file. So yeah, as you can see, that's looking good. So let's target the description. So I'm going to give it basically a margin top. So here I'm going to say style margin top of 4. So margin top of 4, and it's going to have a font size of 15 over here, and it's going to have a color of gray. All right, and we're going to say text align of center. Okay, so save the file. Let's check out the turn on tab. Yeah, I think it's looking better. So yeah, now let's give the margin horizontal to the view, because as you can see, all of the children are touching the left and right part of the screen. So here I'm going to say style margin horizontal of 14. Yeah, so as you can see, now it's looking good. Yeah, so we have finished designing the turn on tab. So now the next thing we'll be looking into is the next one, that is the looking for tab. So let's minimize this. I'm going to initialize my one more view over here. So yeah, I'm just going to copy down the same styling, that is margin horizontal of 14, paste it over here, and let's define this, that is if at all my option equals to looking for, and here basically I'm going to make use of my fragment. So the first thing over here is I'm going to initialize my view. So this view is basically going to have the flat list. So I'm going to say flat list, import that from React Native. So this is going to take in, of course, the data. So data is going to be data in this case, that is whatever we have previously imported. You can check the link in the description to get the data, and we have to add the render item method. So initialize render item. This in turn is going to take in the item. So here basically I'm going to render a pressable. So yeah, this pressable in turn is going to have two texts. So I'm going to say text 1. This is going to be text 1, and this is going to be text number 2. So for the text 1, again it's going to be similar. We're going to show the item.name, that is whatever is there inside of the looking for data. And second one, it's going to be similar. It's going to be item.description. So for the flat list, I'm going to give few options. That is, I want it to come in 2 columns. So I'm going to say number of columns is going to be 2. So num columns equals to 2. So let's check out the looking for. Yeah, so as you can see, it's coming correctly in 2 columns. So now let's basically style out the pressable over here that we have. So I'm going to say style. So it's going to have a background color of this color code, that is white, and it's going to have some internal spacing, that is padding of, let's say, 16, and we're going to give justify content of center. All right, and apart from that, we're going to say align items of center, and we're going to give it a specific width for each children. So I'm going to say width of 150, and I'm going to say margin, that is some external spacing for the each children, that is margin of 10, and I'm going to give it a slight border radius. So I'm going to say border radius of 10 of 5, and I'm going to give it a border color, that is FD5C63. Okay, and let's also give it the border width. So I'm going to say border width of 0.7. So yeah, let's save the file. So as you can see, now the design is looking okay. So now let's give the style for the text that is present over here. So I'm going to say style over here. It's basically going to have text align of center. I'm going to give it a specific width of, let's say, 140, a slight margin top value of 10, and I'm going to reduce the font size to be 13 over here, and I'm going to give it a color of gray. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So let's give the color of gray for the next one, and let's keep it to be black for this one itself, that is for the name. So let's format once. I think I gave the wrong style for the wrong text, so this should come for the second one, that's for the description. Let's add that over there. And for the item.name, we're going to give font size of 13, that's correct. Let's remove the width. Let's also remove the margin top, and color is going to be black itself. Let's increase the font weight to be 500 for this. So save the file. Yep, so as you can see, that's looking better. And I think we have to give one more option to the flat list that is present. That's over here. So here I'm going to say column wrapper style. So it's going to be justify content of space between. All right, yeah, so I think we have designed this better. If you want, you can increase basically the font size of both the text that is present if you find this is small. So now the next step that we'll be looking into is we are basically going to write few endpoints for adding the description, for adding the photos, for selecting the turn-ons, and for selecting the looking for as well. So let's come back to the index.js file, and then let's continue writing all of the required endpoints to select the turn-ons looking for, as well as add some photos and then add your own description. So here I'm going to write the comment which says endpoint to update the user's description. So again, we're going to make use of the put method. So I'm going to say app.put. So it's going to be /users /user ID, and it's going to be /description. So it's going to take in, of course, the async method with the request and the response inside of the callback. So first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error, here I'm going to say a result.status of 500.json with a message being error updating the user description. All right, so now inside the try block, basically we need two things to perform this task. We need access to the user ID, and we need the description of the user that they've entered in the text input over here, that is inside of this block. So yeah, here let's access two things. That's going to be const user id equals to request.params and const description equals to request.body. Alright, so now I'm gonna access this one. So I'm gonna say const user equals to await, access the user. We have the find by id and then update. Let's make use of that. So I'm gonna say find by id and update. We're gonna update which particular user id. So the user id that's gonna come from the response, that is, I mean from the params, that is this one. So I'm gonna say user.find by id and update of the user id. So we're gonna target basically the description. It's going to be the description itself that is going to come from the request.body. So if you would check out basically the model, we are trying to enter the value for this particular string, that is description. So I've entered this description over here towards the left hand side. I'm trying to access that value, and I'm going to set the value that's going to come from the request.body for that particular user. That's why we have applied the find by id and update of that particular user id. That is whatever is there inside of the request.params. So that's it. And after that, here I'm going to say new equals to true. So yeah, let's format once and save the file. So here I'm going to say if at all there is no user, then here in this case I'm going to say return result.status of 404.json with a message being user is not found. Alright, so else if everything is worked out correctly, then I'm going to say return result.status of 200.json with a message being user description updated successfully. Okay, so that's it. So yeah, let's format once. And save the file. Alright, yeah, so this is basically the endpoint to update the user description for a particular user with the help of this method, that is find by id and update. So now the next step we'll be looking into is we're going to fetch the user's data for a particular user id that is currently logged in. So here I'm going to say scroll down. So here I'm going to say fetch users data. So here I'm going to write app.get method. It's going to be /users and then /user id. It's going to have, of course, the async method with the request and response in the callback. So here, first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So inside the catch block, here I'm going to say result.status of 500.json with a message being error fetching the user details. Okay, so inside the try block, to fetch the user details, we need access to the user id, right? So here I'm going to say const user id is going to come from request.params. So I'm going to say like this, and here I'm going to write const user equals to await, access the user model. We have find by id method, let's use that. So find by id of the user id. So with this we would get the information of that entire user object that is stored inside of the backend, that is basically this entire object, whatever is there for that particular user id. So after that, we're going to check the condition that if at all there is no user, then in that case here I'm going to say return result dot. So if at all there is no user, here I'm going to say return result dot status of 500.json with a message being user is not found. And if at all the user is present, then in that case we're going to send the result to the front end part. So here I'm going to say return result.status of, let's say, 200.json of the user. I'm just going to send the information to the front end part, that is with the help of this. So yeah, that's it. So this endpoint will basically give us the information of a particular user that is currently logged in. It's going to give us all of the details like name, email, password, crushes, received likes, turn-ons, description, and all the other details as well. So yeah, let's save the file once. So the next thing we'll be looking into is the endpoint to add a turn-on for a particular user in the backend. So here I'm going to say endpoint to add a turn on for a user in the backend part. Okay, so yeah, let's start this. So I'm going to say app.put method again. So it's going to be /users /user ID, and it's going to be /turn ons. So turn ons, and it's going to be /add, and of course it's going to take in the async method with the request and the response in the callback. So let's initialize our try catch block first. So catch of error, so let's send the result. So I'm going to say result.status of 500.json with a message being error, adding the turn on. Okay, if you want you can show the error message over there. So inside the try block, so basically to add a turn on for a particular user in the backend, we need access to two things. One is the user ID to modify that particular user object in the backend, and the next one is the turn on itself, that is whatever we have over here. All right, so yeah, let's access those two values. So I'm going to say const user ID equals to request.params, and here I'm going to say const turn on equals to request.body. So here I'm going to write const user equals to await access the user model. Here let's make use of the find by id and update method. So which id we're going to update? We already have the user id, we're going to update that particular user id. So pass in that method to that is user id, and we're going to say $add to set. We have this particular operator, and here I'm going to say access the turn ons and keep on adding the turn on one by one, that is whatever the user presses on. So here basically we are trying to say user.find by id and update. So this is the id which we are going to update, that is the user id, and here we are making use of the add to set operator, and we are targeting basically the turn ons array. So this spelling should be same thing as the one which we have given over here, that is turn on. So we are targeting this and we are adding it to the set, that is basically the turn on itself, that is coming from the request.body, because the user can add n number of turn ons over here, because we've given n number of options. It can either be 1, 2, or even many as well. So that's the reason we are saying add to set of this particular target this turn ons array, and then add the turn on selected initially in the front end part. So apart from that, here I'm going to say new is going to be true. So format once, I think this is going to come not there over here, it's going to come after this particular bracket. All right, so just like this. So now basically we're going to check if at all there is no user. So if at all there is no user over here, we're going to send the result.status. So here I'm going to say result.status of 404.json with a message being user is not found. Okay, so yeah, if at all everything works out correctly, that means if at all we have modified it, then we're going to send the return result.status. So here I'm going to say return result.status of 200, which is a correct success status code, dot JSON with a message being turn on updated successfully. Okay, so that's it. If you want, you can send the user over here just like this. So yeah, that's it. So this is the endpoint to add a turn on into the turn ons array for that particular user in the backend. Hope you got this part. So now let's move on to the next one, next endpoint. So the next endpoint is to remove a turn on for a user. This was to add a turn on for the user. Again, if you press on the turn on which is currently selected, then we're going to remove that particular turn on from the front end part as well as in the back end too. So here I'm going to say endpoint to remove a particular turn on for the user. Alright, so it's going to be super similar. So I'm going to say app.put. So it's going to be /users /user ID, and then it's going to be /turn ons. So previously we had written add, so in this time we're going to return remove. We're going to say remove over here. So it's going to have the async method over here with the request and the response in the callback. So basically let's initialize our try and then catch block. So here I'm going to say try and then catch of error. So first of all, let's return the status. So I'm going to say return result.status of 500.json with a message being error removing turn on. Okay, you can just show the error over here along with the message. So inside the try block, so to again remove a turn on, we need access to two things, that is which user ID or which user object we're going to modify. So for that we need access to the user ID, and we need access to the turn on that is again pressed on, so that we can remove it from the turn ons array in the backend for that particular selected user. So here I'm going to say const user ID equals to, it's going to come from request.params, and here I'm going to say const turn on is going to come from the request.body. So now I'm just going to copy down the same thing, that is this one, and I'm going to paste over here. So it's going to be the similar thing. So previously we just said that we need to do user.find by update, and we are trying to say add to set. With the help of this operator, we are trying to add the turn on. So now instead of add to set, I'm just going to make use of the pull operator over here, and again I'm going to target the same array, that is turn ons array. So whatever array that was pressed on, so that's of course going to come from request.body. So instead of adding it to the set, we're going to pull it from the set, so that particular turn on is going to get filtered out from the turn ons array for that particular user in the backend. All right, so yeah, that's it. We're going to make use of the pull operator over here. So let's write the condition that if at all there is no user found, then here I'm going to say return result.status of 404.json with a message being user is not found. So if everything is worked out correctly, that means we have modified it in the backend. So here I'm going to say return result.status of 200, the success status code, and here I'm going to say .json with a message being a turn on removed successfully. You can send the user. Okay, so yeah, let's format once. Yeah, so that's it. So we have currently defined 4 endpoints. One is to update the user description, and the second one is to fetch the user details, that is the user who's currently logged in, and the third one was to add a turn on for a particular user in the backend, and the final one was to remove a particular turn on for the user in the backend. So we'll try to implement this in the front end part. So we'll try to execute, we'll try to define functions that is required, that is basically on this particular button, that is publish and feed button, to update the description. And also we'll define on press function on each one of these children, and if at all it's selected or deselected based on whatever it is, we're gonna modify the backend as well. So now let's head back to basically the the bio, that is basically the index.js file, and then we're gonna initialize a on press function on the publish and feed button. So here I'm just gonna search for the button that is publish and feed, that is over here, and for this pressable I'm gonna initialize a on press event. So here I'm gonna say on press update user description. Alright, so let's go at the top and then define this function that is update user description. So over here, so I'm going to say const update user description equals to an async function. So here I'm going to initialize my try and then catch block. So catch of error, here I'm just going to say console.log error updating the user description. Alright, so inside the try block, first of all I'm going to initialize my response value. So I'm going to say const response equals to await initialize Axios, import Axios from Axios. We're going to make use of the put method, and this is going to be the URL, that is http / localhost / 3000 / users / the user ID, and it's going to be / description. So currently we do not have the user ID over here in this particular screen, but we've already defined it in the other screen, that is with the help of a use effect, that is in the select.js screen. So I'm just going to copy down the code for that. So make sure you also copy down the state as well as the use effect code. And let's come back to this file and we're going to paste it over here. So make sure you import use effect. We also need to import JWT code as well. So let's make sure to import these two lines as well. So let's come back over here and I'm going to paste the code. I think we also need access to the async storage also, because we have that in the function. Alright, so let's initialize the state to hold the user ID. So yeah, I think it's done over here. Let's paste it at the top. Okay, so the same user ID, we are passing it over here in the response. So basically this particular user ID is being passed over here in the response. So to this put method, we have to pass the description itself. That is whatever the user, the user is typing inside of this particular input field. So I'm going to initialize an object over here and I'm going to say description is going to be description, that is stored inside of state. That is this one. We've already written that. So yeah, let's save the file once, format once, save the file. So yeah, if you want, you can just console.log the response.data. So here I'm going to say console.log response.data, and here I'm going to check if at all the response dot status equals to 200, which is a success status code. Then here I'm going to say alert, import alert from React Native, alert success, and here I'm going to write description updated successfully. All right, so yep, that's it. So let's format once and let's save the file and let's give this a try. Okay, so basically I'm gonna first of all console.log basically the user ID and check if at all we have the correct value and make sure that it is not undefined. So if it is undefined, this entire thing is gonna get errored out, because over here user ID is gonna get undefined. So let's give a console message over here. So I'm gonna say console.log user ID is gonna be user ID So let's save the file and come to the bio. Yeah, so as you can see, this is my user ID, so everything should work out correctly if I press on this particular button after entering the description. So let me just get a random kind of description for the user. Okay, so I'm basically going to paste the description over here. So I've just currently pasted the description. So as you can see, it's coming everything in one line, which we do not want it. So as soon as I paste the description, if it finishes the width, it should come and take up the next line. Okay, so we're going to give an option to the text input. So let's clear this off first of all. So let's go to the text input, that is where we have the add. So that's going to happen over here, and to the text input we have an option known as multi-line. So let's give that. Okay, so let's save the file. Alright, so I've just pasted the description over here after entering the multi-line over here. So as you can see, now it's looking better. So as soon as I entered multi-line over here, it's gonna come into the next line and take up the remaining space. So if you want, you can add any kind of description. I'll be sending all of the descriptions that I've created in the drive link. You can make use of that. So now if I press on this particular publish in feed, I think it's going to trigger of this function, that is update user description, and we should be able to see the description being updated for this particular user in the backend. So yes, let's give this a try. Okay, so as you can see, description updated successfully. I'm going to press on OK. So now let's go check out in the backend once if at all we have updated the description. So I'm just going to refresh over here. So as you can see, for this particular user, that's my user profile, the description has been updated. So that is looking good. So we are able to update the description for the particular user. All right, so over here, if I now try to refresh the app and then again reload it, of course we're going to lose the state of the description. So currently it's not persistent, but we have stored the description in the backend part for this particular user. Also previously we had just defined the endpoint to fetch the user details, that is this one, that is fetch users data. So basically with the help of this, we're going to fetch the correct description from the backend, and then we're going to show it over here, and then we're going to make it look dynamic for each user, that is based on whatever description they've added in the backend part. We're going to fetch it and show it over here. So let's come again to the index file of the bio tab, and over here first of all at the top I'm going to define few states that is required currently. So here I'm going to say const. So for description it's already been set, so we'll be making use of the same thing while calling also from the backend. So apart from that, I'm gonna define few more states. So here I'm going to say const selected turn-ons. So this is for the next one that we'll be looking into, and set selected turn-ons equals to use state. So we can have n number of turn-ons. So here I'm going to pass an empty array, the initial state. Alright, so apart from that, I'm going to initialize one more thing, that is const looking options comma set looking options equals to use state, and I'm going to pass in an empty array again because we can choose n number of looking options in the looking for tab. So apart from that, we're going to have one more state, that is for my image URL. So I'm going to say const image URL comma set image URL equals to use state, and I'm going to pass in an empty string at the initial state. Okay, so that's it. So now I'm going to initialize my final thing, that is basically for the profile images, that's going to come in the photos tab. So we can have basically n number of profile images. So currently we're adding either 2 or 3. So here I'm going to say const images comma set images equals to use state. So this also we can have n number of images, as I already told. So I'm going to pass in an empty array at the initial state. Alright, so now we're going to define a function that is fetch the user description. So let's initialize basically an use effect. So I'm going to say use effect, and if at all the user ID is present, then only we're going to call this function. Otherwise it's going to get errored out in the initial state. So here I'm going to write the condition that if at all we have the user ID, then go ahead and call this function, that is fetch user description. So to initialize this function, we'll be making use of this endpoint, as I already told. That is this one, users and then / user ID, which will give us basically all of the details. So in the dependency area also, I'm going to pass in the user ID. So now let's define this. So here I'm going to say const fetch user description equals to a async function. Okay, so first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block over here. So catch of error. So here I'm going to say console.log error of fetching user description with that particular error, whatever it is. Okay, so inside the try block, I'm going to initialize my response initially. So I'm going to say const response equals to await axios dot we have to use the get method, and this is going to be the URL, that's http /localhost 3000 /users and /user ID. So if you want, you can just console.log the response.data or just the response as well. So here I'm going to initialize my user state. So I'm going to say const user equals to response.data. So here I'm going to say set description to be user dot user object, and then we have to target the description. So you can basically console.log the response, and you would be seeing that this is the correct value to set the description for that particular user. That is user dot go into the user object and then target the description to set the value. So yep, that's it. So this should basically set the description into this state, and it should be dynamic over here. So yeah, that's it. So let's try this and let's save the file once. So no error should occur. Yeah, so I think it has executed properly. So let's give this a try. So let's just console.log the description over here. So let's try it out over here. So I'm going to say console.log description and then description over here as well. So yeah, let's save the file. So as you can see, we are able to see the description on the screen. Let's maximize this. Yeah, so as you can see, this is my description. Okay, so this is currently coming from the backend. So the same value I've set it over here, that is in the function, that is set description of user.description, that is corresponding to this state, and the same state that is over here, the description and set description, we have given it to the text input, if you would remember earlier. That is, if you scroll down, as you can see, values description. So automatically we're just fetching the correct data from the backend and storing it over here. So now I'm going to reload my app, and then you should be seeing the description being loaded again from the backend. So let's give that a try. So I'm going to press on account, and as you can see, it's coming directly because we have set the description for the user in the backend. So yeah, that's working absolutely fine. So now the next step that we'll be looking into is we're going to go into the turn ons tab, and then we'll be initializing a on press event on each one of the children. That is basically for the pressable after mapping. So let us minimize this once, and let us, yeah, over here for this particular pressable, I'm going to say on press equals to a arrow function. I mean taking a function, and here I'm going to define my function, that is handle toggle turn on of the item.name. So here basically item.name corresponds to the first name that is present over here. So let's go on the top and then define the function, that is handle toggle turn on. So here I'm going to define my function, that is const handle toggle turn on. It's going to take in the turn on, that is whatever we have pressed on. So let's write that. So turn on. Let's firstly check if at all we are getting the correct value. So I'm going to say console.log turn on is going to be turn on from the parameter. So let's save the file, and let us remove the description text, and let's maximize this. So let's save the file. So yeah, let's give this a try. So let's come back to the account tab, then turn ons over here. So if I press on the first one, you should be seeing music in the console. So as you can see, turn on is music currently. So yeah, that's working absolutely fine. So similarly, yeah, everything is working fine. So yeah, let's remove the console.log message. So first of all, we're going to check if any kind of turn on is already selected or not. So if it is selected and if we press on it again, then we need to deselect it from the backend as well as from the front end too. So in case the turn on is being pressed for the first time, then we need to include that turn on and we need to make an API call for the endpoint that we have written previously. So here I'm going to write the condition, that is we have already defined the state for the turn ons just a couple of minutes ago. That is this one, con selected turn ons and then set selected turn ons equals to an empty array, the initial state. So here I'm going to say if at all my selected turn ons dot includes, I'm going to make use of the includes method from JavaScript. If it includes the turn on, so in this case basically we're going to call the function that is remove turn on of the turn on. We're going to pass in that as well, that is whatever we have to remove that is currently selected. Else if it doesn't include, that means we are pressing on the turn on for the very first time. So here I'm going to say add turn on of the turn on. Okay, so that's it. So first of all, if we press on this, let's say music, so currently it's not selected, so it automatically goes into the else condition, because this condition is false, because selected turn ons or includes of turn on is currently empty, because selected turn ons at the initial state is an empty array, as you can see over here. So it automatically resembles to false and it goes into the next condition, that is else condition, and we're going to define this function that is add turn on to be of that particular turn on, that is music. So let's define both of the functions now, that is add turn on and then remove turn on. So here I'm going to say const add turn on equals to async method. It's going to take in the turn on as the parameter. So first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So I'm going to say catch of error. So here I'm going to say console.log error adding turn on with that particular error message over here. So inside the try block, I'm going to initialize my response now. So I'm going to say const response equals to await, initialize my axios, and we're going to make use of the put method, and this is going to be the URL, that is http localhost, let's write this correctly, error, yeah, so http / localhost and then 3000 / users / user ID, and it's going to be / turn ons, and it's going to be / add, and this in turn is going to take in the turn on that is currently selected. So I'm going to pass in an object and I'm going to say turn on is going to be turn on that's coming from the parameter, that is whatever is selected initially. So turn on, that is this particular parameter. All right, so if you want, you can just console.log the response.data to check the correct value. So I'm going to say console.log response.data. So we have to check if at all the status is equals to 200, and then we're going to initialize a statement. So here I'm going to say if my response dot status equals to 200, which is the success status code. So here I'm going to write set my selected turn ons. Okay, so I'm going to include whatever is there initially. So I'm just going to spread the value that is selected turn ons, and then I'm going to add the turn on as well that is currently selected. Okay, so that the so this is basically for the UI change to show to the user initially when they press on it. So yep, that's it. So this will basically add the particular turn on for that particular user into the turn ons array in the backend as well. So let's format once and save the file. Alright, so now the next step is we're going to define the next function that's going to be remove turn on. So let's do that over here as well. So I'm going to say const remove turn on equals to basically an async function. This in turn is going to take in the turn on. So first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error. So here I'm going to write console.log error removing turn on with that particular error message. So now inside of the try block, I'm going to initialize my response value. So I'm going to say const response equals to await axios dot again put method. We're going to pass in the URL that's going to be http /localhost / 3000 /users / the user ID, and it's going to be / the turn ons, and here we're going to pass in remove, and this also is going to take in the turn on to remove from the backend. So I'm going to say turn on is going to be turn on. That's going to come from the parameter selected. So yep, that's it. If you want, you can just console.log the response.data. So I'm going to say console.log response.data, and again we're going to do the similar thing, that if at all my response.status equals to 200, which is the success status code, here I'm going to say set the selected turn ons to be, here basically we're going to make use of the filter method. So here I'm going to say selected turn ons dot apply the filter method. So for each item I'm going to filter it out. So I'm going to say item should not be equal to the turn on. That's coming from the parameter. So basically what we're trying to do over here is, if at all it's true, that means if at all the status code equals 200, then we are filtering out that particular turn on from the selected turn on. So let's say suppose music was already selected and we again press on music to deselect it, then we're going to make use of the filter method, and then we're going to deselect it from the backend and from the front end as well. So this would do it for the backend part, and this is going to do it for the front end part. So yep, that's it. And when we call the function that is fetch user description, we're going to make one more change. So anyhow we have access to the user over here, so this user is going to resemble the entire user object in the backend, that is the name, email, password, and all of the other required details. So now here itself, so instead of set description, after set description, I'm going to say set the selected turn ons to be user dot again go into the user object that is there inside, and here I'm going to say dot turn ons. Alright, so let's just save the file once. So now let's give this a try. So before trying this out, I have to give one more condition that is in the front end part. That is, if at all any kind of turn on is selected, we need to show a tick mark button over here, right? So let's make that change. So let's come down to the condition where we have the tick mark button, the turn ons tab, that is gonna be over here. So we're gonna apply the condition just after the text, that is over here. So here I'm going to say if at all my selected turn ons dot includes item dot name, and here I'm going to render my icon, that is the check circle icon. So let's get that from expo icon. So I'm going to search for check circle, that is from and design. So let's paste it over here, and for the view let's give the design, that is flex direction of row and align items of center, and justify content also of center. Alright, so yeah, let's format once and let's save the file. So now let's understand how exactly this is going to work, right? So first of all, let's come back to the turn ons tab. So let's imagine I press on music firstly. So we have an on press initialize to each of the children, that is for the main pressable. So it's going to initialize this function, and we have passed in music over here as the parameter over here. So it's going to go into this function. So it's going to check if the selected turn ons includes of music. So by default in the initial state, selected turn ons is going to be equal to an empty array, because that's the initial state which we have passed. So this condition is going to be false, because selected turn ons includes of music is false, because the array is empty. So it automatically goes into the else condition, and we're going to execute this function, that is add turn on of the turn on. So it's going to be pretty simple. Again, we're going to make use of this response, make an API call using axios, and then we're going to check if at all the state is equals to 200, which is true. If at all it's true, then we're going to set the selected turn-ons to be whatever is there initially in the selected turn-ons, which is an empty array initially, and we're going to add the turn-on into the array. So music would be added into the selected turn-ons, and again over here it's going to check the condition, that is if the selected turn-ons dot includes of music for any item, then it's going to show the tick mark icon. So instead of black color, I'm just going to give it this particular green color. So let's make that change as well. So I'm going to say hashtag 17b169. so let's save the file and let's give this a try. Let's press on music now. Okay, and design does not exist, so yeah, let's make sure to import and design. So let's check if at all we have set the turn on for that particular user, because that error was for and design and nothing much related to the backend part. So let's refresh once. And let's look into the turn-ons array. Yeah, so as you can see, turn-ons has been set for this particular user, that is my user profile. So turn-ons, as you can see, music has been added. So since basically that and design error was there, that is basically the icon was not imported, you were not able to see the UI design correctly. So now let's give that a try. So I'm just going to reload the app once more and then look into this. So I'm going to go to account and then I'm going to go into the turn-ons now. So as you can see, now it's working perfectly fine. That is, we have selected music and it is being shown correctly. That is, music is currently selected as a turn on for this particular user. So now let's give one more change for the styling, because this particular icon should come towards the rightmost part. So yeah, let's make the change for that. So basically we're going to give the style for the text over here, because we want the icon to be moved to the rightmost part. So we're going to give a flex of 1 to the text and we're going to tell it to take the most of the space and push the icon towards the rightmost part, and we're going to decrease the size to be 18. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's say again I press on music. So again we have an on press initialized on this. So it's going to go over here to the handle toggle function. So now inside this handle toggle turn on function, we're going to first of all check if the selected turn ons or includes of the turn on. So currently this selected turn ons is equals to just music, because while fetching the description, we are also setting the selected turn ons. This is coming from the backend. So currently this resembles, that is this particular selected turn on state is having music inside this. Okay, so it's going to check over here, that is it's going to check the condition, that is includes of music, which is true. So it's automatically going to go into the remove turn on and we're going to execute this. And after executing that, if at all it's if at all the status code is 200, which is a success status code, then here I'm going to say set selected turn ons to be, with the help of filter method I'm just going to remove that. So the same thing is going to get affected over here as well, that is this tick mark button is going to get removed off. So let's save the file and then let's give it a try. I'm going to press on music. So as you can see, the music is gone and we have successfully removed music turn on from this particular turn ons array of the user. So the same thing would be reflected in the backend as well. So currently it's there. Let's refresh once. So as you can see, currently the turn-ons array is empty. So let's give one more try. Let's add a couple of turn-ons over here. Let's say music, kissing, and then desire. Okay, so as you can see, 3 of them have been added. So let's go over here and then I'm gonna refresh the app, and you should be seeing 3 turn-ons being added into the turn-ons array of this particular user. So as you can see, 3 turn-ons are there. So yeah, this part is working absolutely fine. That is, we are able to add the turn-ons and then as well as remove the turn-ons. So now the next step that we'll be looking into is we're going to go into the index file and then we're going to write few more endpoints for adding the looking for data into the looking for array of the user, that is this particular array looking for, and also we're going to write few endpoints for the setting the images and the profile images for the user. So let's head over to the index file and then let's start writing the code for adding basically the looking for the particular user, that is over here. So endpoint to add a looking for. So here I'm going to write app.put and it's it's going to be /users / the user ID, and it's going to be / looking for. Okay, so here I'm going to initialize my async method with the request and the response inside of the callback. And here first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error, so here I'm going to say result.status of 500.json with a message being error updating looking for. So here you can send the error over here. So now inside the try block, so to basically update the looking for a particular user in the backend, we need access to two things, that is the user ID and the looking for name. So here I'm going to say const user ID equals to request.params. Okay, and similarly here I'm going to say const looking for equals to request.body. So here I'm going to initialize my user. So I'm going to say const user equals to await. Access the user model. Here again we're going to make use of the find by ID and update method, and which ID we're going to update, that is with this particular ID, user ID, that's going to come from requested params. So I'm going to say update this, and here basically we are targeting the looking for. So again we're going to follow the similar method. I'm going to make use of the add to set, and here we are going to target the looking for array in the backend, and here we are going to add looking for, that's going to come from the request.body. All right, and here I'm going to say new is going to be true. So this would basically add looking for into the array of the user, that is basically in the backend. Okay, so here I'm going to check the condition that if at all there is no user, here I'm going to write return result.status of 404.json with a message being no user. All right, so now here if everything works out correctly, I'm going to say return result.status of 404.json with not 404, this is going to be a return result.status of 200.json with a message being looking for updated successfully. You can send the user along. Okay, so yep, that's it. So this would basically add the looking for into the array. So let's save the file once, and then let's write the next one. So this is basically our endpoint to remove looking for in the backend. So here I'm going to say app.put method, so it's going to be /users and then /user ID, and it's going to be /looking for, and it's going to be /remove. So it's of course going to have the async method inside, which is going to have the request and the response. So request and response. So here first of all let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error, so it's going to be result.status of 500.json with a message being error removing looking for that particular error. So I'm just going to copy down whatever is there inside of my try block. It's going to be super similar to the previous one. Okay, let's also copy this as well, and we're going to paste it over here. So here instead of adding to set, we're just going to pull from the set. We are basically trying to pull from the looking for array, and we're going to pull the looking for detail, that is whatever they've given in the front end part, that is whatever they selected over here in this part. Okay, so yeah, that's it. So let's format once and save the file. So now the next step we'll be looking into is we're going to write the next endpoint that is basically regarding the profile images. So here I'm going to say app.post method. It's going to be /users, then /user ID, and it's going to be /profile images. Okay, so it's going to take in, of course, the async method with the request and the response in the callback. So here let's initialize our try and then catch block. So first of all, catch of error. So I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot json with a message being error adding the profile images. Okay, something like this. So to basically add the profile image, we need access to two things again, that is the user ID of the user, and then we need the image URL, that is basically the image that is being added to the backend of the user profile. So let's access both of them. So I'm going to say const user ID equals to request.params, and I'm going to say const image URL equals to request.body over here. So first of all, here I'm going to say const user equals to await user dot find by ID, and we're going to find with the help of the user ID. Okay, so here I'm going to say if at all there is no user found, then return the status. So here I'm going to say return result dot status of 404 dot json with a message being user is not found. Okay, so if at all the user is present, we need to make the change for the profile images. So if you can just check out the backend over here, so as you can see, profile images is an array, and the user can add n number of profile images, and all the images would be shown in the carousel that we had designed earlier. So to do that, here I'm going to say if at all the user is present with that particular user ID, I'm going to write user dot access the profile images, and with the help of push method, just push the image URL into that. Okay, so that's it. It's pretty simple. So now after that, we need to save the updated user document. So I'm going to say await user dot save. Okay, so that's it. So here I'm going to say return result dot status of 200 dot json with a message being image has been added, and you can, if you want, check out the user over here. So that's it. So this endpoint is basically trying to push every image that the user enters in the photos tab with the help of the image URL over here. So that's it. So now the next step that we'll be looking into is we're going to go into the looking for, and then we're going to initialize the onPress event on the pressable that we have. So that's going to happen over here. Let's come back to the index of the bio tab. So yeah, as I said, we're going to initialize the onPress event on the pressable, that is after mapping, and then we're going to initialize a function, and based on whether or not it is selected or not, then we're going to include that particular looking for array in the backend for that particular user. So basically, let's initialize an onPress event on, yeah, I think this is the pressable. Yeah, that's over here. So over here, I'm going to say onPress equals to taking a function, and here I'm going to write handle option of the item dot name. Okay, so let's define this function at the top, that is handle option. So it's going to be very similar to the previous function, that is for the turn ons. So let's define it over here. Okay, so I'm going to say const handle option equals to, it's going to take in looking for as a parameter, that is basically the name, either casual, long term, something like that. So yeah, over here I'm going to write the condition that if at all looking options, so looking options we have already set up initially the state as we have done it earlier, that is this state looking options, and then set looking options will be referring to that. Okay, so here I'm going to say if looking options dot includes of the looking for, if it is including, and if we press on that, then we need to deselect it. So I'm going to initialize a function that is remove looking for. Again, it's similar to the previous function, that is turn ons. So remove looking for of the looking for. Else, if you are pressing it for the first time, then we need to add it into the backend and we need to show it in the front end as well. So here I'm going to say add looking for of the looking for, whatever it is selected. So now, yeah, let's define first of all the add looking for. I'm going to define it over here. So I'm going to write const add looking for equals to a async function. It's going to take in looking for over here. All right. So first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error. So here I'm going to say console.log error adding looking for with that particular error message, whatever it is. So inside the try block, I'm going to initialize my response value. So I'm going to say const response equals to await axios.put method, and I'm going to say backticks http localhost 3000 /users /user id, and it's going to be /looking for. Okay, so to this we need to pass the selected looking for value. So here I'm going to say looking for is going to be looking for itself. That's going to come from the function parameter, that is whatever we have selected. Okay, so if you want, you can just console.log the response.data to check the correct result. So I'm going to say console.log response.data. So here I'm going to say if at all my response.status equals to 200, which is a success status score, then that means I'm just going to modify my state. So I'm going to say set looking options to be whatever is there initially inside of the looking option. So I'm going to spread the value and I'm going to include the added one, that is looking for. So I'm just following the exact same steps that we had done for the turn-ons, the same thing we have done over here, right? Yeah, so that's it. So let's save the file. So now I'm just going to paste in the code for the next one, that is basically the remove looking for, that is this one. So I've just pasted the code for remove looking for. So it's going to be again super similar. So over here we're going to make use of the response by initializing the try and catch block before, and after that we're going to check if response.status equals to 200, then set looking options, and we're going to make use of the filter method, and then we're going to try to filter that particular looking for item out of the looking options array so that it is not being shown in the front end part. Okay, so yeah, that's it. So let's save the file and we're going to make the change for the UI as well. So yeah, let's scroll down and we're going to make the change for the background color and the border color as well. So alright guys, I've just made the change for the style over here. So I'm going to say background color. If my looking options dot includes the item dot name, which is true in the case, then we are going to include this red kind of background color. Else I want it to be in the default state itself, that is white, just like this. Currently nothing is selected. And for the border width also, I'm going to say if at all my looking options dot includes item dot name, I want it to be transparent because we are applying this particular background color. And else if it's not selected, I want it to be this particular width, that is 0.7. Okay, so I'm also going to make the change for over here as well, that is for the text, if at all it is selected. So here basically I'm going to say color. If my looking options dot includes the item dot name, then I want it to be in white color. Else I want it to be in the same color, that is black. So I'm going to make the same kind of statement over here as well. That is, if my looking options dot includes item dot name, I want it to be in white color, else in the black color, else in the gray color over here. So let's save the file and let's give this a try. So first of all, I'm going to press on first option, that is going to be casual. So as soon as I pressed on this should change the color, and the same thing should be reflected in the backend as well. So as you can see, the same thing should be reflected in the backend, and currently this particular looking for is selected for this user. So let's go and check out in the backend if at all everything is worked out correctly. So I'm going to refresh once over here. And I'm going to check basically the looking for array. So as you can see, looking for array is modified. Initially it was 0. So as you can see, casual is being added into it. So now let's try to press on casual. It should call remove looking for. Okay, so let's give that a try. So as you can see, as soon as I pressed on this, we are able to see the change being shown on the screen. Also it should be reflected in the backend as well. So let's give that a try. So So now the looking array should be 0. So as you can see, looking for array is currently empty. So yep, everything is working absolutely fine. We're able to add the turn-ons, the looking for as well. Let's try to add the first two. Okay, and even the add is working perfectly fine. So now the next and final step in the bio screen is we're going to look into the photos part, and if at all the user adds any kind of photos over here, then we're going to show it over here. That's going to come from the backend. So yes, let's initialize basically a on press event on the add image button that is present. That's gonna be over here, I guess. Yes, that's over here. So here I'm going to say on press equals to handle add image. So let's define this function handle add image at the top of the screen over here. So here I'm going to say const handle add image equals to a async function. So over here, first of all, let's initialize our try catch blocks. So I'm going to say try and then catch of error. Alright, so let's try to console.log of error. So inside the try block, I'm going to initialize my response value. So I'm going to say const response equals to await axios.post method. So this is going to be the URL, that's http /localhost 3000 /users and then /user ID, and it's going to be / the profile images. Okay, so this is basically going to take in the URL that we want to add to the profile images array. So let's pass in an object, and here I'm going to say image URL is going to be image URL itself. For this also we have initialized state earlier itself. Let me just show you that. That is this state const image URL comma set image URL equals to use state of an empty string. So now after we have done that, automatically it would be sent in the backend. So you can just say console.log of response over here, and after doing that I'm just gonna set the image URL to be empty. So yeah, let's come to the text input once and check if at all the value has been given correctly for the image. So let's come to the photo over here. Yeah, so currently for this it's not given correctly. So enter instead of enter your email, here I'm going to say enter your image URL or add your image URL, or let's say enter your image URL itself. So yes, over here I'm going to say value is going to be image URL, and we have the onChange text method that's present, which is going to take in the text, that is whatever the user is typing or entering. Here I'm going to say set the image URL to be that particular text. Okay, so that's it. Let's save the file. So now let's give this a try. Let's come back to the accounts over here and then to the photos. So yes, so let's try and add a image link. So I'm just going to get a random image link, or I'm going to use it over here itself, that is whatever we have. So let's access it from the array, that is, I think it's data, or yeah, I think it's profile images. Let's choose any one of the image. Okay, and let's also make one more change. So while fetching it over here, I'm going to say set my images to be, okay, now we are referring to this particular state. This also we have defined it earlier, const images comma set images equals to use it of an empty array. So here I'm going to write set images to be user dot user, then access the profile images of the user. So yes, that's it. So now instead of mapping over the profile images inside of the carousel, you're going to map over the images that's going to come from the backend part. So I think yeah, over here let's make the change. So instead of profile images, I'm going to say images. So let's save the file. So currently nothing should be seen because we have 0 images for this particular user in the backend. So as you can see, it says just add a picture of yourself, which is looking correctly fine. So now yeah, let's copy down that profile image inside of the array. That is yeah, this one. You can copy pretty much any image which you want. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to enter my image URL over here, and I'm going to press on add image. Alright, so now let's check if at all our image is being added to the backend part. So I'm just going to refresh over here. So as you can see, our profile image has been added over here. So currently we have one image. So now let's try to reload the app and then let's look into everything is working correctly or not. So we should be seeing just one image in the in the photos tab. So as you can see, that's looking perfectly fine. We have one image, not sure why that's not displaying. Yeah, I think let's check that out. So over here we just have the image. There is, here we just have the item. There is nothing known as image added over here, because inside of the profile images array we had image and then we had the image URL. So we had written item.image. So in this case it's just going to be the item because it's just an array of strings that's coming from the backend, right? So let's make that change inside of the carousel rendering component, that is, yeah, this one. So here instead of item.image, here we are just going to say item and we're going to save the file. And here instead of profile images.length, I'm going to say images.length. So let's come back over here, photos. So as you can see, it's coming correctly from the backend, and here also it's showing correctly. That is the active slide, that is 1 of 1. So the profile tab is completely done. So we are able to add the description, set the description, and add the photo. That is by adding your URL, and we're able to choose the turn-ons and then unselect the turn-ons as well. And we're also able to choose the looking for options and also unselect the looking for options as well. Let's also make the change for these two as well. That is while rendering. That is while calling the fetch description over here. We have not set that. So over here, yeah, here I'm going to say set the looking options to be user.looking for. So save the file and let's reload the app once more. So as you can see, now the details is coming correctly from the backend and both of them have been selected. So yes, so we have finished designing basically the bio tab. That is basically we are able to add the description, set the description for the user, and then we're also able to add the photos as well. And we're also able to add the turn-ons for that particular user. We're able to select it, we're able to deselect it, and the same thing is getting reflected in the backend as well. And the same thing goes for the looking for tab. We're able to select the looking for item and we're able to deselect as well. So now the next step is I'm going to create a bunch of user profiles, let's say 5 to 10, like 5 male profiles and 5 female profiles. And then the next step is based on whatever they have chosen over here, that is in the turn-ons and the looking for, we're going to filter that out and we're going to show the filtered profiles to the user who's currently logged in. So I'm going to create a bunch of user profiles and then come back. So I'll also be sending all of the required data to create the user profiles in the backend. In the drive link, you can just copy paste that and you can uh, include that in the backend. You can actually try to register over here. So the same thing should be reflected in the backend. And based on that, we're going to write the filter conditions and then show the user profiles. So I'll just create a bunch of profiles and then I'll come back. Alright guys, so I've just created a bunch of user profiles inside of my backend and I'm currently logged in with a male user profile. So now we have forgotten to do one thing, that is we have to also make the changes for the profile image over here as soon as we add the photos, right? So let's come down to the view where we have the hard-coded image present, that is over here. And also we're going to implement in such a way that, let's say if the user has uploaded 3 images in the backend, so we're going to show it in a random order. So if at all they press on any kind of tab, we just want the image to be just changed in a random kind of order. So we're going to make it look like that. So let's come to the image over here. So let's remove the hard-coded value. So here I'm going to say random image. So let's define this value at the top. So here I'm going to say const random image equals to get random image. Okay, so if you don't want any kind of random image, you can just access the first index of the image that is present and you can just show it over here inside of the URI. So the images will be stored inside of the images array that is coming from the backend, that is this one, because we are setting it over here, that is set images to be user.user.profile images. So let's come down over here and let's define the function that is get random image. So I'm going to say const get random image equals to an arrow function, and here I'm going to say const random index equals to, I'm going to make use of math.floor over here, and here I'm going to say math.make use of the random function multiplied by the images.length. So here I'm just going to say return the images of the random index. So this would basically return each time a random kind of item that would be provided as the URI over here, that is basically the random image. So let's just save the file. Okay, my bad, we have given it to this particular thing. So let's just all right, so I'll just make the change for the image. So this should be random index itself. So random index. Okay, so now as you can see, we have the original image back, and over here also you're able to see the correct image, whatever the user has added correctly. So currently we have one image, so every time it's going to show that itself. So yep, now everything is working fine. So now based on whatever the user has selected, that is the turn-ons as well as the looking for items, we're going to show the profiles over here. So currently profiles is completely empty. So now we're going to define an endpoint initially. Let's go to the index.js file over here, and I'm going to define the endpoint to fetch all of the profiles. So here I'm going to say endpoints to for a particular user. Okay, so here I'm going to say app dot, we're going to make use of the get method, so it's going to be just /profiles. Okay, so it's going to have basically the async method with the request and the response inside of the callback. And here basically we need access to, let's say, 4 things: the user ID, the gender of the logged in user, the turn-ons of the logged in user, as well as the looking for array of the logged in user. So here I'm going to say const user ID comma gender comma turn-ons, and then looking for equals to request.query. Okay, so first let's initialize our try and then catch block. So here I'm going to say try and then catch of error. So here I'm going to say result.status of 500.json with a message being error fetching user profiles with that particular error message. So let's copy down this inside of the try block. Okay, so now I'm gonna initialize my filter variable. So here I'm going to say let filter equals to an object. So firstly we're going to filter based on the gender, that is if at all the user is a male, then we're going to show the female profiles, and if the user is a female, then we're only going to show the male profiles. So here I'm going to say gender, if at all my gender, that is whatever is the user gender, this is basically going to come from the front end part, that is this is basically the data of the logged in user. So we're going to apply the condition such that if the gender equals to male, then I want the female profiles. Okay, else I want the male profiles only, that is if at all the gender equals to female, then I want the male profiles. So yeah, this filtering has been done based on the gender. So now here I'm going to say we're going to add basically filtering based on the turn-ons and the looking for arrays. So here I'm going to write the condition, that is if at all we have the turn-ons, that is from the front end part, that is of the logged in users, then here I'm going to say filter dot turn-ons equals to an object. So this should basically include the turn-ons. Okay, so basically we're trying to match the turn-ons that is from the user turn-ons, that is over here. All right, so next similarly we're going to do that for looking for. So here I'm going to say if we have the looking for, then here I'm going to say filter dot looking for equals to, again I'm going to say use the in operator, that is it should include all of the looking for values present. So just like this. So after this I'm going to say const current user equals to await. Access the user model, we have the find by id method, to which we are passing the user id. So here we are basically going to populate on two things, that is matches and then crushes. So I'm going to say populate. So apply the populate method. So here I'm going to say populate the matches and give me all of the IDs. So I'm going to say underscore ID, and I'm going to apply one more populate method. So I'm going to say populate based on the crushes. It should be underscore ID over here. Okay, so now the next step is we're going to extract the IDs of the friends of the logged in user. So next we are going to say extract the IDs of the friends or the matches. So to do that, I'm going to say const friend IDs equals to, we have the current user. I'm going to say current user dot matches, access the matches of the current user and map over it, and for every friend I want the IDs. So I'm going to say friend dot underscore ID. So after this I'm going to say const crush IDs equals to access the current user dot, we're gonna access the crushes array of the current user dot map over it, and for every friend or every crush, here I'm gonna say give me the crush ID. So crush dot underscore ID. So I'll tell you why we are trying to do this. Okay, so after this I'm gonna initialize my profiles. So I'm gonna say const profiles equals to, I'm gonna say await, access the user model. We have the find method, and to this find method we're gonna just pass in the filter, right? So that's the way we're gonna filter the conditions and fetch the profile. So I'm gonna say filter. So after applying the filter, we also need to exclude three things, that is the current user ID which is currently logged in. We have to not show the user's profile itself, and apart from that we also have to remove the matches ID as well. That is, if the user is matched with a particular user profile, then we need to remove that from the user profile screen. And apart from that, let's say if the user is liked on any profile in the initial state and the other person is not yet responded to the like, then in that case also we have to filter that particular user profile whom we have liked on in the initial screen, that is the profile screen. So that's why we have initialized the crushes IDs and then the friends IDs. So friends IDs is the person whom we have already matched with, and the crushes IDs is the IDs of those person whom we have liked but the opposite person has not responded to our like. Okay, so yeah, so here I'm going to say user dot find a filter, and apart from that I'm going to apply the where. So I'm going to say dot where, here I'm going to say underscore ID, then we have the not include. So I'm going to say dot not include. So here we're going to pass in an array of values, so starting from the user ID. You have to not include of course the user's profile, so I'm going to say do not include the user ID, and apart from that the friends ID. So I'm going to say friend IDs, and I'm going to say the crush IDs. Okay, so that's it. So this is the way we are gonna fetch the profiles based on the conditions and the filters. Okay, so I'm just gonna send this particular profiles to the front end part. So here I'm gonna say return result dot status of 200 dot json with the profiles. Okay, so yep, that's it. So this is basically the endpoints to fetch a profile, fetch all of the user profiles for that particular user based on whatever they've selected in their bio tab, that is based on their turn ons looking for and then their gender. Okay, so now let's also write the next endpoint, that is basically to send a like to a particular user. So here I'm going to say app.post method, and this is going to say / send like. Okay, and it's gonna have basically the async method with the request and the response in the callback. And over here basically let's initialize our try and then catch block first of all. So catch of error, so here I'm going to say result.status of 500.json with a message being error sending a like. Okay, with that particular error. So inside the try block, first of all, to send a like, we need access to two things, that is the current user ID and the selected user ID. So here I'm going to write const current user ID comma selected user ID equals to request.body. All right, and here I'm going to say await user dot find by ID and update. So here we're going to update the selected user ID first of all. So here I'm going to write the condition, I'm going to write the comment which says update the recipient's received likes array. Okay, so selected ID corresponds to the receiver and current user ID corresponds to the sender who is sending the like. Okay, so here I'm going to say await user dot find by ID and update the selected user ID. So here we are basically trying to update the received likes. So I'm going to say $push access the received likes and we're going to push in the current user ID because this person has sent the request to the selected user ID. So let's just make sure if the spelling is right, that is in the backend whatever we have given. So I'm just going to go over here, browse collections. So I'm going to just see the spelling for received likes, that is this one. So it should be the same thing as in the backend. So over here, target this and we are going to pass in the current user ID. So next we need to update the current user ID's crushes array because we have sent a request from our side to the other side. So here I'm going to say await user dot we have find by ID and update method. So again here instead of selected user ID we're going to pass in the current user ID. So here again we're going to say $push, we're going to basically push the ID of the user. So $push access the crushes array of the current user ID and we're going to push in the selected user ID because we have sent the because we have sent the like to this particular person. So I'm going to say selected user ID, that has to be this value. Okay, so yep, that's it. So this will basically send a like to the other person that we have sent a like to in the profile screen. So if everything works fine, I'm just going to say result.send status if 200. So let's save the file once. Alright, so we have defined basically two endpoints, one is for the profiles and one is to send the like to the opposite person. So now the next step is we're going to go into the profile screen and then we're going to fetch the profiles for the user and then we're going to initialize the on press event on the heart button that will be present inside of the profile. So let's head over to the index.js of the profile screen and then initialize a use effect and then fetch all of the user profiles. So here instead of initializing the use effect first, I'm going to initialize some state, right? So I'm going to initialize my user ID because we need access to this inside the screen. So I'm going to say const user ID comma set user ID equals to use state and initially it's going to be an empty string over here, and also make sure to import both use state and use effect from React. Okay, so apart from this I also need access to the user object. So I'm going to say const user comma set user equals to use state and it's going to be initially empty. So now I'm also going to initialize my state for the profiles. So I'm going to say const profiles comma set profiles equals to use state and we can have n number of profiles, so it's going to be an empty array at the initial state. So now I'm just going to copy down the code for initializing the user ID that is already present inside of select.js. That is this one. So make sure you copy that and paste it over here. Let's import async storage, or we can copy down that also from here. Let's also copy down the other two lines, that is JWT decode and then core.js. Alright, so yeah, this would basically give us the user ID. So let's save the file once. And let's just try to console.log the user ID if at all we are getting it correctly or not. Yeah, so as you can see inside the profile screen, we are able to access the user ID. So now the next step is we're going to set the user. So I'm just going to copy down the same kind of function that we had written in the bio tab. So if you go over here, that is fetch description. If you want, you can just change the name and you can initialize it. So I'm just going to copy down this and I'm going to paste it over here. So let's make sure to get Axios. So let's import it over here at the top. So here I'm going to say import Axios from Axios. Okay, so after doing that, let's check for any other change. So we just need the user over here. So I'm just going to remove all of these 4 lines. So after initializing const user equals to response.data, here I'm going to say set the user to be the user dot the entire user object. Okay, so that's it. So now we're going to initialize a use effect over here. So I'm going to say use effect. This is already imported from React. So we are only gonna call this fetch user description if and only if we have the user ID. Okay, so here I'm going to say if we have the user ID, then only go ahead and call this function, that is fetch the user description. Right, so here also we're going to pass in as the dependency, that is user ID. So let's save the file. Let's come back over here. And so now let's try to console.log the user if at all we are able to access all of the details of this particular user who's currently logged in. So I'm going to say console.log of user and I'm going to save the file. Yeah, so let's come back over here. So as you can see, you have the entire details of the user, that is name, password, profile images, and then turn-ons, and then verification token, and all those other details. So with the help of this, we're going to initialize our next use effect. So let's initialize it over here. So I'm going to say use effect. So here I'm going to write if at all we have both the user ID and the user, then only we're going to call this function, that is fetch profiles. So I'm going to say fetch profiles over here, and this also is going to take in the dependency array over here, that is the user ID and the user. So now let's define this function, that is fetch profiles. So here I'm going to say const fetch profiles equals to a async function, and over here I'm going to initialize my try catch block initially. So I'm going to say catch of error, and I'm just going to display the error whatever it is. So I'm going to say console.log error with that particular error message. Okay, so basically inside the try block I'm going to initialize my response value. So I'm going to say const response equals to await initialize axios dot get method. So here it's going to be http /localhost 3000 / just the profiles. So this is basically going to take in the parameters. So I'm going to say params because we have initialized request.query in the endpoint that we have defined. So we need access to the user ID. This is also stored inside of state. So just make use of that. We need access to the gender. So we have access to the entire user object. So we can just access user.gender. So here I'm going to say user.gender and we need access to the turn-ons array. So I'm going to say turn-ons. So we have the user.turn-ons. We need access to the final thing, that is the looking for array. So I'm going to say looking for. So this is going to be user.looking for, just like this. Okay, so now we have already defined the state to hold the profiles, that is const profiles comma set profile. So we'll be making use of that. So after initializing the response, so I'm going to say set the user profiles. Okay, so instead of set user profiles, I'm going to say set the profiles to be response dot data dot profiles. Okay, yeah, so that's it. So this would basically set all of the user profiles for the logged in user. So now let's check if at all everything is working out correctly. So I'm going to say profiles, and I'm going to say profiles. So let's save the file. So let's just go to the profile screen. Okay, we have an Axios error. So let's look into where we have gone wrong. So there's nothing, so there is no error over here, that is in the backend part. So request failed with status code 500. So yes, let's look into that. Okay, got it. So over here we have given the wrong spelling for profile, so it should be response.data.profiles, not profile. So yeah, now we should be getting the required result. Okay, still we are getting that error. So let's look into the index part where we've gone wrong. That is over here. So as you can see, we are able to access all of the required profiles based on the user data. So this is basically a profiles array, and you would be able to see only those profiles, that is which is female and which is matching all of the data that is we have given in our particular bio or tab, right? So with the help of this, we are basically gonna design the profile screen. So now we're gonna make use of a flat list over here. So inside of the view, I mean for the view, first of all I'm gonna give the style that is a flex of 1, and I'm going to remove this out, and I'm going to initialize my flat list. So import that from React Native, and this flat list is going to take in, of course, the data attribute. So in this case it's going to be the profiles, and we're going to initialize the key extractor over here. It's going to take in basically the item, and it's going to say item.id. Okay, and we have to pass in the render item component. So first of all I'm gonna open up my file tree, and then I'm gonna initialize a new folder at the root level, that is for the components. So I'm gonna say components, and here I'm gonna create my profile.js. So I'm gonna say profile.js. So rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Save the file. Let's come back over here, and yeah, let's initialize our render item method. So I'm going to say render item is, it's going to take in basically the item, and for every item we have, we are basically going to return a profile component. So here I'm going to say profile, import that from the profiles folder, just like this. And for the profiles folder, we're going to pass in some details. So first of all, let's pass in the key. So item comma key. So key is going to be index, I mean item comma index, not key. Okay, and I'm going to pass in the entire item object. So I'm going to say item equals to item, and we need access to the user ID also in the next screen. So I'm going to say user ID equals to the user ID, and we also need access to the set profiles. So I'm going to say set profiles equals to set profiles. Okay, and we are passing one more value, that is because we have to design it in a different way. That is for the first user profile, let's say the image should come first and then next the description, and for the second user profile we need to show the description first and then the image. So for that we need one more variable. So here I'm going to say is even equals to index mod 2 equals to 0. Okay, so based on whatever the index is, this will give us a value of true or false. So based on whether it's true or false, we're gonna conditional render and then show the design for the profiles. So yes, let's save the file. So as you can see, we have basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 user profiles that is being displayed for this particular user. So now the next step that we'll be looking into is we are gonna go into the profile.js component, and then we're gonna start styling this out. So here first of all, let's destructure the props. So here I'm gonna say get in the item and then is even value. So I'm gonna say is even, and I also want the user ID and the set profiles. Okay, so these are basically the required values. So now here I'm going to initialize my colors array, that is going to be 2 colors. So I'm going to say const colors equals to an array of colors. So the first one is going to be this one, that is f0, f8, ff, and this is going to be the second one, that is ffff, that is in white color. So now I'm going to initialize my random color. So here I'm going to say const random. I don't think this is required because we only have 2 colors. So for the first profile we will be giving 1 color, and for the second profile, which is below that, we will be giving the white color. So now basically I'm going to initialize my liked and then set liked. So I'm going to say const liked comma set liked equals to use state. In the initial state it's going to be false, so I'm going to say false over here. So make sure to import use state from React, and over here I'm gonna say const selected comma set selected equals to use state. This also will be in the false state initially. So now I'm gonna check the condition that if at all it is even, then we're gonna show something, else we're gonna return something else. Okay, so here let me remove this particular return block. So here I'm going to say if is even, then here I'm going to say return initially a view, just like this. Okay, so let's give some basic styling to the view. So here I'm going to say style. I'm going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 12, and I'm going to give it a background color of the first color, that is this one. So let me copy that and paste it over here. So apart from that, we're going to initialize our scroll view, because we can scroll through the profile by watching the description as well as the user's image. So let's import scroll view from React Native over here at the top. So let's give some options to the scroll view, that is show horizontal scroll indicator. We're going to set it to be false, and I want the scroll view to be in horizontal fashion. So I'm going to say horizontal. So inside the scroll view, first of all, I'm going to initialize my view over here. So I'm going to say view. So this view in turn is going to contain one more view, which is going to contain 2 texts. So this view is going to contain the first text over here and the second text. So the first text is of course going to show the name. So to access the name of the user, it's going to be item.name. So I'm going to say item.name over here. So let's try and save the file once. Scroll view has already been declared. Okay, so let's remove that, save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see 1, 2, 3, 4 names, and the other 3 names will be in different color, that is in white color, because that will come in the else condition. Okay, so yeah, after that basically I'm going to show the description. So here I'm going to write the condition and then show it. So I'm going to say if the item dot description dot the length, if it is greater than, let's say 160, then I'm going to show it, that is item dot description. Else I want it to else I just wanted to cut it using the substring method. So I'm going to say item dot description. We have the substring method. I'm going to say cut it from 0 to 160 if at all the characters are more than 160. So yeah, let's save the file, and so as you can see, that's looking better. So it's currently overflowing. So now let's try to give the width for the second part of the text. So I'm going to say style over here. So I'm going to give it a specific width of, let's say 200, and I'm going to give it some slight margin top from the top text. So margin top of 15. I'm going to give it a font size of 18, and I'm going to give it a line height as well. So line height of, let's say 24, and I'm going to give it a different kind of font family. You can give any font family which you're interested in. So in this case, I'm giving Optima. So I'm going to say Optima, and I'm going to press and save. Okay, so as you can see, now it's looking even more better with the font weight, with the font family being added to the description. And I'm also going to give some margin bottom, if at all any design is going to come from the bottom part. So margin bottom of 8. Okay, so yeah, that's looking good. So now the next step that we'll be looking into is we're going to style the top text, that is the name. So I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have a font size of, let's say, 17, and it's going to have a font weight of bold, not bold, let's give it to be 600. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking good. That is over here. So here I'm gonna just map over the images. So here I'm gonna say item dot, here I'm gonna say profile images. So here we are trying to show only one image. So even though, let's imagine if the user has added more than one image in the bio tab, let's say 2 or 3, then also we are only going to show one image, or the first image from the profile images array. So to get only one image, I'll be making use of the slice method in JavaScript. So here I'm going to say slice of 0, 1, and then we're going to apply the map method. So for every item, and then the index over here, I'm going to return the image value, just like this. So image. So make sure to import image from React Native. So here to the image, let's give the source. So source is going to be, it's going to take in the URI, and inside of the URI we're going to pass in the item. So that's it. So now let's give some basic style to the image so that we can see it on the screen. So I'm going to say style width. I want it to have a width of 280 and a height of 280, and I'm going to give it a resize mode of cover. Okay, and I'm going to give it a slide border radius value of, let's say, 5, and I'm going to save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see all of the images for that particular user, and only one image is being shown. Okay, so now let's give the style to this particular view, because we want both of them, that is the name, description, and the image should be in the horizontal fashion, that is it should be scrollable as well. So here I'm going to say style. So I'm going to say flex direction of row, align items of center, and I'm going to give it a gap of 50, just like this. So save the file. So now as you can see, that's looking good. You're able to scroll through each profile over here. Okay, you can read the description, you can look into the image, and you're able to scroll horizontally as well. So now the next step is, below this design, that is below the scroll view, we're going to initialize some button so that we can like the user. So I'm just going to minimize this. So after this, I'm going to initialize my view, which in turn is going to contain one more view. So this view is going to contain basically the 3-dot icon. So let us get that from expo icons over here. So I'm going to search for dot, that is this one. So from ntypo, let us copy that first, icon family, and then copy that under component code, and we're going to paste it over here. Alright, so yeah, after this ntypo icon, we're going to have a view. So this view is going to contain basically two icons. So basically I'm initializing pressable for that. So the first one is going to be a diamond icon. So let's get that. So here I'm going to say diamond. So you're going to get it from, let's say, Font Awesome, this one. So let's just copy the code over here for the icon family, and then copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it over here. Okay, so I'm just going to copy down this one more time. So the next one is basically going to be the heart icon. So let us search for heart over here. So we'll be basically making use of this one. So just copy the icon family. Font Awesome is already copied. So here let's copy the render component code, or I'm looking for one more. Yeah, we can use this as well. That is from and design. So make sure you import the icon family, and we're going to copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it in the second pressable, that is over here. So let's just save the file and see how it's looking. So as you can see, you are able to see 3 icons being shown on the screen. So now let's give the style for the outermost view, that is this one, which contains the icon and the view as the second child. So here I'm going to say style, basically I'm going to say flex direction of row, okay, and I'm going to give align items of center, and I'm going to give justify content of space between. Okay, so let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now for the second view, that is this one, let's give the style. So I'm going to say style over here. So first of all, I'm going to give it a flex direction of row, and I'm going to give it align items of center, and I'm going to give it a gap of 20. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So now the next step that we're looking into is let's provide some margin top value to the outermost view, that is this one. So I'm going to say a margin top of 12. So yeah, as you can see, that's looking better. So let's increase the size of the icons. So for this one, I'm going to give it as 26, and for the remaining two, I'm going to give it as 27, that is towards the right hand side. So 27 over here and 27 over here as well. Okay, yep, that's looking fine. So also we need to give some other styling to the pressable as well. So let's start giving over here. So I'm going to say style over here. So this is basically going to have a width of 50, and it's going to have a height of 50, and we're going to give it a border radius that is of 25. So we're going to give it a background color as well. So I'm going to say background color of E0, 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 and I'm going to give justify of center and align items of center as well. Okay, so let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now I'm going to change the icon color, that is this one, for the diamond. So it's going to be DE3163. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's give the style for the second part of the pressable. So here I'm going to say style. So it's going to have again a width of 50 and a height of 50, and we're going to give it a border radius of 25, and here I'm going to give it a background color of, let's say again the same thing, E0, 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 and we're going to give it the justify of center, and we're going to give it align items of center as well. Okay, so just like this. So let's format once, and let's save the file. Okay, so now let's also give the color for the icon. So instead of this, I'm going to give it a red shade of color. So here it's going to be FF033E. So save the file once. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now we are also going to give some margin vertical just over here, just like this. Okay, so save the file, and now let's give the else condition. So here I'm going to say else. Again, we're going to write in the return block. So I'm just going to paste in the code for else. It's going to be super similar with one difference, that is instead of the description and name coming first, we're just going to paste the second part of the design, that is going to be the mapping of the images, and after that second part is going to come this one, that is the name and description. So I'm just going to paste in the code for the return block over here. Alright guys, I've just pasted the code for the return block in the else block. Okay, so it's going to be again super similar as I told. So again we have the view with same styling. So again initialize the scroll view. So again initialize the view. So as I told, the first children is going to be this time image, and just make change for the background color and other design styles, which I'll tell you. So background color previously was this kind of blue shade, and now it's going to be white. Okay, and apart from that, the image style remains the same, and yeah, this also remains the same font family we've given for the description again. And over here also just make the change for the color. So here background color is this one, that is for the icons I'm saying. Okay, and the color of this icon is going to be this one, and the color of this icon is going to be this one, that is for the heart. Okay, so let's just remove this. So this will come once when we build the likes part. Okay, so yeah, as soon as I save the file, you should be seeing the remaining profiles also coming up. So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So as you can see, we have one profile in the blue shade and the second profile in the white shade with the opposite kind of design. That is, firstly we have the description and image. Here we have the image and then description, which is completely scrollable as well. So you can go through it, and then if you like the profile, you can just press on the like button over here. So now let's initialize the on press event. So as you can see, all of the profiles are being shown correctly and the design is also looking good. So now let's initialize basically on press event on the button. That is for the first one, that is in the if condition where we have the button. This is the hard button. So here I'm going to say on press equals to handle like, taken a function, and here it's going to be handle like of the item.id. Item.id resembles the selected user ID because we are sending the like to this particular person whomever we press on, right? So now let's basically define the function at the top, that is handle like. So here I'm going to say const handle like equals to a async function. We have already written the endpoint for this previously. So here I'm going to take in the selected user ID. So first let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error over here. I'm going to say console.log error liking with that particular error. So inside the try block, I'm going to initialize firstly set liked to be true. Okay. So based on like if we press on this, we're going to set it to be true, and if at all it's true, we're just going to change the icon color, and after that we're just going to filter this particular profile from the profiles list. Okay. So after setting that, I'm going to say await Axios. Let's import Axios over here. Axios from Axios. So here I'm going to say await Axios dot post method. This is going to be the URL, that is http localhost and then 3000 / send like. Okay. So this is basically going to take in two things, that is the current user ID. So current user ID, that is going to be the user ID itself, that is coming from the props. This one we had passed it earlier. And next one is the selected user ID, that is coming from the parameter of the function. So that's it. So now I'm just gonna initialize my set timeout. So I'm gonna say set timeout. I want it to execute after 0.2 seconds. So I'm gonna pass in 200 milliseconds over here. So here I'm gonna say set the profiles to be taken whatever is the previous profiles. Okay. So here I'm going to say previous profiles dot, we're going to apply the filter method to this, and this is the condition. So for every profile over here inside of the previous profiles, the profile dot underscore ID should not be equal to the selected user ID. So this means that we are trying to filter out the profile that we currently liked on inside of the set timeout, that is after 0.2 seconds or 200 milliseconds. So after we press on this, automatically that profile should be filtered out after 0.2 seconds, and we should be seeing the remaining profiles. Okay. So yep, that's it. So now we're gonna also give one more change. We're gonna install a dependency, that is React Native animatable. So here basically I'm gonna say yarn add React Native animatable and press on enter. Alright, so this package has been installed. So let's define it at the top over here because we will be making use of this. So just import star as animatable from React Native animatable. So now let's come down over here, that is inside of the if block where we have the button, the hard button. So here I'm going to write the condition that if at all it is liked, which becomes true if we like on that button. Here I'm going to say, let's just copy this and paste it in the else condition. This is going to be normal only. And if at all it's liked, here I'm going to initialize my pressable. So inside my pressable, I'm going to say animatable.view. So inside this view, I'm going to have the and design icon only, but with the name of heart. And this color is going to be red color. Okay, so yeah, that's looking fine. So now let's give basically the same kind of text to this as well, the top pressable, that is this one, and save the file. So let's provide some options to the animatable.view. So here I'm going to say animation is equals to swing. Okay, and apart from that I'm going to give easing value. So I'm going to say easing, so it's going to be ease in out circle. Okay, and yeah, apart from that we're going to give the iteration count, that's going to be 1. So that's it. So now let's save the file. So I'm just going to do the same kind of functionality for the else condition as well over here. So here I'm going to initialize my onPress function. Here it's going to take in a function. So here I'm going to say handle like other. You can give any function name you want. Again, it's going to be item dot underscore id. So let's define this function at the top. It's going to be the same thing as the previous one only. So I've just pasted the code for the handle like other. So it's going to be the exact same thing. So it's going to take in the selected user ID. Then here I'm going to say set selected to be true instead of set liked to be true. Okay, we have initialized two states, one for the first profile and the second one is for the second kind of profile with a different background color. So again, I've initialized a set timeout after executing the axios. Okay, and again I'm going to say previous profiles dot filter, the profile dot underscore id should not be equal to the selected user ID. So now let's come down, and then I'm going to make the change for the second part of the icon as well over here. That is, if at all it's selected, then I want to show that icon. If it's not selected, I want it to be default itself, that is this one. So let's paste it over here, and let's paste the previous pressable that we had designed, that is this one. So I'm just going to make the change for the color of the icon over here. So instead of red, we're going to paste in this color code, and the same thing is going to happen over here as well. All right, so we have shown all of the different kinds of profiles present, and yeah, we have also defined the function to like a particular user. So now let's give this a try. So now let's say I'm going to press on the first profile. So this is inside of the if condition. So it is going to go into this function that we have, that is handle like. So here we're going to execute this. So inside this function, first of all, we're going to say set liked to be true, and then we're going to initialize this particular statement and execute it. So this would basically take place in the backend part, that is, we'll be modifying the crushes array as well as the received likes array. And after that, we're going to set the profiles over here, and then we're going to make use of, and then we're going to make the change for the icon as well. So now let's give this a try over here. So basically I'm going to press on the like button for any one of the profile. So basically what should happen is basically this should get initialized, and in the backend we need to make the change for the arrays, that is the crushes array and the received likes array. And over here basically we should filter that particular profile out of this profile section, right? So let's give this a try. So I'm going to press on this particular icon, that is heart icon of this profile. Okay, so as you saw, that particular profile got filtered out, and I'm not sure why it's giving the like to this also. So let's first of all check out the backend, and then let's look into this UI change in the later part of the video. Okay, so I'm going to go over to the backend part, and then I'm going to refresh once. So I'm going to go into the profile of the user who's currently logged in, that's this person. So as you can see, the crushes array is currently updated, and this is the ID, that is 659, and then ending with bb7. So let's search for that person over here. So it's gonna be, yeah, this one, 659 and then bb7. So basically this person should have the received likes. Okay, so over here we are not able to see anything. Okay, so only one thing is working fine, that is the crushes array is getting updated, whereas the received likes is not getting updated. So I think we need to make the change over here. I think somewhere here we have gone wrong. So let's just change the spelling and let's check if it's correctly done or not. So I'm just going to copy down this, and I'm gonna paste it over here. I'm gonna first of all check if it's correct or not. Okay, so RECE. Okay, it's wrong actually. It's RECIE that is in the backend. So here we have given RECEI. So let's make that change. So instead of this, I'm gonna paste this one. Okay, so let's save the file and let's make one more change. Let's come down over here and I'm gonna delete the crushes array because I'm gonna do this once again. So let's press on the edit button over here and let's press on delete and let's press on update. Yeah, so let's come down over here. So I think what's happening over here is everything is executing so fast that the particular like is considered to be true for the next profile as well. So we're gonna make the change. So let's come to the index.js over here and where we have the set timeout, not this one, profile component. Yeah, so where we have the set timeout over here itself, we're gonna make it to be false. That is set like to be false. So that we should not see again another profile being liked, even though we have not pressed on it, right? So here I'm gonna say set liked to be false over here, and over here also we're gonna make the same change. If at all it's in other background color, so set selected to be false over here as well. So yeah, by implementing this, I guess we should not see that. So let's refresh once. So again, you should be seeing all of the user profiles because we've deleted the ID currently. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking better. So yeah, one more change which I forgot to make was over here, the background color is blue itself if we press on it. So I want it to be white. So let's make the change. So yeah, this is for the else condition I'm saying. So background color is this thing. If at all it is selected, I want it to be white. Okay, even the color also I want it to be white. So now let's give this a try and then let's look into how exactly it's looking. So first of all, let's uncomment it. That is, I'm going to uncomment everything. That is basically the Axios statement and the set timeout, and I'm only executing this one, that is set selected to be true. So let's press on this icon. Okay, that's not looking good. We only need to change the so we need to only change basically, I think this one. This is going to remain same itself. So yeah, let's make that change. Yeah, this is going to remain that color itself. Only this internal icon we're going to make it to be white. And again, let's give this one more try and look into it if it's looking correctly or not. So save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking great. So let's reload the app and let's uncomment it. Okay, so now everything should work fine, hopefully, because we have made this change, that is set selected to be false, so that it should not get applied for the second profile. I mean, that is the profile below it. So as soon as I press on this, again, two arrays should be updated. The crushes array is already getting updated. Now the received likes also should get updated because we have made the change now with the correct spelling. So let's give this a try. So as you can see, now everything is working absolutely fine. We have liked the profile and in the backend it should have worked. And over here, other profile is not getting liked as earlier, and it has also got filtered out as well, which is a great thing. So yeah, that's working fine. So let's go check that out. So I'm gonna refresh over here once more. So first of all, let's check the person who's currently logged in, that is this person. So as you can see, the crushes array is updated, which was also updating in the previous one. So this is the ID 659BA9. So let's search for that. Yeah, so this one 659BA9. So this person's received like should be updated. So as you can see, it's working absolutely fine. Okay, so yeah, based on this, so now the next step is we have liked that particular person. So let's also like some more profiles. So let's say I want to like this one. Okay, and I also want to like, let's say, this profile also. Okay, so yeah, we have liked currently 3 profiles. So now the next step is, if at all I go to the chat screen, I mean, if at all I go to the chat screen of that particular user profile, you should be able to see that we have liked them. Okay, so we are going to implement that. So for that, first of all, we need to write some endpoints required to implement this functionality. So let's go do that. So first of all, let's head back to our index file, and over here we're going to write few endpoints required to get the received likes, that is the people who have liked this, and then we're going to also try to match with them as well. So here I'm going to say endpoint to get the details of the received likes. Okay, so here I'm going to make use of the get method. So I'm going to say app.get. So it's going to be / receive likes, received likes, and it's going to be / the user ID and / details. Okay, so it's going to have, of course, the async method with the request and the response inside of the callback. So here, first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So try and then catch of error. So here I'm going to say result.status of 500.json with a message being error retrieving the details with that particular error message. Okay, yeah, so inside the try block, so to basically get the details of the received likes, we need access to the user ID, that is the current user ID. So I'm going to say const user ID equals to my request dot params. Okay, so here first of all we're going to initialize my user. So I'm going to say const user equals to await user. We have the find by ID method, so I'm going to say find by ID of the user ID. So here I'm going to check if at all there is no user found, then here we're going to say return result.status of 404.json with a message being user is not found. Okay, so if at all the user is found, then we're going to fetch the details of the users who liked the current user. So here I'm going to say fetch the details of the users who has liked the current user who is logged in. So current user. So here I'm going to receive, so here I'm going to initialize my array over here. So I'm going to say const received likes array. Initially it's going to be empty, so I'm going to pass in an empty array over here, and I'm going to make use of the for loop. So here I'm going to say for const, so for const liked, so you can give any name over here. So I'm going to say for const liked user ID of user, access this particular user, and we have the received likes. So let's just copy the correct spelling again. So that's going to be this one. So here I'm going to say for const liked user ID of the user dot received likes. Here I'm going to initialize my const liked user. So here I'm going to say const liked user equals to await access the user model. We have the find by ID, and this is going to be the liked user ID. Okay, so here I'm going to say if at all we have the liked user, then we're just going to push it into the array, that is received likes array. So here I'm going to say received likes array, that is this one, dot push of the liked user. Okay, so that's it. So basically we'll be sending this particular array in the front end part after we have pushed into the array. Okay, so here I'm going to say result.status of 200.json, and we're going to send in basically the received likes array. Alright, so initially we are trying to initialize an array, that is received likes array, which is set to an empty array, and with the help of the for loop for liked user ID of the user dot received likes, so whatever IDs are present, we are going to find that particular ID with the help of user dot find by ID method of the liked user ID. If we have found it, that particular entire object, whatever is there, we're going to push it into the received likes array. So after pushing into that, we're just basically sending it in the front end part, that is like this. Okay, so that's it. So this would basically give the endpoint to get the details of the received likes. So now next thing is we're gonna create an endpoint to create a match between both the people. So I'm gonna say endpoints to create a match between two people. Okay, so this is going to be the post method. So I'm going to say app.post over here, and it's going to be / create match. Okay, and it's going to have the async method with the request and the response inside of the callback. So first of all, let's initialize our try, and then catch block over here. So basically catch of error. Here I'm going to say result.status of 500 .json with a message being error creating a match with that particular error message. Okay, so now inside the try block, so to basically create a match between two people, we need access to two things, that is the current user id and then the selected user id. So here I'm going to say const current user id comma selected user id equals to request.body. So here basically we need to update the selected users crushes array and the matches array. Okay, so let's write that comment. So I'm going to say update the selected users crushes array and the matches array. So basically we are trying to remove from the crushes array, and then we are trying to push in the selected user id into the matches array. That's what we are trying to do for the currently logged in user. So here I'm going to say await access the user model. We have the find by id and update method, so make use of that find by id and update. So we are going to firstly update the selected user id. So selected user id is a person whom we are liking, that means whom we are matching with. Okay, so yeah, so here basically I'm going to say $push, make use of the push operator. So here we are basically targeting the matches, and here we are pushing the current user id into the matches array of the selected user id. So yeah, and apart from push, we are going to make use of the pull operator also. So here I'm going to say $pull. So here basically we'll be targeting the crushes array, and we are removing the current user id from the crushes array. So yep, that's it. So format once, and next thing is we need to update the current users received likes and then the matches array. So here I'm going to say update the current users matches array. This is going to be similar for both, that is the selected user id and the current user id, and apart from that we are going to pull from the crushes and the received likes. So here I'm going to say crushes users matches array and the received likes array. All right, so here we're going to say await access the user method, user model. We're going to say find by id and update method. So here we are basically going to update the current user id. So access the current user id over here. So first of all, let's update the matches. So here I'm going to say $push access the matches array, and here I'm going to push in the selected user id, and here I'm going to make use of the $pull. So I'm going to say pull operator. So access the received likes. So let's copy that once more. So target this received likes, and we're going to pull the selected user id from this. Okay, so after doing that, here I'm going to say result.send status of 200. Okay, so that's it. So basically in the first statement, that is over here, we are trying to update the person whom we are liking. Okay, so here basically we are trying to push the current user id into the matches, and then from the crushes array we are trying to pull it. and we are trying to pull basically the current user ID from the crushes array. So here, so over here in the second statement, we're trying to modify the current user ID. That's the person who's currently logged in. So here we are trying to push into the matches, and again we are trying to pull from the received likes. Okay, so again here we are trying to pass the selected user ID over here, and we are trying to push into the matches array by passing the selected user ID over here. So yep, that's it. So this would basically create a match between two kinds of people. You can just try to check from the backend how exactly this is going to work. Then you would understand these two statements. Okay, so yeah, the next thing we'll be writing is the endpoints to get all of the matches of a particular user. So here I'm going to say endpoint to get all the matches of the particular user. Okay, so here I'm going to say app.get method. So it's going to be /users /user ID and /matches. Okay, so this is going to have the async method with the request and the response. So over here I'm going to initialize my try and then catch block initially. So catch of error. So here I'm going to say result.status of 500.json with a message being error retrieving the matches with that particular error, whatever it is. So now inside the try block, basically we need access to just one thing, that is the user ID. So let's fetch that. So I'm going to say const user ID equals to request.params. Okay, so here I'm going to say const user equals to await access basically the user model. So I'm going to say await user dot we have find by id method. We're going to find basically based on the user ID. Okay, so if we do not have a user, here I'm going to say return result.status of 404.json with a message being user is not found. Okay, so now the next step that we'll be looking into is we want the match IDs of the currently logged in user. Okay, so here I'm going to say const match IDs equals to access the user dot matches. Okay, so here I'm going to say const matches equals to await. Here I'm going to say user dot find method. So basically here I'm going to say the underscore ID should be including, so here I'm going to say $in the match IDs. That's it. So this would basically give us the information of all of the matches of the currently logged in user. Okay, so I'm just going to send it in the front end part. So I'm going to say result.status of 200.json with all of the matches. Okay, so we have completed the endpoint. So this would basically give us the matches of all of the users. So now the next step is we're going to go into the chat screen, and then we're going to define few use effects, and then we look into the design of how we can exactly implement this. Okay, so yeah, let's basically come back to the index.js of the chat screen and then continue building this. So first of all, let's start designing basically the chat screen. So I'm going to give some basic styling to the view over here. So I'm going to say style. I'm going to give it a background color of white, and I'm going to give it a flex of 1, and I'm going to give some internal spacing, that is a padding of 10, and save the file. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So now let's remove this text. I'm going to initialize my another view over here. So this view in turn is going to contain the text and the icon. So here I'm going to say text, which says chats, and it's going to have the chat icon. So let's search for that. So I'm going to search for chat. So we're going to make use of this one from iron icons. So let's import the icon family first over here, and we're going to copy the render component code and we're going to paste it over here. Okay, and I'm going to give the style for the view. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a flex direction of row, align items of center, and justify content of space between. Okay, so for the iron icons, let's just increase the size to be 25. Okay, so let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So for this particular text here, I'm going to say style. It's going to have a font size of 20 and a font weight of 500. Okay, yeah, that's looking fine. So now after that view, I'm going to initialize my pressable over here. So make sure to import pressable from React Native. So this pressable in turn is going to have one more view. So this view is basically going to have the heart icon. So let's get it from expo icons over here. So we're going to make use of this one, that is from feather. So again, copy the icon family and import it like this. Copy the render component code and we're going to paste it over here. So let's give some style to the outermost view. So this color is going to be black itself, and over here I'm going to say style. Here we're going to give width of 50, a height of 50, and I'm going to give it a border radius of 25 to make it look exactly circular, because I'm going to give a background color as well with this color code, that is E0 E0 E0, and I'm going to say justify content of center and then align items of center as well. So save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking better. So yeah, so now after the view, we are going to have the text over here which says you have got. So for now I'm just going to hard code the matches. So I'm just going to say you have got 2 matches, and once we initialize the use effect and the functions, we're going to make it look dynamic. Okay, so here I'm going to say you have got 2 matches, or 2 likes, not matches, likes over here. And apart from that, we are going to have one more icon towards the right, that is the arrow right icon. So let's search for that arrow. So we're going to make use of this one, keyboard arrow right. So first of all, let's import the icon family and we're going to paste it over here. And apart from that, copy the render component code and we're going to paste it right after the text over here. Okay, so let's save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see all the 3 things coming on the screen. So yeah, let's basically give some style to the pressable over here, that is this one. So I'm going to say style. So it's going to have some margin vertical spacing of 12, and it's going to give flex direction of row and then align items of center. So yeah, save the file. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So now let's basically target the text that is present, that is over here. So I'm going to say style. So to this I'm going to give a font size of, let's say, 17, and I'm going to give it a margin left value of 10. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now I want this particular icon to come towards the rightmost part, that is over here. So we are going to give a flex of 1 to the text, saying that take up the entire space and then push the icon towards the rightmost part. So here I'm going to say flex of 1. So as you can see, we have pushed the icon towards the rightmost part. Okay, yeah, so that's it about the basic design. So once we initialize the next screen, that is where we are going to match with the other person, then we're going to show all of the matches just over here. Alright, so that's it about the basic design over here at the starting point. So now the next step is we're going to define few things over here, that is basically some state that is required. So here I'm going to say const user id comma set user id equals to use state. Initially it's going to be an empty string. So let's also import both the things, that is basically use state and then use effect from React. Okay, so apart from that, we need access to a couple of states as well. So I'm going to say const profiles comma set profiles equals to use state, and initially we're going to pass in an empty array. Okay, and apart from that we also need the matches, so I'm going to say const matches comma set matches equals to use state of an empty array again. All right, so now first of all I'm just going to copy down the code to get the user ID, so just this one. So let's come over here and paste it. So yeah, let's also paste the, let's also import async storage and all the other things. So we need async storage, JWT decode, and then the core.js. So I'm gonna paste over here. So yeah, let's save the file. All right, so now we have access to the user ID. So now the next thing we'll be looking into is we're gonna initialize one more use effect over here. So I'm gonna say use effect. So here we are gonna call in the another function. So if and only if we have the user ID. So here I'm gonna say fetch received likes details. Okay, so yeah, over here again we're going to pass in the dependency that is user ID. So now let's define this function that is fetch received likes details over here. So I'm going to say const fetch received likes details equals to an async function. So here I'm going to initialize my try and then catch block, so catch of error initially. So I'm going to say console.log error fetching the details, and here I'm going to show that particular error. Okay, so inside the try block I'm going to initialize my response value. So I'm going to say const response equals to await initialize axios dot get method. So here I'm going to say import axios from axios. Okay, so here it's going to be axios dot get method. This is going to be the URL, that is http /localhost 3000 / received likes. I'm just going to copy down the exact same spelling from the endpoint, that is this one. And I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, so yes, so instead of the user ID we are going to access the user ID that we have. Okay, so that's it. So let's format once. So if you want, you can just console.log the response. So I'm going to say console.log of the response. So here I'm going to say const received likes details equals to response dot data dot received likes details. Okay, and here I'm going to say set the profiles to be received likes details. Okay, so that's it. So let's save the file. Okay, so even if I console.log the profiles, we should be getting 0. We should be getting an empty array because we are currently logged in with the male profile. And if I logged in with the female profile, then we should be getting the correct results. Okay, so yeah, let's try and console.log the profiles over here. So here I'm going to say console.log profiles with that particular profiles. So again, it should be an empty array as we discussed earlier. So as you can see, currently profiles is undefined. So now I'm just going to log out and I'm going to log in with the other user, that is with the female user profile. Alright guys, so I've just currently logged in with the other user profile, that's a female user profile, and this is basically the bio tab of the female user. And if you check out the profiles, it's going to be different. And so these are basically the profiles shown to this particular female user. Okay, so now next let's go to the chat and check if at all we are getting correctly the profiles. Okay, that is of the received likes. So let's go to the chat over here. So as you can see over here inside the console, we are getting the exact details of the person who has liked this. That is, this is the name of the person that we have checked previously, and this is the email of the person. And apart from these details, we have all the other details as well that is required. So now the next step is we're also going to initialize one more use effect, that is to fetch the matches also. So here I'm going to say use effect. So if we have the user ID, then here I'm going to say fetch the user matches. So here in the dependency, I'm going to pass in the user ID. So yeah, let's define this function, that is const fetch user matches. So I'm going to say const fetch user matches equals to a async function. So let's initialize our try and then catch block over here. So catch of error. So I'm just going to show the error. I'm going to say console.log error with that particular error message. So inside the try block, let's initialize our response value. So I'm going to say const response equals to await axios.get method. Okay, so inside the get method, we're going to pass in the URL that's going to be http localhost 3000 and then /users /user ID, and it's going to be /matches. Okay, so here I'm going to say const user matches equals to response dot data dot matches, because that's the correct spelling that we have given in the endpoint. Okay, after doing that, we have already defined the state, that is matches and set matches. So I'm just going to set the state, that is set matches to be the user matches, right? So yeah, so that's it. So this would basically give us the response. I think yeah, response spelling is wrong. Yeah, so this would basically give us the array of the matches. Okay, yeah, so we have defined both the functions, that is to fetch the matches of the user and to fetch the received likes details of the user. So now here I'm going to initialize a on press event on the pressable, and we're going to go into the next screen, that is the select screen. So let's come to the chat, and I'm going to create a new file known as select.js. So rnfes to get the shorthand snippet, save the file, and we're gonna initialize this into the stack. It's gonna be select over here. So yeah, let's save the file and let us come back to the index file, and we're gonna initialize the on press event on the pressable that is present over here. That is this this entire thing. I think yeah, over here. So to make this look dynamic, it's gonna be totally profiles dot length. So it should say 1 like. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now let's initialize the on press event on the pressable over here. So here I'm going to say on press router.push, path name is going to be /chat /select, and I'm going to send the profiles. So here I'm going to say json.stringify of profiles, and user ID is going to be user ID itself. So let's format once and let's initialize a router. So here I'm going to say const router equals to use router, and make sure to import use router from expo router. Okay, yep, so let's save the file. It should pretty much work. We should be navigated to the next screen, and then let's start designing the next screen also. So let's press over here. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the select screen. So yes, let's start designing the select screen. So here, first of all, before getting into the design part, let's initialize some required values. So I'm going to say const router equals to use router. So import that from expo router, and let's initialize our params. So I'm going to say const params equals to use local search params. Import that also from expo router, and I'm going to initialize my profiles. Basically, we're going to parse it over here. So I'm going to say const profiles equals to json.parse method. It's going to be params.profiles. and I'm going to say const user id equals to params dot user id. Yep, so that's it. So now the next step is I'm going to initialize my scroll view over here, because we can have n number of profiles. So let's copy the scroll view and we're gonna paste it over here. So yeah, let's basically give some basic styling to the scroll view. So I'm gonna give it a background color of white, and I'm gonna give it a flex of 1 and some internal spacing, that is padding of 10. Okay, so let's save the file. Alright, so now let's remove this, and I'm going to initialize my view, and inside this view we're going to have one more view over here. So here I'm going to say text. So inside the text I'm going to say nearby, and I'm going to make use of an emoji. You can make use of fire, or you can use any emoji you want. Okay, so yeah, let's give the style for the text over here. So I'm going to say style. So it's going to have a text align of center, and it's going to have a font family of Optima. Okay, and let's give the style for the view over here. So I'm going to say style. So it's going to basically have a background color of this color code F0 F0 F0, and it's going to have some internal spacing, padding of 10, and it's going to have a border radius of 18. So I'm just going to copy down this a couple of times. So over here, so next it's going to say looking for. So here I'm going to make use of the heart icon, that is this one, and after looking for, it's going to say turn ons. So here I'm going to make use of this icon. You can use any icon whichever you like. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So now let's target the view and then give the style to this. So I'm going to say style over here. So it's going to have a flex direction of row, align items of center, and a gap of 14 between all of the children. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So after the view, I'm going to map over my profiles and then start the design part. So here I'm going to say if at all my profiles dot length is greater than 0, it's greater than 0, then over here I'm going to return something, else we're going to show some other design saying there are no likes over here. Okay, so yeah, let's basically initialize a view over here if at all we have the profiles in this case. Otherwise I'm just going to initialize a random view that is currently empty. Okay, we'll fill that in the later part of the video. So here I'm basically going to initialize some style to the view, some margin top, so that it should not touch the top design. So I'm going to say margin top of, let's say, 20. Okay, so inside this view I'm going to say access the profiles dot map. So for every item and then the index, I'm going to basically return a view over here. So let's give some style to the view over here, that is basically some margin vertical. So I'm going to say margin vertical of 15. Okay, so now I'm just going to copy down my scroll view that you've already designed. It's going to be the same thing. So yeah, we are going to make use of the first design, that is firstly we want to see the image firstly we want to see the texts, and then secondly we want to see the image. That's going to be in the if condition. So copy down the scroll view, and we're going to come over here and we're going to paste it here. So now let's import the required things, that is basically we need the image. So let's access image over here. Okay, so apart from image, let's look into if we need anything else. We have the view text, okay, item.profile images, okay, and yes, I think that's it. I think we should save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. This is the person who has liked this particular female user, right? So yeah, so apart from that, again, we're going to copy down the remaining things, that is the buttons. Okay, so that's going to be over here, profile component, that is this one, which is going to contain two buttons. So copy down that, and let's come back to the profile, not profile, the chat, the select page, and just after the scroll view, I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, so yeah, let's remove the liked and other parts, that's not required. We only want these icons. Okay, so make sure to import pressable, and we also need access to the icons, so let's make use of over here, font awesome and design. Yeah, so let's paste it over here, and let's look into if anything is required. Okay, so we have imported ntypo. Ntypo is not imported. Let's import ntypo. Yeah, so we have imported ntypo, pressable is imported, and we have font awesome also, and design also. So yeah, let's save the file. So as you can see, we have both the icons coming on the screen. So now below that, we're going to initialize our next design, and we are going to show the turn ons and then the looking for array. So yes, let's do that. So below this, is it below that? Yeah, I think, yeah, it's below the view. So here I'm going to initialize my view. So this in turn is going to have a text which says, okay, I think we have error. Let's look into that. Let's uncomment everything. Okay, actually we can do it over here also. Let's initialize a view. Let's keep it below this. We should not get any error. Actually, you can just remove this view. That's not required because it doesn't have any styling. Yeah, so here I'm going to initialize my text which says turn ons. And I'm going to make use of the icon. So let's write that correctly instead of making mistakes. Okay, so yeah, let's initialize a view over here. So here I'm going to say item dot access the turn ons array. So I'm going to say turn ons, and we are going to say map over it. So for every item and then index, so item and then index, here I'm going to return a view. And this view in turn is going to contain the text. Okay, so this text is basically going to show the item itself. So let's save the file. So as you can see, these are the three turn ons they have added. So yeah, so now let's basically target the view. So here I'm going to say style. I'm going to give it a background color of this color code, that is DE3163, and I'm going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 10 and a border radius of 22. So let's just save the file. So as you can see, we have that design being applied. So now for the text, I'm going to say style over here, text align of center, color of white, font weight of let's say 500, and font family of Optima. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's target the view and then finish this design. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're going to give it a gap of 10, and we're going to give it a margin top as well. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking nice now. So now we're going to initialize our next piece of design, That's again going to be super similar. So I'm just going to copy down this view and paste it one more time. So this is basically for the looking for. So here I'm going to change the icon. I'm going to make use of the eye icon, that is this one. So here instead of item.turnOns, it's going to be item.lookingFor. So let's also make the change for the background color, that is over here. So it's going to be FBC EB1. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So this is for the turn on. So for this, I'm going to give it some margin top value. So I'm going to say margin top of 12 or 10. Okay, so that's looking fine. So we have finished designing this particular select page. So now the next step is, if at all we initialize the on press event on this particular button, that is the heart button, that means these two people have matched with each other, and automatically we should be navigated to the previous screen, chat screen, and then we should create a chat room for these two people. Okay, so now let's look into the remaining part of the styling, that is over here. If at all the profiles is completely empty, so over here I'm just going to get the image. So you can pretty much copy the image. Okay, so this will appear if at all there are 0 profiles. Okay, so I'll be sending all of the link in the description, you can check it out. So yeah, below the image I'm going to initialize my view basically. So here I'm going to say view, and this view in turn is going to have text over here. In this text we're going to say this, and let's give the style for the text. So we're going to have a font size of, let's say, 15, and we're going to have a font family of, let's say, this one, Optima itself, and we're going to give it a text align of center. Or let's change the font family. I'm going to make use of this particular one, that is Georgia Bold. Yeah, so inside this itself I'm going to have one more text which says no likes yet, and let's give the style for this. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a font size of 15. Okay, and basically it's going to have the same font family. So I'm going to paste it over here, and it's going to have a different color. Okay, so that's the color for this. So yep, that's it. So let's format once, and let's give another text over here that's going to come after the text, that is this one. So here I'm going to say improve your ad, that is a description to get better likes. So let's give the style for this, some margin top of 10, font size of 16, and a font weight of 600. So now let's give the style for the overall view, that is this one. So I'm going to say basically a flex of 1, and it's going to have a justify content of center, align items of center, and we're going to give it a margin top of 100. So it almost comes to the center part. Okay, so that's it. So this is basically the design to show if at all a particular person has 0 likes. So it is automatically going to show up over here because of this condition that we have given, that is the profiles.length is greater than 0 or not. So if the user presses on this particular heart button, then these two people are considered to be matched, and then we should be creating a chat room for these two people in the previous screen, that is the chat screen. So now the next step is we're going to define the on press event on this particular heart icon. Okay, so let's come over here, and yeah, over here instead of this we're going to define a different function. So here I'm going to say for the pressable on press, taking a function, and I'm going to say handle match of the item dot underscore id. So let us come over here and then define the function, that is const handle match. So we've already written the endpoint for this previously. So I'm going to say const handle match equals to async method. So it's going to be selected user id So first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So here taking the error, and I'm going to say console.log error for that particular error. Okay, so inside the try block I'm going to say await axios.post. So let's import axios from axios. Okay, so this is going to be the URL, that's http /localhost 3000 and then create match. So this in turn is going to take in two things, that is the current user ID, that is going to be the user ID itself, and the selected user ID, that is going to be the selected user ID from the parameter of the function, that is this one. Okay, so now I'm going to basically initialize my set timeout over here. So I wanted to run after 0.5 seconds, that is 500 milliseconds. So over here I'm going to say router.push to /chat. You can actually initialize a response value, and you can check if the response.state is equals to 200, and then only you can implement this. Okay, but for now I've just written it directly, that is set timeout and then router.push to the chat screen. So yeah, let's save the file. So now the next step is we're going to install React navigation into the system. So let's press on React navigation, read docs. We're just going to install the first one, that is React navigation /native. So let's come to the terminal and I'm going to paste the code. Okay, so this is because when we come to the previous screen, after pressing on this, we should be seeing all of the matches being shown up. Okay, so yeah, let's come back to the previous screen, that is basically our index.js chat directory. So here basically I'm going to say use focus effect, and I'm going to make sure we use callback effect, and if at all and if and only if the user ID is present, then I'm going to call the fetch user matches. Okay, so let's make sure we import use focus effect from React navigation, and also let's import use callback. Okay, so when the screen comes to focus, that is when we press on this, we are saying navigate to the chat screen, that's the previous screen. So when it comes to focus, again I want to call this, that is fetch user matches. So that's the reason I've initialized it like this, that is inside of a use callback. Okay, so yep, that's it. So now let's console.log the matches and check if at all we're getting the correct results or not. Okay, so let's save the file, and now I'm going to press on the heart icon over here, that is there inside of the select.js. So if everything works out correctly, then we should be seeing the correct results in the console. So let's give this a try. So I'm going to press on heart over here. So as you can see, everything worked out correctly. We came back to the previous screen, and I think we have yeah, as you can see, we are able to see the matches over here. So this should be the details of the female user. I mean, this should be the details of the male user itself, because I'm currently logged in with the female user. So as you can see, we are able to see the correct results over here. Okay, so now with the help of this, we are going to map over it, and then we're going to show it over here just below this. And as you can see, you have 0 likes. So now if I go over here, it should go into the else condition, because the profiles.length is not greater than 0, and it should show the other design that we just designed earlier, that is going to be this one. So let's give that a try. So as you can see, we are able to see this particular design, right? So now let's reload the app once, and we're going to again come back to the chat screen, and we are going to show the matches. And over here also, that particular profile should be removed. Okay, so as you can see, that particular person which was there previously is removed over here. We only have 2 profiles, so that's working fine. So now let's come back to the chat. So as you can see, we have the matches array being displayed. So let's make use of this, and then we're going to map over it, and we're going to show the user chat. So I'm going to initialize a new component altogether. So let's press on the components folder and then new file. So I'm going to say user chat.js. So rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Let's save the file and let's come back to the index.js over here. So here we are going to map over the matches that is present. So I'm going to initialize my view over here. Here I'm going to say matches dot map for every item and then index. We're going to return a user chat. So I'm going to say user chat imported from the components folder, and key is going to be index. Okay, we are also going to pass in the user ID to the next screen, to the component. So user ID, and we are going to pass in the entire item as well. That is the entire item object. Okay, so let's save the file once. So as you can see, we have one match. So you're able to see the component being rendered one time, that is the user chat. So let's come to the user chat and access two things over here. Destructure the props, that is the item and then the user ID. Okay, so let's start designing this. So first of all, I'm going to initialize my pressable over here. So let's make use of the pressable instead of the normal view. Over here as well. So inside the instead of the text over here, I'm going to initialize my view with the image tag. Let's import image from React Native. So this is going to have the source over here, which in turn is going to have the URI. So it's going to be item dot profile images of, I just want the 0th image, so I'm just going to say 0 over here. So let's give the style for the image over here. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a width of 60, a height of 60, and we're going to have a border radius of 35 to make it look exactly circular. So now I'm just going to give some styling to this particular pressable. Flex direction of row, align items of center, and I'm going to give it a gap of 12 and a margin vertical. So let's save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see the image of the particular person we have matched with. That's looking good. So yeah, after the view, I'm going to initialize my another text. So this in turn is going to have two pieces of text. So there's a text one, which is going to show us the item.name. So save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see the item.name, and below that we're going to show one more text. So currently we're going to hard code this. So once there is any kind of message between the users in the chat room, then we're going to show the last message over here. So here I'm going to say start the chat with item.name. Okay, so save the file. So as you can see, start the chat with Rahul Kumar. That's looking fine. So let's give the style for the top text. I'm going to say font weight of 500, and it's going to have a different color, that is DE3163. It's going to have a font size as well of 15, and this is going to be the font family. You can pretty much copy it. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now for this particular text, I'm going to give the style. So I'm going to say style over here. So here I'm going to give it a font size of 15. Okay, and I'm going to give it some font weight of 500, and I'm going to give it a margin top of 6, and I'm going to give it a font family of this one. So some font families will be only available for iOS. So if you try this for Android, it might not work. So you can just Google and just check out which are the fonts available for both Android and then iOS, and whichever you like it, you can pretty much use it. Okay, so I'm going to use this one. So yep, that's it. So let's format once. then save the file. Okay, yeah, so we have finished designing this part, that is we are able to show the matches with that particular user. So now the next step is, if at all we press on the user match, any one of the user matches, then we need to be navigate to the next screen, and let's initialize some basic design, that is a message box, and the top design, that is some information regarding the user that we are chatting with. So now let's first of all initialize the on press event on the pressable that we have. That is, if at all I press on this, we should be navigated to the chat room for that particular user. So here I'm going to say on press router.push, and the path name is going to be /chat room, and this is basically the params I'm sending it to the next screen. So first of all, let's initialize the router over here. So I'm going to say const router equals to use router, and make sure to import use router from expo router, just like this. And also let's create our new screen, that is inside of the chat directory. It's going to be chat room. I'm going to say chat room.js and rnfes together shorthand snippet. So let's save the file, and let's include this screen into the layout.js file. So over here I'm going to say chat room. So let's come back over here and let's give this a try. So we have all the required values, that is image, name, everything is coming from the parameters. Okay, and gender ID is going to be the user ID. So let's go to the chat tab, and then we're going to go into the first chat over here. So as you can see, we're coming directly to the chat room. So now let's start designing the chat room. So for this, I'll be making use of my use layout effect to design the top header. So first of all, I'm going to initialize my navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. So make sure you import use navigation from React navigation /native. So let's initialize our use layout effect. Alright, so let's import use layout effect from React over here. So use layout effect. Okay, so here we are going to say navigation dot set options. It's going to take in an object. So here I'm going to say header left is basically going to take in a function, and here we're going to initialize a view. So inside the view we're going to have the ion icons, that is the arrow back icon. So let's search for that. That is over here, or let's search for expo.icons.fyi. I'm going to search for back. So we'll be making use of this one from ion icons. So copy the the icon family over here, and we're gonna copy the render component code, and we're gonna paste it over here. So first let's check if it's exactly working or not. Okay, we're not able to see that. So let's go into the layout and then make the change. So over here in the layout.js, okay, we have given the screen options which says header show is false. So let's give that options to the other screens, and we're not going to give it for the chat room. So let's paste that over here. Alright, let's remove this, and hopefully now we should be seeing the header being shown in the chat room. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So let's come back to the chatroom.js, and over here I actually do not want this particular header title, but I want the header. So here I'm going to say header title is just going to be an empty string, so that chat room disappears, right? So save the file. So as you can see, that has disappeared. So now after the ion icons, I'm going to initialize my view over here. Okay, so this view in turn is going to contain the image, that is the image of the person we are chatting with. So make sure to import image from React Native over here. So this in turn is going to take in the source, and then it's going to take in the URI. So it's going to be params.image. So let's first of all initialize our params over here. So I'm going to say const params equals to use local search params, right? So params.image, we have already passed some information from the previous screen to this particular screen. So let's give some style to the image so that we can see it on the screen. So style is gonna be a width of 30 and a height of 30, and we're gonna give it a border radius of let's say 15 to make it look exactly circular, and I'm gonna give it a resize mode of cover. So resize mode of cover. So let's save the file. Okay, we're still not able to see anything on the screen, so let's reload the app once and again start it off. So let's check where exactly we are going wrong over here inside the use layout effect. So header title is currently empty, that is being shown correctly. For header left, we're taking in a function, and then we are I think that's the mistake. We are trying to do an explicit return, that is with the help of braces, which would not work. We have to use the parenthesis, so it's going to return the exact results. So I'm going to remove this and I'm going to make use of the parenthesis, that is known as an implicit return, that would basically show us the required things on the screen. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So now let's format once. Okay, so for this I'm going to give the style. So I'm going to say style, a flex direction of row, align items of center, and I'm going to give it a gap of 10. Yeah, so that's looking fine. So after the image, after the image I'm going to have one more text which shows the name of the person that we are chatting with. So it's going to be params.name. So save the file. So as you can see, we are able to see the name on the screen. So yeah, let's target the style over here, and let's give flex direction of row, align items of center, and apart from this we're going to give it a gap of 5, or let's keep it to be 10 itself. Okay, yeah, so that's looking fine. So let's make the font size of 15 and give the font weight of bold. So font size is going to be 15 over here, and I'm going to give it a font weight of bold for the text. Alright, so that's looking fine. So now the next step is we're gonna design the header right part. So here I'm gonna initialize my header right value, which in turn is gonna take in a function. So here again we're gonna make use of an implicit return, that is by making use of the parenthesis. Okay, so here first of all let's initialize our view. So this is basically gonna contain a bunch of icons for the design part. So the first one is gonna be the 3 dots icon. So let us get that. So I'm gonna search for dot over here, that is this one. So import the icon family once and paste it over there, and we're gonna copy the render component code and we're gonna paste it over here. Alright, and after that I'm gonna use my next icon, that is basically the video outline icon. So let's search for video over here. So I'm gonna make use of this one. So copy the icon family. Iron icons is already imported, so just copy the second piece of code and then we're gonna paste it over here. Okay, just these two for now, and here I'm gonna initialize my style. So this is gonna come towards the rightmost part. So I'm gonna say a flex direction of row. Okay, align items of center, and I'm gonna give it a gap of 10. Save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking better. So now the next step is we're gonna come into the return block, and then we're gonna design the message box so that the user can type the message to the other person in the chat. So I'm gonna initialize my keyboard avoiding view. I'm gonna make use of this instead of the normal view that is present currently. So copy that out and let's paste it over here and here as well. And I'm gonna give some basic styling to the keyboard avoiding view. So here I'm gonna say style. So initially a flex of 1, and then I'm gonna give a background color of white. So here just for now I'm just gonna initialize my scroll view and then keep it. So once we have the messages in the backend and once we fetch it using the use effect, then we're gonna design this part. Okay, so make sure to import scroll view. It's imported. So this is gonna take in some content container style. So here I'm gonna say content container style. Here I'm gonna give it a flex grow of 1. Okay, so here I'm just gonna write a comment saying messages to be shown. So just like this. So now below the scroll view, we're gonna initialize our message box. That's gonna come over here at the bottom part. So here I'm gonna write view over here. So towards the left hand side, it's gonna have basically the emoji icon. So let's get that over here. So I'm gonna search for emoji. So let's make use of this one. Import it first of all at the top, and we're gonna copy the render component code and we're gonna paste it over here. Okay, yeah, so after that we're gonna have a text input over here. So I'm gonna say text input. Make sure to import text input. It's already imported. So this text input is gonna have a placeholder, of course. So I'm gonna say placeholder, which says type your message. So now let's give the style to the text input. So I'm going to say style. So it's basically going to have a flex of 1, and I'm going to give it a height of 40, and I'm going to give it a border width as well. So border width of 1, and I'm going to give it a border color. So border color of this color code, that is DDDD, and we're going to give it a border radius of 20 and some padding horizontal, that is of 10. So let's save the file once. Okay, so as you can see, you're able to see it over here at the bottom part, but the placeholder is not being shown. Okay, so let's design the other part and then look into it if at all is visible or not. So yes, after that we're gonna have one more view, that is after the text input. So this is basically going to contain two icons, that is the end typo icon and the feather icon. So I'm just going to paste the code over here for both the icons. One is from camera and one is for the mic. So import end typo and feather. End typo is already imported, so I'm just going to import feather over here, just like this. And I'm going to give the style for the view. So here I'm going to say style. I'm going to give it a flex direction of row, align items of center, and I'm going to give it a gap, let's say 10 or 8, and I'm going to give it a margin horizontal spacing, let's say margin horizontal of 8, and then save the file. Okay, so we're able to see something on the screen that's better. So now after this we have the final send button. So for that I'm going to initialize my pressable over here, import pressable from React Native. So this in turn is going to contain a text which says send. Okay, so let's give some styling to the pressable. So it's going to have a background color of this color code, that is 007BFF, and also it's going to have some padding vertical and horizontal. So padding horizontal of 12, and I'm going to give it a padding vertical of, let's say, 8, and I'm going to give it a border radius as well. So border radius of 20. Save the file. So as you can see, we have all the 4 things on the screen. So now let's target basically the entire view that is there at the top, and then we're going to give the style for all of the children present inside. So target this view. So I'm going to say style over here. I'm going to give a flex direction of row, align items of center, and I'm going to give it some padding horizontal of 10, also some padding vertical of 10, and I'm going to give it a border top width. So border top width of, let's say, 1, and I'm going to give it a border top color. So border top color, it's going to be the same thing, that is DDDDD, and we're going to give it a margin bottom as well. So margin bottom of 1. So let's save the file. So as you can see, with just like that, everything is looking really good. So let's format once, and let's give a color of gray to the emoji icon, and let's give some margin right value. So gray for this, and target the style over here. So here let's give some margin right of 3 or 5 or 7. Yeah, I think that's looking good. So now the next step is we're going to initialize some state so that we can track whatever the user is typing inside of this particular input field. So also let's change the color of this, that is the send. Let's keep it to be white. So here I'm going to say style. First of all, text align of center if it is not, and then I'm going to give it a color of white. Alright, that's looking good. So now let's initialize our state to hold the message, that is whatever the user is typing inside of the input field. So here I'm going to say const message comma set message equals to use state and initially it's going to be empty. In the initial state, let's make sure to import use state from React at the top. So let's come down to the text input and then we're going to provide the value. So here I'm going to say value is going to be a message, and we have the on change text. So here I'm going to say on change text. So take in a function, and here I'm going to say set the message to be whatever the text is. So let's also take in the text over here. Okay, so that's it. So with the help of this, we're able to track the message that the user is typing inside of this particular variable or state. Okay, so now the next step is we have to implement the chat functionality. So as I told earlier in the demo part of the video, we'll be making use of the sockets, that is the socket.io package. So now the next step is basically we're going to go into the index.js file and then write few endpoints that is related to the sockets, and we'll be handling how we can send the message to the user as well as receive the message as well. So let's basically come into the index.js file and then we're going to initialize the code for the socket. So now I'm just going to scroll up and then initialize the basic starting point for the sockets. So here I'm going to say const http equals to require of http dot create server, and to this we're going to pass in the app. And now I'm just going to initialize my IO. So I'm going to say const IO equals to require. We've already installed the dependency, that is socket.io. So I'm going to use that and I'm going to pass in the HTTP to this. Okay, so now the next step is we're going to just scroll down and then we're going to define few functions that are there for the IO methods. So I'm going to go over here. So here I'm going to say IO dot we have on, and here it's going to take in the connection, and this in turn is going to take in the socket. So here I'm just going to give a console.log message saying a user is connected. Okay, next we need to handle the sending and the receiving of messages. So I'm going to access the socket here. I'm going to say socket.on, and the message I'm going to pass is send message over here. So send a message, and it's going to be the async method which is going to take in the data over here. Okay, so here first of all let's initialize our try block. So here first of all, to send the message we need access to three things, that is the sender ID, the receiver ID, the person who's receiving the message, and the message itself. So here I'm going to say const sender ID comma receiver ID comma message equals to the data. So if you want, you can just console.log the data, that is whenever you send a message in the front end part, over here you should be seeing the exact data whatever is being sent, that is the three values, sender ID, receiver ID, as well as the message. Let's also define our catch block over here. So I'm going to say catch of error. Here I'm going to write console.log error handling the messages. Okay, so now let's continue further. So here first of all I'm going to say save the messages to the database. So to do that, first of all let's create a new message. So I'm going to say const new message equals to, we have the new chat. Let's check if you've already imported it. So we have imported user earlier, so let's also import the chat model. So I'm going to say const chat equals to require, go into the models folder and then access the message. Okay, so this is basically the chat model. So here I'm going to say const new message equals to new chat, and this in turn is going to take in, of course, three things: the sender ID, the receiver ID, and then of course the message itself. And after doing this, we need to save it to the backend part. So I'm going to say await new message dot, we have the save method, so just apply that. Okay, so the next step is we need to emit the message to the receiver. So here I'm going to say emit the message to the receiver. So to do that, we have the IO dot, I'm going to say to, we have the receiver ID, so I'm going to say receiver over here, and we're going to say dot emit. So we need to pass in a message. I'm going to say receive message in this case. So receive message, and it's going to be, of course, the new message. That's going to be the data for this. Okay, so that's it. So this would basically, handle the sending and then the receiving of the messages. So next step is we need to, apply the http.listen method. So let's do that. Okay, so also over here we can write the disconnect method. So I'm going to say socket.on over here with the disconnect, taking a function, and I'm going to say console.log with a message being user disconnected. Okay, so here let's make use of the http.listen method. So http.listen, so you can use a specific port. Make sure the port is different from the port you're using here at the top. So in my case, I'm going to use 8000, and I'm going to take in a function over here. So here I'm going to say console.log socket.io server running on port 8000. So as soon as I save the file, if everything's worked out correctly, so along with the MongoDB connection message, we should be seeing this message as well. Okay, so I think the app is crashed. Let's see what's the error is. Okay, this was for the previous one. So let's save the file once. So as you can see, server is running on 3000, socket IO server running on 8000, and then connected to MongoDB. So we have successfully initialized this. Alright, so now the next step is let's also write the endpoint to get the messages from the backend. So here I'm going to say app.get. So it's going to be / messages. Okay, and it's going to be the async method with the request and the response instead of the callback. So yeah, let's initialize our try, and then let's also initialize our catch block over here. So catch of error. So here I'm gonna initialize the result.status inside of the catch block. So 500.json with a message being error in getting the messages or fetching the messages with that particular error. Okay, so inside the try block we need access to the sender ID and then the receiver ID over here. So here I'm going to say const sender ID comma receiver ID equals to request.query. Okay, so if you want, you can just console.log both the IDs just to fetch the correct messages between both the IDs in that particular chat room. Okay, so when we go into that particular chat room, we should be fetching only the messages between those two particular IDs which are there in the chat room. So if you want, you can just console.log and you can verify in the backend just to check the exact messages are coming or not. Okay, so yeah, after that I'm going to say const messages equals to await. We have the chat model. Here I'm going to apply the find method, and here we're going to make use of the OR operator. We have done this previously in the previous chat application that we have built. Okay, so here I'm going to say the sender ID should be equals to the sender ID and the receiver ID should match with the receiver ID, that is this one, and similarly it's going to be the opposite over here, that is sender ID should have the receiver ID and over here we're going to pass in the sender ID. Yeah, so that's it. So we're going to send this in the front end part, okay, with the help of result.status. And yeah, of course we need to apply the populate method to get the required values that we have. So here I'm going to say populate, and we have the sender ID over here, sender ID, and from this we need access to the name and then the underscore ID. So I'm going to say underscore ID, and we need access to the name. So basically we're trying to populate the sender details with the name and the ID over here, that is underscore ID. So that's it. Let's put a comma over here, and now we are gonna send it into the front end part. So here I'm going to say result.status of 200.json of the messages. So yeah, that's it. Yeah, so this would basically fetches all of the images for two particular users in the chat room. So now let's basically head over to the chat room.js, and then let's install a dependency. So let's come over here, and here I'm going to say yarn add socket.io client. So let's press on enter. Okay, so after installing this dependency, let's import io from the socket io.client. So here I'm going to say import io not const import io from socket.io and then client. Okay, so over here I'm going to initialize my socket. So here I'm going to say const socket equals to io, and I'm going to pass in the URL. That's going to be http:/localhost. In our case it was 8000. Okay, so here I'm going to say socket.connect method, socket.on. Here I'm going to pass in connect, taking a function, and here I'm going to say console.log connected to the socket.io server. Okay, so yeah, after that I'm gonna initialize the onPress event on the send button that we have, that is over here. So here I'm gonna say onPress equals to handle send, or you can say send message. So let's define this function at the top, that is send message over here. So I'm going to say const send message equals to async function. So this is going to take in two things, that is the sender ID and then the receiver ID. Okay, so since this is taking two things, let's also modify the function that we have given. So here is going to take in a function because we need to pass in two values. So it's going to be params.sender ID and then params.receiver ID. So here I'm going to say send message of params.sender ID and then params.receiver ID. So params has already been initialized, I guess. Yeah, it's initialized. So I think, yeah, it should work. So here basically inside of the send message function, let's say socket. We're going to emit the message. So I'm going to say socket.emit. It's going to be send message. Okay, and it's going to take in three things, that is the sender ID, the receiver ID that's coming from the function parameter, and it's going to take in the message itself that is going to come from the state which is already stored. Okay, after that we are going to say set the message to be empty. We're just going to clear the text field. So here I'm going to say set message to be empty. So after that we need to call the fetch messages function so that the messages is immediately updated in the UI part. So here for now I'm just going to say call the fetch messages function. So once we initialize that function, we're going to call it over here to see the UI update. So the next thing is we're also going to initialize one more thing, that is socket.on. Here it's going to be the receive message. So I'm going to copy down the same spelling that we have given here, that is this one. So let's come back over here to the chat room, and I'm going to paste it over here, not there, yeah, over here. And this is basically going to have the new message, whatever it is. So here I'm going to say new message And if you want, you can just console.log the new message. All right, and next step is we're going to update the state to include the new message. So here I'm just going to say set messages and take in whatever the previous messages is, and here I'm going to say spread the previous messages whatever it's there and include the new message. So here I'm going to say new message. Okay, so now let's also initialize the state to hold this because set messages is not currently defined. So here I'm going to say const messages comma set messages equals to use state, and initially it's going to have an empty array. Okay, so that's it. So let's save the file and let's give this a try. So as you can see, connected to the socket.io server. So now I'm gonna send a hey message to this particular user, and let's check if at all in the backend we're able to see the change or not. That is a chat model should be created and this particular message object should be created. So I'm gonna say send. So as you can see, the message has been sent. Hopefully, let's go check out in the backend once. So I'm just gonna go over here, refresh the app. So as you can see, a chat model has been created for us, and this is our first chat being created. So ID is this one, that is for the chat ID. This is the sender ID, my ID. This is the receiver ID, the person who's received the message, and this is the message, and this was the timestamp when it was created. Okay. So yeah, we are able to send a message for the other user. So let's also send one more message. Let's say good morning, and let's press and send. Okay, let's just check once more in the backend if at all it's working or not. So we should be seeing the next message as well, that is good morning. So as you can see, we're able to create the messages with the help of the sockets. So now the next step is we're going to initialize one more function, that is the fetch messages function, and we're going to call it over here. And if at all it is the message sent by the user, if at all it's the message sent by the user, it's going to come towards the right hand side. And if it is a message sent by the other user, that is the person whom we are chatting with, it's going to come towards the left hand side. So that's the final design we'll be looking into. So let's initialize the use effect over here and then call the function. So here I'm going to initialize my use effect, and inside this basically we're going to call the fetch messages function. So here I'm going to say fetch messages. So let's define this function at the top over here. So I'm going to say const fetch messages equals to a async function. So first of all, here let's initialize our try and then catch block. So first of all, catch of error. So here I'm going to say console.log error fetching the messages with that particular error. All right, so now inside the try block, I'm going to initialize my values, that is basically the sender ID and then the receiver ID. So I'm going to say const sender ID equals to, it's going to be params dot sender ID, and const receiver ID equals to params dot receiver ID. And now I'm going to initialize my response value. So here I'm going to say const response equals to await. I'm going to make use of axios dot get method. So here this is going to be the URL, that is http /localhost and then 3000 and then / messages. So this is basically going to take in the params. So I'm going to say params over here. We have to pass in two values, that is the sender ID and the receiver ID. So now after this, we are just basically going to store the messages inside of this state, that is messages and then set messages. So let's access the set messages over here. So here I'm going to say set messages to be the response.data. So yeah, let's save the file once. Use effect does not exist. All right, so let's import use effect from React. and let's go to the chat, the first chat. So now let's try and, okay, Axios does not exist. Okay, so let's yeah, so let's import Axios from Axios. So let's save the file. Alright, so now let's try and console.log the messages, if at all we are getting the correct messages. So we should be seeing two messages, that is from this user itself who has sent the message to this particular user. So here I'm going to say console.log messages is going to be messages itself. So let's save the file and let's look into it. So as you can see, we have the messages array. We have two messages, one is good morning and one is hey, and we have the sender ID, receiver ID for that particular message along with the timestamp. So now with the help of this data, that is messages, we're gonna design it over here, that is inside of the scroll view. So first of all, let's map over it. So here I'm gonna say messages dot map. So for every item and then the index, here I'm gonna return basically a pressable. So I'm gonna say pressable. So inside the pressable, first of all, we're gonna have the text over here. Okay, so this text is gonna show the message, of course. So I'm gonna say item.message, and it's gonna have the second text as well, where we're gonna show the time. So here I'm gonna say text. So here I'm gonna say text, and here I'm gonna make it a function. So I'm gonna say format time of the item dot timestamp. So let's define the function over here. So I'm gonna say const format time equals to, it's gonna be an arrow function. It's gonna take in the timestamp that's gonna come, and here I'm gonna say const options equals to, this is gonna be the har value. So I'm gonna say har is gonna be numeric, and the minute value is gonna be numeric. Okay, and here we're going to return something. So I'm going to say return new date of the time and convert it into two local string, that is in this format, and we're going to pass in the options to this. So let's write that correctly, const. Yeah, so let's save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see the messages coming towards the left part of the screen currently, because we've not given any kind of conditions. So now let's basically come to the pressable, and then we're gonna give the style for the pressable. So here I'm gonna say style. So this is gonna be an array of styles. So I'm gonna say array. So here first of all, I'm gonna check if at all my item dot sender ID equals to my params dot id, params dot sender id, not id. So if this becomes true, then this means this message is sent by the user, that's the currently logged in user. So here I'm going to say initialize an object. Okay, else I'm going to initialize some other object if the message is sent by the opposite user. So here if it is sent by the current user, I'm going to say align self to flex end, and we're going to give it a background color of this color code, that is F0 8080. Okay, and we're going to give it some internal spacing, padding of 8 for the message box, and we're going to give it a max width of 60%. Okay, and apart from that, we're going to give it a slight border radius, so border radius of 7, and we're going to give it some external spacing, that is margin of 10. Okay, so now let's write the next piece of styling, that is if at all the message is sent by the opposite user. So I'm going to say align self. So this is going to be flex start, not flex end, and background color is going to be a different one this time. So it's going to be D8 7093. Okay, and it's going to have some internal spacing, that is padding of 8, and it's going to have some external spacing, that is margin of 10, and we're going to give it a border radius of, let's say, 7, and we're going to give it a max width of 60%. Okay, so let's save the file. So as you can see, automatically it came towards the right part. So let's give the hashtag over here. That's the reason the background color is not being applied. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking better. So if at all the user sends the message, that is the other person whom we are chatting with, it would automatically come to this position, right? So now the next step is, let's start styling out the text over here. So here I'm going to say style, and apart from that, you're also able to see the time as well being shown. That is when the message was sent. So inside the style part here, I'm going to initialize my font size. It's going to be 13, and I'm going to give it a text align of left, and I'm gonna give it a font size. Yeah, font size is given. I'm gonna give it a color of white. So save the file. So if you want, you can just increase the font weight to be 600 or 500. Let's try that once. So I'm gonna say font weight 500. Okay, so let's target the next one, that is the timings. So I'm gonna say style over here. It's gonna have a very small font size. So font size of 9. I'm gonna say text align of right, and I'm gonna give it this color, that is F0, 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 and we're gonna give it a margin top as well, margin top of 5. So save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking good. So we are able to fetch all of the messages between two people in the chat room. So now let's initialize that set timeout that we earlier discussed in the function that is over here, send message. So here basically I'm gonna initialize a set timeout and give a 200 seconds gap, not 200 seconds, 200 milliseconds, and I'm gonna make use of the fetch messages function over here. So let's save the file once. So now let's give this a try if at all the messages are going over here. Okay, so I'm gonna enter one more message, how are you doing, and then send. So as you can see, automatically it's going over here. So also the next step we'll be looking into is, if I come back to the previous screen, that is the chat screen, I should also be able to show the last message viewed. Okay, so before that, we're also going to initialize the endpoint for deleting the message, and you should try on your own to implement it in the front end part. So let's come into the index.js file. We have already implemented this once in the chat application, that is the one we've built previously. So you can follow along and then you can implement this. So here I'm going to say endpoints to delete the messages. Okay, so here I'm going to say app.post method. So it's going to be / delete over here, and it's going to take in the async method with the request and the response in the callback. So here I'm going to initialize my try and then catch block. So catch of error. Here I'm going to say result.status of 500.json with a message being internal server error. You can give any error message with that particular error message. Okay, so inside the try block, so to delete the messages, we need access to the message IDs that's going to come from the request.body. Okay, so here I'm going to say const messages equals to request.body over here, and here I'm going to say if at all it's not an array, here I'm going to say if not array dot is array of the messages, that is whatever we're getting from the front end part, or if my messages dot length equals to 0, then here I'm going to write return result.status of 400.json with a message being invalid request body. Okay, else if we are getting the correct array of IDs, message IDs, then in that case I'm going to make use of a for loop. So I'm going to say for const message ID of the messages that is coming from the front end part. Here I'm going to say await, we have the chat model access that. So here I'm going to write await chat dot we have find by ID and delete. So we're just going to pass in the message ID, so it would automatically delete in the backend. Okay, so that's it. So we're going to send it in the response. So I'm going to say result.status of 200.json with a message being messages deleted successfully. Okay, so that's it. So you can follow along and you can use this endpoint in the front end part, and then you can delete the messages on a long press, and you can initialize a button at the top if you press on the message, and then you can implement this. Okay, so now next step is we're gonna go into the user chat that is over here, and we're going to implement a small functionality to show the last posted message for that particular chat room between two users. So here I'm going to initialize my variable. So I'm going to say const last message equals to get last message. So here I'm just gonna paste in the code for fetching the messages. Okay, so let's make sure to import the required things, that is Axios, use effect, and yeah, I think that's it. Use effect, import Axios from Axios, and apart from that, yeah, so here we are trying to pass in two things, sender ID and then the receiver ID. So sender ID is the user ID, and then receiver ID is basically item dot underscore ID. So yeah, set messages is not required. Yeah, it is required. So here I'm going to say const messages comma set messages equals to use state of an empty array. Let's import use state from React. Okay, so yeah, that's it. So let us save the file once. Yeah, so let's define the function that is get last message. So here I'm going to say const get last message equals to a normal arrow function. Here I'm going to say const n equals to messages dot length and here I'm going to write return messages of n minus 1, that is the last value. So this is basically going to return us an object. So over here I'm going to write the condition, that is this one. So here I'm going to say if at all we have the last message value, then I want to show the last message dot message because this is an object, else I want it to be start chat with item dot name. Okay, so that's it. So let's refresh the app, and once let's check it out if at all it's correctly working or not. So here chat, so as you can see, how are you doing is the last message in this particular chat room. We're able to show that. If at all you have any more new likes, and if the chat is not yet started, then they should be seeing this one, start chat with that particular username. Okay, so yeah, we have completed this application, that is whatever we have thought in the initial demo part of the video. So if you find this interesting, please hit the like button. Okay, so we have finished completing this entire app with certain features and functionality. So we have basically three kinds of tabs. The profiles tab, where we are going to show the different profiles to the users based on their choices and turn-ons that they've selected in the bio tab. And we have a detailed chat screen as well, where you can chat with the other person if and only if you are matched with them. And over here at the top you can see the number of people who liked you, and also you can check out the details of the person who has liked you. And in the profile tab over here, basically the final tab, here you can actually post your ad or your description so that people can like you. And we also have the photos tab over here, which is horizontally scrollable, and you can look into all of the photos and the turn-ons as well as the looking for. So I think that's it about this video, that is for the dating app. So we will try to build some more dating apps in the coming videos. So if you find this interesting, please hit the like button, and let's see you in the next project, and then thank you for watching.